Chapter 1939. My path. However, Lin Ling climbed up from the terrifying river. He looked at the mountain peak and gritted his teeth as he climbed up. His godly demon body was constantly healing him, but the river water was also attacking him. Rumble. Lin Ling was once again sent flying, and this time his injuries were even more serious. Seeing Lin Ling, everyone shook their heads and felt that this was normal. Lin Ling, give up. Emperor Liso shouted as he saw Lin Ling stubbornly climbing the mountain. Even if the 7 Emperors' sky had to compensate him with 1 billion merit points, he didn't want Lin Ling to die in the Heavenly Law River. This was because that was where the 8 law rivers gathered. Not only was it a test of the body, but it was also a test of the soul, talent, willpower, and so on. However, Lin Ling didn't seem to hear him. Instead, he laughed. He continued forward. The reason Lin Ling laughed was because he sensed that the Heavenly Law River was a place to temper one's essence, energy, and spirit. It was just right for him. This also meant that he would follow Li Xiaoyao's path of martial arts. You are you and I am me. Today I will walk your path. In the future I will walk my own path. Lin Ling's mind was incomparably firm, but soon he was once again washed down by the Heavenly Law River. It was as if the heavens had rejected him. Lin Ling climbed up again and continued forward with great difficulty. His body, dantian, and soul had all suffered heavy injuries. If he wasn't a triple essence, energy, and spirit cultivator, he would have already turned into ashes. No one knew this secret. Everyone only knew that no one could walk through the Heavenly Law River. However, they didn't know that the only person who could walk through it was a triple essence, energy, and spirit cultivator. I can still do it. Lin Ling climbed up again, but when he reached the mountain along the river, he was washed down again. This time, Sky Border City was silent. He had finally reached the mountain, but unfortunately, it was all for naught. However, Lin Ling continued forward. Everyone could see that even the slightest movement took Lin Ling a long time. Why was he so persistent? Could it be that he didn't even want his life anymore? Why was he so stubborn? Could it be that there was something at the top of the mountain that attracted him? This kid is not simple. In the distance, Yuan Zi frowned and said, "Of course, it wasn't just her." All the experts in Sky Border City felt that Lin Ling was extraordinary. As for the Xian Di 10 heroes, Huang Sun, and the others, they were extremely jealous. Lin Ling's strength was inferior to theirs, but he had repeatedly done things that they didn't dare to do. Why is he going to the top of the mountain? A desolate voice echoed from the Dermic River. It was the sky shrimp. He looked at the fearless young man and eventually weakened the nomological laws of the Dermic River. Don't go easy on me. However, Lin Ling also sensed the weakening of the Heavenly Law River. The celestial shrimp let out a cry of surprise. That young man didn't want its help? How could there be such a foolish person in this world? He was kind enough to let the young man ascend the mountain more easily, but the young man refused him? Your heart of martial arts has surpassed everyone in the world. Sigh, I'll fulfill your wish. The celestial shrimp sighed softly, causing the Dermic River to overflow even more intensely than before. He couldn't go easy on the young man anymore. If he went easy on him, it would be an insult to the young man because the young man might be confirming his own heart of martial arts. At this moment, Lin Ling had walked more than half of the Dermic River and reached the second half of the Dermic River. He was getting closer to the top of the Dermic River. However, at this moment, an even more terrifying Dermic River crashed down. Rumble. Lin Ling was washed back to the starting point again. Everyone shook their heads. What a pity. This time, he was even closer to the finish line, but he still failed. After this failure, Lin Ling wouldn't be able to stand up again. This time, the Heavenly River is finally over. The human realm giant shook his head. He would come to watch every time the Dermic River was refined, but this time was undoubtedly the most shocking. Wait, he's standing up again. At this moment, someone suddenly spoke, causing the entire city to become even more silent. Even a pin drop could be heard. Lin Ling climbed up again. Using all his strength, he rushed into the river and slowly climbed to the top of the mountain. At this moment, his thin body seemed to be as tall as a giant. This kind of determination undoubtedly moved the hearts of many. After seeing Lin Ling fail again, many people felt an inexplicable heartache. Lu Su Su, Eternal Fairy, and their beautiful eyes were also wet. It was as if they saw a man fighting alone, embarking on the journey for the belief and goal in his heart. He could become the son of desolation, not because of his strength, but because of the determination in his heart. The two Battle Kings Sun and Moon Wushuang spoke at the same time. At this moment, the two seniors also admired Lin Ling. Why do you persist? The celestial shrimp watched Lin Ling climb up the heavenly river again. He finally spoke. Because this is my path. If I don't search for it, I will regret it. I will miss out on many things. Lin Ling was still moving forward with difficulty. His clear eyes were filled with determination. Boom! The celestial shrimp's heart exploded. My path? This path was the path of that Lord. He said in shock, could it be that you are? Yes. Who I am is not important. Now I am Lin Ling. Yes. The determined voice floated out, causing the celestial shrimp's body to tremble. He could faintly see that indomitable man, that benefactor who enlightened him. In a distant era, that Lord passed by here. He saw the beautiful scenery here, so he planned to step into the sky from here. However, when that Lord slashed open the sky and opened the path to heaven, large amounts of fish and prawns died in the nearby ponds. Only the celestial shrimp did not die. At that time, he was covered in wounds and was washed ashore. However, his will to live made him persist. He went back into the water. Only by returning to the water could he survive. Because of his will to live, that Lord stopped on the way to the sky and smiled as he enlightened him. Just one enlightenment, and he, the celestial shrimp, was like a carp leaping over the dragon's gate. He still remembered this kindness. And now he saw the shadow of that Lord in this young man. He knew that this determined young man must be related to that Lord. Because they were so similar. I will help you. Yes. The celestial shrimp roared. He was more excited than anyone else. He seemed to have seen his benefactor. No need. Let the bigger waves come. Stop. Lin Ling refused directly. The celestial shrimp smiled bitterly. Lord, if you continue like this, you will die. Stop. This is my path. Come on. Stop. Lin Ling said with difficulty. Okay. Stop. The celestial shrimp finally nodded. When Lin Ling was about to reach the top of the mountain, a 1,000-meter-tall Dharma river crashed down from the sky. It was dazzling and majestic. It was a shocking sight. Stop. In Skyborder City, everyone was shocked. Why was this Dharma river different from usual? Good, he is dead. Stop. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother had been nervously clenching her fists. At this moment, she did not care about her face and shouted. However, her appearance made many people look at her angrily because she was too ugly. Lin Ling, be careful. Stop. On the side of the 7 emperors, everyone shouted. Chapter 1940. The Perfect Demon. Rumble. The entire mountain peak, Skyborder City, and even the ground were shaking. This was because this was not an ordinary river, but the water of law. Even a martial emperor expert would not dare to rashly resist it. The deafening sound lasted for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Finally, the river water flowed into 8 branches before it finally weakened. However, everyone was silent and their hearts were filled with mixed feelings. But at this time, a figure stood up from the water not far from the mountain peak. His clothes were tattered and his long hair danced in the wind. His handsome face was cold and indifferent. At first, he struggled to stand up, but for some reason, a mysterious force swept through his body and he gradually regained his strength. That kind of feeling was as if he had just crossed the threshold of life. He didn't get washed down the mountain? Seeing this, everyone's eyes widened. Miracle, this was simply a miracle. He was the first person to reach the summit since the appearance of the Dharma River. Everyone's hearts were trembling as if they had been struck dumb. At this moment, even the 3 great mythological figures felt that Lin Ling was very terrifying, as if he was above their heads. As for Son of Famine and the others, their complexions were dark and gloomy, as if they were looking up at Lin Ling. However, outside of them, everyone else was looking up at Lin Ling. An undefeatable war god was standing at the top of the mountain. His invincibility didn't mean that he had never lost a battle. On the contrary, he had lost time and time again. However, his heart was undefeatable. He continued to fight until he finally reached the top. This was the counterattack of an ant against the heavens. Crash! At the top of the mountain, a gentle breeze blew, causing Lin Ling's long hair to flutter. He looked at the sky, and it was as if he could touch the peak of the heavens. This was the path that Li Xiaoyao walked. Lin Ling also wanted to take this path. He even wanted to go to the top of the mountain to watch. Very beautiful, Lin Ling said softly. It was indeed beautiful because the sky was dotted with stars, as if they were right above his head. The martial god's world seemed to have opened a door to him. My soul force has reached level 280, and my other domains have also been balanced. This trip was really good. Then Lin Ling laughed. His smile was extremely bright. In the past, his 3 domains were not balanced. His physical body was too strong, and his martial arts of fire were too weak. But now they were all balanced. This was because his fire attribute talent had improved once again. The Yellow Springs flame had also reached the 3rd grade of the divine rank. Boom! The Yellow Springs flame appeared around Lin Ling like a tide. It was so beautiful. Another talent improved. As they stared at the dazzling white flames, cries of shock rang out one after another. Some even slapped themselves to see if they were dreaming. This was because on this trip, Lin Ling's cultivation had increased, his laws had increased, his martial arts had increased, and even his 2 great talents had increased. Whoever could surpass him would be the true winner. Shang Gongyu and the others became gloomy. Although they were stronger than Lin Ling, they knew that from today onwards, only Lin Ling could surpass them. They would never have the chance to surpass Lin Ling. This was because Lin Ling's talent had improved in all aspects. He could be called the most perfect monster. The Desolates and the others were clenching their fists as if they were looking at a rising star that would surpass them in the future. This was especially true for the carefree Son of Heaven. Their faces were the most unsightly. This was because the 3rd transition Wu Sheng, in addition to 2 great 3rd-grade divine rank talents. Their potential could be imagined. No matter how powerful you are, can you compare to me, the reincarnation of Li Xiaoyao? Only fallen mortal was still confident and snorted disdainfully. Unfortunately, no one took his words to heart. This was because up until now, this reincarnation of Li Xiaoyao had never shown any brilliance. Instead, he had been in quite a sorry state. If Li Xiaoyao was the reincarnation of Li Xiaoyao, many people felt that Lin Ling was more qualified. Unfortunately, Li Xiaoyao was reincarnated as fallen mortal. It was a bit of a waste. We won. 1 billion merit points. After a brief silence, the Law Overlord's voice suddenly rang out. Everybody's expression changed drastically. Even though they were moved by Lin Ling's determination, after calming down, they realized that they had lost a lot. 1 billion merit points? You won't go back on your word, right? After today, I don't know how many people will cry. Emperor Li Shou also shouted excitedly. He looked at them one by one, and their faces were as dark as the bottom of a nest. It was as if they had eaten a fly. Seeing this, he wanted to roar at the sky. If he had won against ordinary people with his status, he wouldn't have been happy, but if he had won against 2 other legendary cultivators, he would have been very happy. Moreover, 1 billion merit points. Just thinking about it made one unable to sleep. Did we lose? Whispered Sun and Moon Wushuang. They looked calm, but in fact, they wanted to cry because they had bet 100 million merit points. That was a terrifying amount. Champion University wouldn't be able to make any progress for 100 years. As for Prince Xiaoyao and the others, they were gnashing their teeth, especially Prince Xiaoyao. He had originally placed a bet of 10 million, but Lin Ling had goaded him into placing a bet of 50 million. He hated Lin Ling to the core. Everybody remained silent. On the side of the 7 Emperors world, everybody was overjoyed. Lu Susu and the others burst into laughter. We don't have that many merit points right now. Well, you. At this time, the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother suddenly said. The people of the Seven Emperors world were smiling. They couldn't pay her back. Old witch, you're going back on your word, shouted Emperor Yu furiously. If they had lost, the other side wouldn't have accepted the debt. Emperor Yu, don't go too far. Did I say I wouldn't give you anything? I don't have that many merit points right now, said the Jade Lake's mother, smiling coldly. Besides, it's not like I won't give you the debt. I'm going too far? Said Emperor Yu, pointing at the Jade Lake's mother. He was even more furious. They had lost, they had taken back what belonged to them, and now they were being called going too far? That's right. We'll pay you back sooner or later. I promise you, I'll pay you back within 100 years, said the other strong cultivators. They looked indifferent. Emperor Yu frowned. He couldn't refute them. Besides, more and more people were talking. Everybody was following the Jade Lake's mother. In any case, the seven emperors couldn't attack them. Besides, they couldn't stop so many people. The Jade Lake's mother smiled even more coldly. She looked at the seven emperors as if they were idiots. Then she flicked her sleeves and left. The people on the side of the seven emperors were all trembling with anger. They wanted to stop them, but even if they could stop the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother, they couldn't stop the other experts. You're acting like hooligans, roared the law overlord, his fat jiggling. However, nobody paid attention to him. Everybody was preparing to leave. Who dares to leave? However, at that moment, a cold shout rang out. A slender figure stood on the top of the mountain, staring coldly at the ground. His eyes were filled with rage. It was Lin Ling. Can you stop me if I want to leave? Said the Jade Lake's mother disdainfully. She was the first to leave. She wanted to tell Lin Ling that she wanted to leave. What could he do about it? Because based on the current situation, not to mention Lin Ling, even the seven emperors were unable to stop them. You dare to leave if I don't let you? Celestial Shrimp, stop her. Chapter 1941. Who dares to leave? Rumble. But at this time, terrifying waves surged from the Law River. It was as if a heavenly river was crashing down. It rushed out of the mountain and smashed towards the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother. This Law River was condensed from the power of the 9 rivers. It was extremely terrifying. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother couldn't react in time and spat out a mouthful of blood. She was in a sorry state. Did I allow you to leave the city? Lin Ling's cold voice came again, causing the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother's eyes to widen. How could Lin Ling allow the River of Law to attack her? She wasn't the only one who was shocked. Everyone was shocked and even frightened. For everyone, the River of Law was the most mysterious existence. Even if one wanted to open it, one would need an ancient powerhouse to do so. But Lin Ling actually used the River of Law to block the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother? You're courting death. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother let out a furious roar as her eyes turned red. Rumble. The River of Law rushed towards her again. But the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother was worthy of being a legend of the mortal world. Facing the 9 rivers of law, a 5-colored snow lotus appeared in her right hand. It bloomed with holy light in an attempt to block the terrifying River of Law. However, she underestimated the power left behind by Li Xiaoyao. The River of Law roared even more fiercely, causing her hair to become disheveled and her eyes to become dazzled. She couldn't block it at all. The River of Law was like a huge python or a ribbon that coiled around the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother blocked it in a sorry state. Even her golden embroidered shoes were washed away. At this moment, she didn't look like the Heavenly Mother but more like a shrew. She, the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother, had never imagined that the ant-like Lin Ling would have the strength to fight against her. At this moment, she felt like she was in a dream. In the past, when she found out that Yu and the others were taken away by a junior, she exploded with anger. However, that youth's background wasn't small, so she endured it. Moreover, she thought that she could slowly toy with such an ant to death and let him know how lowly he was. However, the Sky Lord was eliminated. She knew that this ant had some ability. But now, she knew that he was no longer an ant, but a rising star who was qualified to confront her. Are you going to give it or not? Lin Ling coldly shouted. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He wanted to use the power of the Dharma River to kill the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother. However, the Heavenly Shrimp told Lin Ling that it was not difficult to kill the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother. Hearing this, Lin Ling was secretly regretful. He then shouted again, "Let me tell you, our 7 Emperors' heaven doesn't accept IOUs. If you don't leave behind some merit points today, no one will give you face." His voice floated out, frivolous, domineering, and intimidating. Everyone's hearts began to tremble. Only Lin Ling would dare to threaten a mortal realm legend like this. This guy. The faces of the 7 emperors went pale as well, shocked by what they were seeing. As for Emperor Duowen, his jaw dropped. Was this Lin Ling the ruler of heaven and earth? Previously, he was able to control the Avalon of 5 elements in the human world. This time, he could borrow the power of the Dharma River. He was simply omnipotent. Could it be that Lin Ling's perseverance had moved Senior Fa He to reach the top of the mountain? Was that why Fa He helped Lin Ling? The others had similar guesses because this was the only explanation that made sense. Lin Ling, there are no merit points, only IOUs. If you're not convinced, kill me if you can. Under countless gazes, the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother became hysterical. She shook her messy hair and roared. She did not believe that a mere junior would dare to be arrogant to her. What a thick skin. Lu Susu and the others gritted their teeth. This was shameless. This was also a battle of ruthlessness. Unfortunately, Lin Ling had seen all kinds of ruthless people since he started learning martial arts. He was not afraid of anyone in a battle of ruthlessness. It's a fair bet. If I lose, I'll go bankrupt. If I win, you want to renege on your debt? However, you're right. I can't kill you, but I can strip you of your clothes and let everyone see your ugly appearance. Lin Ling was so angry that he laughed. The so-called IOUs were naturally reneging on their debt. Lin Ling was not fooled. You dare? The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother's expression changed. She could not lower her noble head, but if her clothes were stripped, how would she face people tomorrow? What kind of laughingstock would the human world become? All the experts in Skyborder City sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling still had this trick up his sleeve? How ruthless! Those experts who reneged on their debt were all trembling. Lin Ling was not to be bullied. All right, strip her naked. Surprisingly, the law overlord was the first to raise his hand in agreement. Even his fat face was drooling. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother was also trembling. She knew that Lin Ling was a man of his words. There was nothing he did not dare to do. This made her hate Lin Ling to the core. Lin Ling had actually embarrassed her so much. Your jade pendant is also a bet. Are you giving it to me? Lin Ling waved his right hand and had the sky prawn control the spiritual river, causing it to shrink. I'll give it to you. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother finally spoke. The jade pendant hanging on her body fell to the ground. Lin Ling waved his right hand and the jade pendant floated over. The more he looked at it, the more familiar it felt. This treasure must have been left behind by Li Xiaoyao. Of course, the most important thing was that the jade pendant was carved from a spatial stone. It could record time and was very helpful to spatial martial artists. Of course, others who obtained this jade pendant might not know how to use it. Gotcha! Lin Ling directly tore the jade pendant apart, leaving the spatial stone and throwing away all the other decorations. You bastard! Seeing Lin Ling's prodigal actions, the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother roared again. Although she had handed over the jade pendant, it was only temporary. She would redeem it in the future. After all, this jade pendant was given to her by her master. But Lin Ling directly tore it apart. This jade pendant belongs to me. I tore it apart. What does it have to do with you? Also, you have to give me the merit points. Lin Ling ignored her and shouted again. Fine, 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 I will give it to you. Lin Ling, remember your actions today. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother could not bear it. If looks could kill, Lin Ling would have been slashed 1,000,000 times. He who wants to leave. Let me tell you, today, I will not accept any promissory notes. Those who do not pay merit points will not be allowed to leave. Moreover, they will be stripped naked. Of course, those who are willing to strip will not receive any merit points. Lin Ling's eyes swept over everyone, causing their hearts to tremble. They wanted to refuse, but when they saw the terrifying river of law, they immediately lost all thoughts of resistance. Will you give it to me? I am from the North Celestial Royal Family. Can you not give it to me? That guy is called Mad God. His name is not just for show. He might even strip you. Give it to me. In Skyborder City, he is practically the boss. One by one, the human world's big shots took out their jade pendants and handed over their merit points. In the process, they revealed ugly smiles. Hee, as expected of the two battle kings, Sun and Moon Wushuang. 100 million merit points. I, the Law Overlord, admire such courage. The Law Overlord was faster than Emperor Liso and the others. He smiled and went to take the merit points. His fat face was as wretched as it could be. Everyone wanted to slap him a dozen times. Chapter 1942. The demons attacked again. Unparalleled Sun and Moon smiled as they looked at Lin Ling on the mountaintop. Their smiles became even more brilliant, but they wanted to cry in their hearts. Admit defeat? Dream on. If they didn't give up, they would strip them naked. Obviously, they were forcing them to give up. Of course, the biggest reason why they agreed was because of the ancient magnate. Although the ancient magnate wasn't here, they were still in the wrong. Thank you, everyone. The 7 emperors were all overjoyed because they had obtained 1 billion merit points. Everyone had profited greatly. Lin Ling was also the same. His biggest gain was the spatial stone. This stone was divided into different grades, and the one he got now was obviously more precious. It could increase the power of his tyrannical song sword. Sir, the Dharma River is the law of the void. It's starting to retreat. At this time, the divine lobster respectfully said to Lin Ling. Lin Ling nodded and looked at the endless sky with a smile. He had gained a lot on this trip. Most importantly, he found the path Li Xiaoyao had walked, and now he knew what it meant to be free and unfettered. Thanks, old lobster. See you next time. Lin Ling jumped down and left the mountaintop. Rumble. The resplendent Dharma River started to flow backward. The scene was shocking, and the ancient mountain started to sink into the ground. Seeing this, many people had complicated expressions. They guessed that Lin Ling was able to get the help of the Dharma River because Lin Ling's perseverance had moved the old man in the Dharma River. Now that the Dharma River had left, they were unwilling, especially the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother. She couldn't wait to take back those treasures. Of course, Lin Ling took the merit points and ignored their resentful eyes. Moreover, they didn't dare to act recklessly. Let's go. The 10 heroes of Xian Di and the son of Huang coldly stared at Lin Ling and planned to leave. They felt pressured and couldn't wait to go back and cultivate. On the other hand, Lin Ling was incomparably relaxed and carefree. Many people secretly shook their heads when they saw these two auras. It was as if they saw Lin Ling surpassing those top geniuses. But no matter what, Lin Ling had written a glorious stroke in the history of the mortal world today. Rumble. Just as everyone was about to leave, the ground suddenly shook. In the distance, dust filled the sky, and the laws of nature soared into the sky. Moreover, they were coming from all directions. Demon Clan. Seeing this, everyone was shocked. Because after the last confrontation in the heavenly earth, the Devil Clan's vitality had been greatly damaged. Unless the 5 great Devil Kings gathered together, they should not dare to appear again. But now, the demon race came again. Everyone, all the giants of the mortal world shouted solemnly. Not good, it's the Mountain Charge Flame Demon Clan. Someone shouted in horror and his face turned pale. Hearing this, all the giants of the mortal world trembled. The so-called Mountain Charge Flame Demon Clan was an extremely mysterious demon clan. They weren't strong, but they could erupt with 100 Dharma laws before they died. And this was the lowest standard. The terrifying ones could even erupt with 1,000 Dharma laws. They were the most terrifying existence among the demon clan. The only flaw was that they weren't very intelligent. At present, the Mountain Charge Flame Demon Clan was all around. Obviously, These demon clan intended to perish together with the humans. One demon clan was not terrible, but tens of thousands or even hundreds of millions of them, even the giants of the mortal world had to avoid them. Motherfucker, the demon race is a broken pot. There are also demon birds in the sky that commit suicide. Everyone's face turned solemn. This was an army besieging the city. Even Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. That feeling was like watching countless people holding explosives and choosing to blow up the city. Of course, although this move was violent and the demon clan would certainly suffer great losses, there were too many geniuses gathered in Skyborder City. If they could kill them, the demon clan would still make a small profit. Rumble. Countless demon bulls charged, and after a series of collisions, the city was destroyed. Ah, save me! A large number of people cried out in horror. Many humans and demon clan perished together. It was extremely tragic. No matter what the origin of these people in the mortal world was, or how powerful they were, under the impact of the self-exploding demon bulls, they were still a pile of yellow soil. Everyone escaped from here. The 7 emperors and the others all shouted. If they stayed where they were, they would be living rakes. Because in the face of self-exploding death warriors, the right way to go was to avoid them. Fishing the world. Emperor Li Shou also erupted with a terrifying power of law. Dazzling fishing hooks smashed into the ground, causing many demon bulls to explode. However, the effect was obviously not great, because the demon clan did not dodge at all. They directly self-exploded because they came here with no intention of leaving. Retreat! Retreat! Everyone scattered. Almost at the same time, Skyborder City collapsed. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. The rumbling sound seemed to spread throughout the entire grand mystic realm. In the sky, a dense group of self-exploding demon birds also flew over, exploding with a roar. It was as if countless fireworks were blooming, forming a large area of law explosion. A large number of humans died again. The ground was instantly in chaos. It was like purgatory in the mortal world. Lu Susu. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. He first went to check on his friends. Fortunately, Lu Susu and the others were with Emperor Qing Jing, so Lin Ling did not have to worry about their safety. As for the others under the 7 emperors, Lin Ling did not have the time to worry about them. Then he immediately left. Because he had been scattered by the rush. The 7 emperors and the others wanted to help Lin Ling, but the law explosion around them made it impossible for them to leave. Lin Ling ran along the hills and across the plains. He saw with his own eyes that some mortal world geniuses were surrounded by 5 self-exploding demon bulls and blown to death. Obviously, the demon clan's target was still the mortal world geniuses. Moreover, Lin Ling could see that there were actually people leading these self-destructing demons from behind. These demons gave up on killing the older powerhouses and rushed towards the younger generation. Moreover, there were many demons in charge of leading these demons, and they were scattered in every corner of the earth. Kill him. At this time, a voice sounded in front of Lin Ling. He saw a giant self-exploding demon bull charging at Lin Ling with earth-shattering steps. In the sky, shadows filled the air. Demon birds with 10-meter-long wings also flew over. The sky and earth were sealed. They wanted to kill Lin Ling. Lin Ling could not meet force with force because the other party was a death warrior. They wanted Lin Ling to meet force with force. However, seeing the 100-meter-tall demon bull charging at him, Lin Ling smiled. Although the demon clan came to kill him, they did not recognize him. Therefore, they treated him as an ordinary mortal world genius. Therefore, there were not many demon bulls that appeared. There's a son of desolation over there. That person in the distance is Prince Xiao Yao. Lin Ling looked around and suddenly pointed at the sky in the distance. There were continuous explosions over there as well. A figure was bursting with murderous intent. He was able to withstand the attacks of more than a dozen suicide exploding demonic birds. Such strength was extremely terrifying. That person was none other than Prince Xiao Yao. Lin Ling's voice seemed to be talking to himself, but it had clearly fallen into the ears of a demon clan member behind him. This demon clan member was not tall and was very thin. However, it seemed to be the general behind the scenes. This was a wolf clan member, a demon clan member with extremely powerful soul force. Die. Chapter 1943. Self-destructing demons rumble. When the giant bull arrived, it exploded before it even got close to Linling. It actually erupted with the power of 300 laws, which was terrifying to the extreme. Linling was unable to block this attack. His body exploded, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. On the other hand, the wolf-eared devil laughed cruelly and gave the order for all the giant oxen in the surroundings to charge towards the sky. Thus, an extremely shocking scene appeared. 100 exploding giant oxen stepped through the air and charged towards Prince Unfettered. Bastard! At this moment, Prince Xiaoyao was extremely sullen. Why were there suddenly so many demons? Who was trying to harm him? The son of Huang must be killed. On the ground, the wolf-ear devil race's voice let Prince Xiaoyao know that the wolf-ear devil race had recognized his identity. He couldn't wait to kill him. This infuriated him, and he had no choice but to resist the self-detonation of the surrounding devils with all his might. At the same time, he stared at the ground and noticed that a figure was growing like a bamboo shoot after the rain not too far away from the wolf-ear devil. That figure had transformed into a handsome young man, and most importantly, that young man was Linling. Linling was next to the jackal devil, and then the jackal devil ordered the other devils to surround and kill him? Prince Xiaoyao was stunned for a moment, and the veins on his forehead became even more prominent. Without a doubt, Linling was trying to frame him again. Again? This was the third time. Hee, thank you. On the ground, although Linling had been blown to pieces before, his god and devil body had reached the great success stage, and he could be reborn from a drop of blood. Therefore, before, he was only pretending to be dead, because there were too many devils around him. He was not stupid enough to meet them head-on. Even if the sky fell, the tall man would block it. Moreover, Linling's talents had all been improved. He was only lacking cultivation resources. Therefore, he would not take the risk. You're not dead. The wolf-eared devil race also noticed Linling and couldn't help but be shocked. What a powerful body. I was just lucky, Linling said with a faint smile, causing the expression of the wolf-eared devil race to turn serious. At this moment, the self-destructing devil race under its control had already flown into the sky, and it was obviously impossible for the distant devil race to help. As for strength, its strength was not strong. What was powerful was its soul power and intelligence. You look like a bay, which reminds me of the wolf and wolf colluding with each other. You should be the legendary bay, right? Linling walked forward step by step, the tyrant's song sword appearing in his hand. The so-called bay was actually in the form of a wolf, but it was thinner and weaker. It was like a military advisor in the wolf tribe. Who are you? The bearded devil said with a frown. Linling was still moving forward slowly, but the sword in his hand was becoming more and more dazzling. The terrifying power of law caused the expression of the wolf-eared devil race to change. This person was so strong. He had been tricked, thinking that this was just an ordinary sixth-stage realm wusheng. I am Linling. Linling slashed out with his sword, followed by the mystic turtle's 9 steps, and disappeared on the spot. As for the bearded devil, it was stunned on the spot, its eyes trembling. This time, the devil race had sent out the self-destructing army because they had received news from a certain important person. A terrifying monster had been born in the human realm, and his name was Linling. For that Linling, they had chosen to sacrifice hundreds of millions of devil race members, not hesitating to kill that monstrous genius. Unfortunately, the situation was too chaotic. In addition, not everyone knew who Linling was, so they had chosen to use a large-scale explosion. However, who knew that Linling was right in front of him and had escaped? Linling over here? The bearded devil let out a cry, and finally, its head fell off. Unfortunately, it did not notify the other devil race members. Linling, you motherfucker, die for me. In the sky, Prince Xiaoyao realized that more and more devil race members were charging over. All of them were carrying explosives, and they were not afraid of death. They were all here to bomb him. He was furious. He was not the only son of Huang, so why did they bomb him? Lin Ling was just below, so why didn't the devil race bomb Lin Ling? And that damned Lin Ling, he had helped him block the devil race army again. There will be no next time. I will never be your cannon fodder again. I will swallow you up sooner or later. Prince Xiao Yao self-destructed, and after expending even more killing laws, he finally escaped from the encirclement. His physical body could not be compared to Lin Ling's. Those killing laws that he had expended would require a few hundred years of cultivation to recover. Boom boom boom. At this moment, Sky Border City had turned into ruins. As for the ancient giants, none of them had appeared. Because they had expended their cultivation to open up the Dharma River, so they could not leave. Kill how many human realm geniuses? On a mountain range in the distance, a woman in purple frowned and said, "My lord, currently, more than 300 human realm geniuses have died, and they were all Wusheng's 5th stage and below. Among them, 3 of the Xian D10 heroes were heavily injured and were rescued by the human realm giants. As for the son of Huang, one of them was heavily injured and was rescued by someone. Tianzong and Jade Lake Heavenly Mother worked together to escape the encirclement, but Jade Lake Heavenly Mother was heavily injured. As for the other world giants, many of them died." A bat-like devil race member floated in the air and spoke. "Where is Lin Ling?" The woman asked. "The situation is too chaotic. I don't see Lin Ling." Moreover, Lin Ling became famous too late, so most of the mountain charge flame devils don't recognize him. However, with the large-scale explosion of laws, as long as Lin Ling is a step slower, he will definitely be killed. After all, although Lin Ling is talented, his current strength is not that great. If only that were the case, but as far as I know, this mad god Lin Ling is an extremely intelligent person. He shouldn't be stupid enough to stay in Sky Border City. Sigh, I hope he will die here." The woman sighed. "No matter, he will definitely die. And even if he doesn't die, if he meets me, Pink Prince, I will kill him." Beside him, a man in a black cloak said. He was the Pink Second Prince. Right now, most of the suicide exploding devils are dead, and the human realm powerhouses are starting to gather. It's about time we leave. After all, the human realm powerhouses are not afraid of the suicide exploding devils. They just want to protect their own people. If they discover us, we will be in trouble. Another person spoke. This person was dressed in white, had white hair, and looked benevolent. This person was actually a human. If there was a human here, he would definitely be surprised to find that this person was the Sky Lord. "Alright, listen to the Sky Lord. Let's leave this place." The woman nodded, and the figures on the mountaintop disappeared without a trace. The ground was still shaking, and laws were exploding all around. However, the sound gradually became softer. Clearly, this group of devils had all self-destructed. In the distant mountain range, everyone looked at the huge explosion circle in the center with solemn expressions. Fortunately, they had escaped quickly. If they had been a step slower, they would have died. Death warriors are indeed terrifying. This move has greatly damaged the devil race's vitality. Why don't we take advantage of this to kill them? Don't be rash. If they dare to do this, they naturally have the confidence. I'm guessing that the other devil kings of the devil realm are coming. The human realm powerhouses floated in the sky, frowning at the scene before them. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Chapter 1944. They were all cannon fodder. "Good, Shanggongyu, you're back. Qin Hu, are you okay too?" Many people laughed. Fortunately, these experts with boundless potential did not die. However, they also saw that several of the Xian D10 heroes were seriously injured. "Lin Ling? Where's Lin Ling?" "Yes." At this time, Emperor Li Shou's gaze swept around, looking for Lin Ling among the crowd. As soon as his words fell, many people did the same. Lin Ling had displayed even more terrifying talent in the River of Law. He couldn't have died, right? Hee, I think this time the demons killed their way here because of Lin Ling. Lin Ling is their target, so Lin Ling should be dead. Yes. Someone from the ancient immortal platform gloated. Hee, that's possible. The expert from the ancient Ji family also laughed. The eyes of Son of Huang and the others lit up, and the corners of their mouths curled into a smile. Especially Tianzong Divine Martial, Mortal Descent, and the others, they were even happier than when they broke through. Cough cough. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother spat out a mouthful of blood. She was injured by the River of Law, so when the demons came, she was seriously injured again. But now, she felt that her injuries were healed because Lin Ling had died. How lively! Yes. But at this time, from the ground, a slender figure slowly walked over. With an ancient sword on his back, his long hair fluttered in the wind, and a wine pot in one hand, his face carefree. Who else could it be but Lin Ling? Seeing this, everyone's eyes widened. Lin Ling was still alive. Son of Huang and the others were disgusted as if they had eaten a fly. Seeing Lin Ling's carefree appearance, they felt as if they were being mocked. Most importantly, the others were escaping in panic, but Lin Ling was drinking. Was he taking a walk? Why aren't you dead? Yes. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother was angrier than anyone else. She pointed at Lin Ling. Hee, someone help me. Yes. Lin Ling smiled and replied indifferently. His words surprised countless people. During the previous explosion, everyone could barely take care of themselves. Who would help Lin Ling? It was Prince Xiao Yao. He lured away a large number of demons for me. I have to thank him. Lin Ling laughed again, causing many people to grind their teeth. They didn't know why, but when they saw Lin Ling's naive and innocent appearance, their hearts burned with lust. As for the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother, she glared at Lin Ling. She felt a sweetness in her throat as the injuries she had suppressed just now seemed to erupt. However, she forcefully swallowed the blood because she didn't want to lose face in front of Lin Ling. I'm guessing that the devil race's goal is me. Because my talent is too strong, and my current strength is not strong, they will definitely kill me quickly. I've implicated everyone. Lin Ling suddenly blurted out. Silence. Everyone was silent. The evil fire that had been suppressed in his heart was about to explode at this moment. Lin Ling, you also know that the devil race is here to kill you? We were all cannon fodder for you, and we all escaped with serious injuries. But you had a satisfied look on your face, and you were even drinking. Forget about that, you still have the nerve to mention it? Pooh. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother could no longer suppress her injuries. She spat out a mouthful of blood and felt dizzy. Heavenly Mother, you have to take care of your body. Lin Ling expressed his concern at the right time. Pooh. The Jade Lake Heavenly Mother spat out another mouthful of blood. Finally, she couldn't bear it anymore and fainted. Several of the Sons of Desolation were also seriously injured. At this moment, they also had the urge to vomit blood. Lin Ling. At this time, a figure came from afar. It was Prince Xiao Yao. At this moment he was in an extremely sorry state. His hair was a mess, his face was ashen, and even his clothes were tattered by the devil race. Hee, Prince Xiao Yao, it's good to see that you're fine. Lin Ling replied with a smile, causing Prince Xiao Yao's expression to freeze. If it wasn't for Lin Ling's trap, how could he have become cannon fodder? Moreover, this was his third time being cannon fodder. Everyone was a son of heaven from the outside world, so why was he so unlucky? Lin Ling was so lucky. He pointed at Lin Ling, the anger and killing intent in his eyes extremely strong. But in the end, he put down his hand because with the 7 emperors here, he clearly couldn't kill Lin Ling. Emperor Li Shou bitterly smiled. Lin Ling wanted to anger everyone to death, so he quickly tried to smooth things over. Okay, it's good that everyone is fine. In my opinion, although the devil race's goal is Lin Ling, the human race's geniuses are also their targets. So, don't blame Lin Ling. Not to mention, it wasn't easy for everyone to escape that calamity. Who knew that it would have been better if he didn't do it? But once he did, everyone became even angrier. It was true that it wasn't easy for everyone to escape that calamity, but this everyone didn't include Lin Ling because this guy was still drinking. It was as if the calamity from before had nothing to do with him, and he was completely unharmed. Prince Xiao Yao's expression became gloomy, and he almost vomited blood. He could only sulk in his heart. Earlier, the devil race attacked and everyone was injured. I was at the Peerless Pagoda Cloud and couldn't come out. As for martial god Tianyu, he was guarding the Law River, so it was the same. Now, everyone can rest for a day. Tomorrow, we will gather at the Peerless Pagoda Cloud. At this time, the voice of the mortal world guardian sounded. This time, all the experts of the mortal world can enter the Peerless Pagoda Cloud, including the 3 great myths of the mortal world. Because the devil race also entered the Peerless Pagoda Cloud. After hearing this, many people became excited. The Peerless Pagoda Cloud was one of the top 10 secret realms in this world. Even the giants of the mortal world and the devil race were extremely tempted by this place. This place was also called the Land of God, and the treasures and secret realms inside would undoubtedly allow many people to be reborn. Perhaps, during this trip to the Peerless Pagoda Cloud, the mortal world might even have a new legend rising. The Peerless Pagoda Cloud? The eyes of Xian Di, the 10 heroes, and the others were burning. At the moment, they didn't have much hope of catching up to Lin Ling, but if there was a great creation, then this might not necessarily be the case. The group of Huang's child also had the same thought. Lin Ling's potential was very frightening, so they had to work harder. Let's go! One by one, the experts left to prepare for tomorrow's trip to the Peerless Pagoda Cloud. Lin Ling looked at them full of confidence and couldn't help but smile. The second stone sculpture was at the Peerless Pagoda Cloud, and he had been waiting for it for a long time. Even though he didn't know what other people would get, could it be comparable to the second stone sculpture left behind by Li Xiaoyao? Lin Ling, let's go. The people on the side of the 7 emperors also smiled and called for Lin Ling to leave together. Everyone stepped on the clouds and headed toward the 7 emperors' sky. Lin Ling, you really helped the 7 emperors' sky vent their anger today. To be able to win against the Jade Lake Heavenly Mother, even we can't do it. Along the way, the Law Overlord's fat face revealed a smile as he looked at Lin Ling as vulgar as possible. His appearance shocked everyone. Wasn't the Law Overlord targeting Lin Ling before? How was he going to curry favor with Lin Ling now? Lu Susu and the others sighed in their hearts. Unknowingly, Lin Ling was getting closer and closer to the heights of the mortal world's 3 great legends. At the very least, if it were them, the Law Overlord wouldn't personally speak, and his tone would be polite. Am I close to you? Get lost. However, to everyone's surprise, Lin Ling didn't give the Law Overlord any face. Clearly, he still remembered how the Law Overlord made things difficult for him in the past. I'm supporting you. You're too hurtful. The Law Overlord instantly became depressed, causing Emperor Liso and the others to burst into laughter. They could see that the Law Overlord, this vulgar fatty, was very afraid of Lin Ling, so he wanted to be friends with Lin Ling and didn't dare to offend him. Chapter 1945. The Nation of God, the Unparalleled Pagoda Cloud. Oh, that's right. Lin Ling, did you see anything at the highest point of the Dharma River? Emperor Yu suddenly asked curiously. No one could go to the Heavenly Law River, and there didn't seem to be any great benefits, so everyone was puzzled as to why Lin Ling was so stubborn. Hee, the scenery up there is good, so I went to take a look. Lin Ling smiled meaningfully because this was the path that Li Xiaoyao took to conquer the world. It was also the place where Li Xiaoyao left this world and looked towards the firmament. Thus, how could Lin Ling not go? Everyone was speechless. Because of the beautiful scenery? Therefore, if he were to risk his life, no matter how beautiful the scenery was, could it compare to his life? Lunatic. The 7 emperors and the others thought to themselves. Lin Ling smiled, but his smile became even brighter because this was the path of triple cultivation. In this world, other than him, who else was qualified to walk this path? After splitting the merit points and exchanging them for treasures, we'll set off for the unparalleled Buddha cloud tomorrow. Lin Ling looked at the crowd and said. The battle intent in his heart boiled even more. Yes, merit points. Everyone became excited. Even the 7 emperors were excited. And the place to exchange merit points was naturally the heavenly earth. When everyone arrived at the heavenly earth, they immediately exchanged for treasures one after another. Lin Ling received 100 million gold coins. After all, the 7 emperors had placed their bets, and Lin Ling was too embarrassed to take it all for himself. 100 million? Lin Ling was in high spirits. He kept an eye out for the things he needed. In the end, he did not exchange for any treasures that could increase his cultivation level. Firstly, he had just broken through, so it would be very difficult for him to increase his cultivation level. Secondly, many treasures were required to raise one's cultivation base. Therefore, he exchanged for a treasure that could upgrade his weapon. First, his Tyrant Song Sword had reached its limit, but it could be upgraded to a 2-star Spirit Formation Immortal weapon. Secondly, he recalled the Berserk Armor, a 2-star Spirit Formation Immortal armament. This was a memory that had surfaced in his mind after the self-destructing race had arrived. With the remaining merit points, he bought a lot of materials and then left Heavenly Earth. In the sacred land of the rainforest, when Lin Ling returned, Princess Fire Spirit, Little Flame, and the others looked at Lin Ling. They were shocked by the increase in Lin Ling's strength, because the current Lin Ling's cultivation had already surpassed theirs. In the past, Lin Ling's cultivation was inferior to theirs, but he could still easily defeat them. And now, it was even harder to imagine. Pervert! The 9 spirits of heaven said in unison. Don't look at me like I'm a freak. I just broke through by luck. Here are 3,000 merit points. You can go and exchange them for treasures. Next, I will enter the Peerless Buddha Cloud. That place is not somewhere you can enter. Lin Ling laughed and scolded. As expected of boss, I love you to death. The 9 spirits of heaven said excitedly. The 9 spirits of heaven almost gave Lin Ling a bear hug, but Lin Ling kicked them away. At the same time, he took out the immortal weapons that he had forged himself. They were immortal weapons that looked like mechanical birds. After injecting the laws into them, they could erupt with 300 laws of power. They could defeat an ordinary 7th-stage Wusheng, which was enough for the 9 spirits of heaven to protect themselves. Scoundrel, where did you get these birds? Princess Fire Spirit was extremely excited. She sensed that the palm-sized crystal bird contained extremely terrifying laws. The arrival of the self-destructing race suddenly reminded me of these puppet self-destructing birds. But use them sparingly. The treasures needed to forge one are extremely precious. Lin Ling said, You want to go to the Peerless Buddha Cloud. These treasures are more suitable for you. Princess Fire Spirit said worriedly. Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. My current power of laws, space and fire, can reach a total of 700 laws. Hearing this, all of them sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling was only in the 6th-stage realm, but the number of laws had actually exceeded Wu Sheng's 7th-stage realm. He was probably able to fight against the 8th-stage realm Wu Sheng. Of course, the actual situation was that an ordinary 8th-stage realm Wu Sheng was not Lin Ling's opponent. After exchanging a few more words, Lin Ling headed to True Spirit Island. Princess Fire Spirit and the rest's faces were gloomy. Lin Ling's growth was too fast and they could not catch up. They could only look up to him. However, they were happy for Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling had many enemies. If his strength could not increase, Lin Ling would be in danger. After arriving at True Spirit Island, Lin Ling greeted Spiritual Master Kame and then accompanied his family. Because the trip to the Peerless Buddha Cloud took up a lot of time and Lin Ling had to use that place to grow to the peak. Father, all the best. Lin Yi also knew that Lin Ling had gone out to fight and immediately waved his little fist. Lin Ling smiled lightly and nodded. Whereas Ancestor Tai Yen Yu and the rest stared at Lin Ling and realized that Lin Ling did not feel any pressure at all. He appeared calm and unfettered. This made them laugh. Ever since he went to the Dharma River, Lin Ling's temperament had changed. He was more confident and more free and easy. Lin Ling, be careful on this trip. Many experts from the human race and demon race will enter that place. I will also enter later. That place is absolutely wonderful but also extremely dangerous. Spiritual Master Kame walked over from afar and smiled at Lin Ling. Yes. Lin Ling nodded. This trip was considered as a confrontation with the giants of the human race and demon race. Be careful on the way. Spiritual Master Kame warned. He also had to prepare for tomorrow's trip. As night fell, Lin Ling did not cultivate. Instead, he continued to accompany his family. The family was happy and harmonious. At dawn, Lin Ling changed into a clean blue robe and set off without informing anyone. Because of the short time, Lin Ling did not forge the tyrannical song sword. Moreover, if he wanted to increase the power of the tyrannical song sword, Lin Ling lacked a material. Peerless Buddha cloud, this was from the heavenly earth. When Lin Ling arrived at the heavenly earth, the place was packed with people. Moreover, it was said that many people had already entered early. As for the ancient giants of the human world and the 3 great legends of the human world, they had already entered. Peerless Buddha cloud, one of the 10 great secret realms of the world, also known as the Godly Kingdom. I'm so excited. This is the first time I'm in the same secret realm with all the experts of the human world. In this trip, I must greatly increase my strength. The crowd discussed animatedly and their emotions were high. I heard that the demon race has also entered for the sake of obtaining the void boundary plate that can allow all the demon race to enter the human world. We must stop them. Hearing those voices, Lin Ling finally knew why the giants of the human world had entered. However, the Godly Kingdom? Lin Ling felt a sense of familiarity. In Li Xiaoyao's memory, there were also martial artists in the Peerless Buddha cloud. They were known as the Children of God. However, in reality, they were actually the abandoned citizens of the martial god realm. Their origin was very powerful. Lin Ling's heart was also boiling. To fight with all the martial artists in the world, this was everyone's wish. After that, Lin Ling followed the crowd into the sky. Gradually, a ladder appeared in the sky as if it could reach the Godly Kingdom. A huge white cloud floated there, sacred and majestic. Above the white cloud, a cloud vortex appeared. It was a dreamy land. Everyone stepped in one after another. Lin Ling suppressed his excitement and also followed in. After an unknown period of time, when Lin Ling appeared, the sky was blue and the clouds were floating. It was as if this was another world. What rich spiritual qi! Chapter 1946. Desolation City. Along the way, Lin Ling took out the astrolabe heavenly shell and saw some words appear on the shell. This meant that the second stone statue was here, but it was still far away. At this time, a giant tiger with white wings appeared. It saw Lin Ling and immediately pounced. This tiger was 10 meters long and 3 meters tall. Its aura was not to be underestimated. God demon body. Seeing this, Lin Ling smiled. Now that his strength had increased, it was a good time to see how strong he was. Boom! He punched out. What surprised Lin Ling was that the tiger's claws collided with Lin Ling's, but Lin Ling could not kill it. Moreover, the aura from the collision was very weak, unlike in the mortal world. In the mortal world, Lin Ling's 30 universe force was enough to make the sky fall and the earth crack. But here, it was only a small area of impact. Genesis. A sword appeared in Lin Ling's hand. With a slash, all the space laws of the sword were activated, reaching 150. Lin Ling's god demon body had more than 200. Together, it was more than 350 laws. The sword light was dazzling, and the tiger was finally cut in half. Lin Ling looked at it quietly and found a white crystal on the tiger's body. There was a mysterious energy inside it. What a strange thing. But the demonic beasts of the nation of God are so powerful. Just one of them is enough to make me use 40% of my strength. Lin Ling smiled, put away his sword, and continued forward. After passing through the dense forest, a huge city appeared in front of them. People were coming in one after another. There were all kinds of people. There were humans and there were demons. It was hard to tell who was from the human world, and who was from the nation of God. However, Lin Ling still saw a few Xiandi from the Seven Emperors' sky. They were mixed in with the crowd. As for the demons, Lin Ling also saw quite a few. This made him feel strange because they were mortal enemies. But here, they were like passers-by and did not fight. Let's enter the city and take a look. Lin Ling followed the city and entered. Inside, it was also bustling with activity. It was divided into several trading areas. There was a spiritual fruit area, a divine martial area, and a demonic beast area. The spirit fruit section sold heavenly materials and earthly treasures, but Lin Ling directly bypassed it. Lin Ling's interest was piqued by the fact that the Godly Martial District was selling godly martial arts unique to the nation of God. However, after taking a quick look at the martial arts on the ground, he immediately lost interest. This was because divine martial arts were, in fact, law martial arts. After that, Lin Ling went to the demonic beast area. This place sold a large number of treasures from demonic beasts, such as centipede feet that stretched as far as the eye could see, toads that were hundreds of meters tall, and so on. After these demonic beasts were killed by adventurers, their valuables were brought here. Adventure? Lin Ling's eyes flashed. The martial artists in this area who went out to gain experience were called adventurers. Moreover, Lin Ling heard from some talkative martial artists that the strongest in this area were the three great adventurer groups, Flying Eagle, Thunder Flow, and Ferocious Desolation. Although he had not come into contact with the three great adventurer groups, but Lin Ling knew that those experts were not to be underestimated. Because when Lin Ling fought the White Tiger previously, he needed to explode with 40% of his power to kill it. This proved that this place was unique. No wonder it was called one of the 10 great mystic regions. Because without Wu Sheng's 6th-stage realm, those who came here would be killed. This was the world of experts. This young master, have you taken a fancy to any treasure? Thunderbee's sting? Do you want it? This is an extremely rare treasure. If you're not interested, how about this? Divine Ape's leg bone. Just one leg bone is equivalent to a god relic. If God blocks it, it will kill God. If Buddha blocks it, it will destroy Buddha. Just a piece of blue beast crystal and these carcasses will all belong to you. Along the way, naturally there were people who pulled Lin Ling to promote their treasures. But Lin Ling took a look and all the treasures were not to his liking, so he smiled and rejected them. The space horn? All of a sudden, Lin Ling stopped in front of a street stall. There was a horn as thick as an arm lying on the ground. Around the horn, there were cracks in the air. This was the horn of a rare space rhinoceros. It was impossible to find one in the mortal world. Most importantly, Lin Ling was forging the Tyrant's Song Sword. Currently, he had the space stone and lacked the space horn. How much is this thing? Lin Ling asked directly. The stall owner was a one-eyed man. His face was filled with hostility. His strength was not to be underestimated. He had probably reached Wu Sheng's 8th-stage realm. He said indifferently, 500 blue crystals. Lin Ling was stunned. What was a blue crystal? His puzzled look fell into the eyes of the crowd. Many people laughed. Could it be that this fellow had just come out for experience? Blue crystal is the crystal of a demonic beast's dantian. It is also the most common currency for transactions. The stall owner explained. He felt that he had met a fool. But this fool was very lucky to come to Desolation City alone. After all, Desolation City was surrounded by dense forests with countless demonic beasts. Other than the adventurer groups, no one could come here alone. Crystal of a demonic beast's dantian? Lin Ling waved his right hand and the crystal left behind by the giant tiger that he had killed earlier appeared. When it appeared, the surroundings fell into silence. White crystal, it was actually a white crystal. One had to know that a white crystal represented 10,000 blue crystals. All of a sudden, a lot of people revealed malicious gazes. Lin Ling was alone. Moreover, he was dressed in a blue robe and looked clean and tidy. He did not look like an adventurer who lived on the edge of a blade. The stall owner was also shocked. He immediately took out a large number of blue crystals and after the exchange, he even gave the space horn to Lin Ling. Lin Ling was stunned. The transaction was completed so quickly? His appearance undoubtedly made people even more tempted because Lin Ling was obviously a little fellow who did not know much. The stall owner also left quickly as if he knew that he should not reveal his wealth. However, Lin Ling did not seem to know this. He played with the space horn and could not help but laugh. Brat, take out the space horn. I saw it first. I will trade with you for 10 blue crystals. At this time, a cold voice sounded. 4 figures blocked Lin Ling's path. They wore loose robes with an eagle embroidered on their chests. What a fast move. The Eagle Adventurer Group has taken a fancy to that fat sheep. Sigh, if I had known, I would have taken the initiative. After all, he has a lot of blue crystals on him. Many people looked at the four people enviously. However, the four people smiled evilly. The leader tilted his head and looked at Lin Ling. What? Did you not understand what I, Lin Jun, said? Lin Jun, I have never heard of this bird. Where did this country bumpkin come from? Lin Ling said indifferently. His words stunned the four people. They were members of the top 3 adventurer groups, yet they had suddenly become country bumpkins? Ha! Hee, you must be a new adventurer. You're brave, but unfortunately, adventuring isn't a game, especially in Desolate City. You don't have the final say here. Besides, since you dared humiliate the Eagle Adventurer Group, you won't leave here today. Men, tie him up and take him away. The leader shouted angrily. In reality, he was not interested in Lin Ling's space horn. Rather, he was interested in the blue crystals on Lin Ling's body. Fool! Idiot! Seeing this, many people shook their heads and sighed at Lin Ling. If he was captured, he would definitely die. Chapter 1947. Doesn't it hurt? Ha! The man laughed. He had never seen such a foolish person before. Blue crystals were money, yet someone actually asked what money was? In the nation of God, blue crystals are life, power, and everything. The man laughed loudly. Then do you have any blue crystals on you? Lin Ling blinked his eyes and said, with his blue robe and delicate face, he undoubtedly looked like a young master who didn't know anything. Of course I do, and a lot of it, because I'm one of the people in charge of the Eagle Mercenary Group. I'm one of the 18 people in the group. The man laughed even louder. In fact, he was also telling everyone his identity. As expected, the crowd's expression changed drastically. The Eagle Mercenary Group had 18 people in charge of finances, and this man was one of them. He really couldn't be offended. So it's a big shot from the Flying Bird Adventurer team. I've offended the wrong person. As countless people looked at Lin Ling said bitterly. Moreover, he directly stretched out his hands for the other party to grab. The crowd was stunned. This young master was even more foolish than they had imagined. It's an eagle, not a bird. Take him away. The man waved his hand and the people behind him tied up Lin Ling and took him away. I'm envious. It's a pity he's from the Eagle Adventurer team. Otherwise, I would have snatched this fat sheep long ago. Hee, I guess we'll see that young master's corpse outside the city tomorrow. The crowd gradually dispersed. At this moment, Lin Ling was being taken away with a smile on his face. He felt that the black chains that bound his hands were somewhat strange. They were constantly absorbing the spiritual energy in his dantian. However, he didn't necessarily need spiritual energy to be strong. His appetite for meat was also terrifying. Is this kid stupid? This is the first time I've seen someone deliver themselves to my door. If he's not stupid, then he's crazy. But looking at his stupid appearance, I don't think he's that crazy. Who cares about him as long as he has money? The group stopped in a remote alley. The man in the lead coldly shouted, Lang Air, release the viper lock on his body and make him pay. You will know what to do next. Remember, clean the body. Hee boss, after dealing with him, you have to take us to have some fun. Go, I'll take you guys out tonight. The few of them smiled and their gazes fell on Lin Ling. However, in the next moment, they were all stunned. This was because Lin Ling had broken the chains on his hands and was stretching. In fact, when Lin Ling asked them what blue crystals were, it was because Lin Ling also wanted to rob them of their blue crystals. The reason why he was tied up was to find a quiet place. After all, it was not good to be out in the open in the city. Kill him. Those people were stunned, then they roared. Lin Ling was able to break the chains. This meant that Lin Ling was not weak. However, Lin Ling's cultivation seemed to only be at the 6th stage of the divine power, which was why he was at ease. This was because he was an expert of the 7th level of the divine power. Although the others were weaker than him, there were more of them. If they attacked together, they should be able to deal with Lin Ling. Playing the pig to eat the tiger, what a pity that you're still a pig. The 4 of them exploded with all their strength, releasing their divine power. They were all law power, which made Lin Ling's eyes flicker. However, he still shook his head. He sensed that these people were not simple, but it was a pity that they had met him. One of them exploded with 200 law power and struck out with a palm. "You're courting death," Lin Ling spat out. Instead of retreating, he moved forward and punched out. Crackle. As if lightning collided, the person who attacked trembled and his bones began to shatter. Moreover, it shattered from his arm all the way to his whole body. Boom. His entire body exploded. Before he died, he was puzzled. This youth did not look strong on the surface, and his attack did not have any divine power. How could he kill him with a single punch? The other three were all stunned. Two of them even trembled and their lips turned white. Clearly, they were afraid. Because the previous person had died too strangely. Trash. The man in the lead roared and exploded with all his strength. He punched out with both fists, his law power reaching 300. Seeing this, Lin Ling smiled and was indifferent. He's dead. That's the flying eagle strike. His divine power has reached 300. The other two cheered. As expected of their boss, his first move was the strongest. They were even prepared to flatter their boss after he won. Rumble. The two fists smashed into Lin Ling's chest, causing smoke to spread out, causing the two people to shout excitedly. However, the shouting soon stopped, because the young man was still standing there in the smoke, like the immovable wisdom king. The two of them swallowed with difficulty, their foreheads full of cold sweat. As for the leader, his face was frozen. The youth in front of him was not tall, but at this moment he was like a giant. "Doesn't it hurt?" the leader said subconsciously. Facing his 300 divine power fists, the other party was indifferent, so he was very curious whether it hurt or not. "A little." Lin Ling looked at him indifferently, making the leader gulp. Then Lin Ling said, "Doesn't it hurt?" "It hurts." The leader finally let out a sinister sound. "You said you have a lot of blue crystals, right?" Lin Ling smiled. In the eyes of the few people, it was like a devil's smile. No wonder the other party asked them what blue crystals were. It turned out that they were targeting the youth, and the youth was also targeting them. No wonder the youth was so kind and took the initiative to tie them up. This was not stupidity, but arrogance. "I'm from the Flying Eagle mercenary group," the leader shouted, trying to make Lin Ling fearful. Unfortunately, it was better if he did not say anything. The more he said, the more he died. "I know, and you are the money manager of the Flying Bird mercenary group," Lin Ling replied with a smile, making the leader's body tremble. He wanted to say something, but Lin Ling had already punched him with 30 universe force. Rumble. The leader turned into dust, leaving behind a pile of clothes. Lin Ling smiled and looked around. He found a bag and opened it. It was full of blue crystals. The remaining two trembled as they looked at Lin Ling. Was this still their idiotic young master? Because of his blue robe and handsome face, they thought this young master was easy to bully. Who knew that when he killed, he did not even blink his eyes. "You dare to kidnap people on the street. I think the Flying Eagle mercenary group is not a good person. Over the years, many people have died in your hands." Lin Ling collected the blue crystals and looked at the two coldly. The two immediately knelt down and kowtowed. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Ling's godly devil physique erupted and turned the two people into dust. Then he swaggered off. He counted carefully and found that the blue crystals left behind by these people had reached tens of thousands. It was shocking. No wonder he was one of the 18 people in charge of wealth. However, the Flying Eagle mercenary group was not simple. So, he could not stay in Desolation City any longer. Lin Ling left the city and opened the Astrolabe Heavenly Armor. He found that the words on it were clearer. This meant that he did not go the wrong way. After entering the forest, Lin Ling couldn't help but think about the godly kingdom. He realized that the experts here were even scarier than those in the human realm. This was because a mere passerby was already at the 7th level of the Martial Saint realm, which was what they called the 7th level of the divine power. If a passerby was already like this, then what about those heroes? Lin Ling did not dare to imagine. It was better to keep a low profile for now. Chapter 1948. Forging the Tyrannical Song Sword. I need to increase my strength a little more. At the very least, my power of law should reach 900. Lin Ling came to the foot of a mountain. Then, with a punch, he blasted open the rock and dug out a cave. Although the cave was ugly, it could temporarily increase his strength. Lin Ling casually piled up the rocks outside the cave and took out the spatial horn and the spatial stone. This time, he wanted to forge the tyrannical song sword into a 2-star immortal weapon. Of course, it wasn't a 2-star immortal weapon, but it was very close to it. Currently, the tyrannical song sword had 150 laws. After forging, it would reach at least 400. In the next few days, Lin Ling entered a state of forging because he found that this world didn't allow the existence of the Purple Palace. It seemed that the laws were different, so he couldn't enter the Purple Palace. As for the barriers needed for forging, Lin Ling had a lot of them in his mind, and they were all spatial barriers. Kakaka. The space continued to shatter. What Lin Ling didn't expect was that the entire mountain was torn apart by the space. This caused Lin Ling to forge openly. Fortunately, there were no demonic beasts nearby, or he would be in trouble. Because during the forging process, Lin Ling divided his attention. It's about time. I hope there are no demonic beasts coming to disturb me. Lin Ling thought to himself. His forehead was full of sweat. However, his luck wasn't very good. The more he didn't want trouble, the more trouble came to him. Moreover, it wasn't demonic beasts, but humans. From the sound of it, there seemed to be cultivators from the mortal world. The nation of God is very big, but the experts aren't here. Instead, the ones who appear nearby are the weaklings. Seems like there's a pattern. Wu Sheng's 6th stage either appeared in this area or on the other side of the fallen mountain. By the way, do you think Lin Ling is here? Your Excellencies with the surname Ji, who is Lin Ling? Several figures walked forward in the forest. He's an enemy of the ancient Ji family, and also a wanted target of the nation of God. Not only the human world, but also the demons. Whoever kills him will be rewarded handsomely. That idiot Lin Ling is so unlucky. He's wanted by the human race, the demon race, and the God race. If I see him, I want to see if he has 3 heads and 6 arms. Hee, don't underestimate that idiot. There are many people who want to kill him, but none of them succeeded. The voice drifted through the forest, causing Lin Ling's pupils to turn cold. His luck was really bad. Moreover, he had actually been heavily wanted. This treatment was pretty good. At this moment, if he encountered a member of the ancient Ji clan, then he would definitely be in endless trouble. After all, he couldn't leave during the process of forging. Lin Ling hurriedly put on the mask just in case. Hey, there's someone here. There's a sword floating in front of him. He's dancing around the sword like an idiot. At this moment, a surprised voice sounded. In the forest, several figures appeared, and they all looked at Lin Ling in surprise. Because the mountain was broken, there were rocks everywhere, and a figure was dancing around a sword like a god. It was as strange as it could be. After all, which normal person would jump around in a forest filled with demonic beasts? Idiot, what are you doing? Someone spoke. He was wearing a gorgeous brocade robe with a thundercloud embroidered on it. He seemed to be from the Thunderflow Adventurer group. As for the others, they were from the ancient Ji family. At this moment, they were also curious. Lin Ling's forehead was full of cold sweat. He was so close. He could sense that these people were not as strong as him, but if he made a move, then all his previous efforts would be wasted. There was even a possibility that the tyrant song sword would shatter. Therefore, he had to hold on for a short period of time. I'm asking you a question, answer me. An old man from the ancient Ji family said indifferently. His strength had reached Wu Sheng's 8th stage realm, but he didn't recognize Lin Ling. Firstly, he didn't expect Lin Ling to appear here. Secondly, Lin Ling put on the mask at the crucial moment. So when he saw Lin Ling, he only felt that it was funny because Lin Ling's actions were too unconventional. However, when they saw that Lin Ling didn't answer, their faces turned cold because they also saw that the sword in front of Lin Ling seemed to be powerful. You dare to ignore me in front of me? Do you know who I am? The young man in luxurious clothes frowned and said. He wanted to kill Lin Ling, but he didn't want Lin Ling to die without knowing the reason. At least, he wanted to let Lin Ling know who killed him. As for the ancient Ji family, they didn't want to do this. They wanted to make a move directly because the young man's words were very idiotic and boring. However, the young man was ultimately a member of the top 3 adventurer teams, so they gave him face. You're handsome, dignified, and handsome like jade. Moreover, you have such a powerful aura at such a young age. I think you should be the reincarnation of some emperor. May I know who you are? At this moment, Lin Ling finally spoke. He was stalling for time. However, everyone could tell that he was trying to curry favor. This made the ancient Ji family's people laugh in disdain. These weaklings were just this petty and lowly. When they encountered the strong, they liked to flatter the strong. However, the young man in luxurious clothes enjoyed it very much. He puffed out his chest and said, "Hee hee, you're quite perceptive." The ancient Ji family members glanced at him. This young man wasn't tall. He had a big nose and a face full of acne. He didn't have the slightest bit of elegance. Kid, listen up. I'm the son of the Leilu Adventurer Team's leader, young Master Lei Feng. Who in the surrounding area doesn't know me? Our entire Leilu Adventurer Team was conquered by me. A single word from me can shake the surrounding area for 3 days. Alright kid, you can die now. The young man said proudly. So it's young Master Lei Feng of the Leilu Adventurer Team. I've heard a lot about you. However, compared to the young masters of the other 2 adventurer teams, I wonder how strong young Master Lei Feng is? Lin Ling hurriedly asked. I can tell you that I'm the number 1 genius of the top 3 adventurer teams. I'll be leading this area in the future. The young man said angrily. Lin Ling seemed to be doubting him. He wanted Lin Ling to know who killed him before he died. Lin Ling couldn't help but be speechless. It seemed like the fact that this idiot could live until now had something to do with his dad's strength. He nodded and said, I see. No wonder I heard of your name in the distant mortal world. Really? The young man was overjoyed. His name had spread to the mortal world? Of course it's true. There's a rumor in the mortal world that there's an ugly man with a big nose and acne in the nation of God. He doesn't have any abilities at all. The only thing he's good at is licking his ass. He licked the old men of the ancient Ji family from the desolation city to the forest. Lin Ling muttered to himself. The young man was stunned. He turned to look at the old men of the Ji family and felt like vomiting. The old men were the same. Especially when they saw the young man's big nose, they felt even more disgusted. Those old men like to lick your ass too, right? Or maybe they like to lick your big nose even more. Lin Ling's voice sounded again, this time with a hint of mockery. The old men of the Ji family were even more stunned. They stared at the young man's big nose. After seeing the thick nose hair, their bodies suddenly trembled. Then, they all looked at Lin Ling in anger at the same time. At first, Lin Ling was flattering them, but then Lin Ling was mocking them. One was licking his ass, and the other was licking his big nose. Who could hold back? Chapter 1949. Qin Hu. However, Lin Ling's smile was cold, but the Ji family's elders were even colder. In their hearts, that lowly ant actually dared to ridicule them. He was simply courting death. If it wasn't for their good mood, they would have killed that ant long ago. You shouldn't be like this, kneeling and licking our soles. You could have lived longer. One of the elders said. How dare you say that I licked their buttocks? Which beauty's buttocks do you think I licked? I won't kill you today, but licking these old geezers' buttocks, you're infuriating me to death. The youth from the Thunderflow Adventurer group also roared. It was obvious that he was very angry, so he didn't choose his words carefully. He actually called the Ji family's seniors old geezers. Die. Me. That youth and the Ji family's seniors fought to make a move, but one of the Ji family's seniors was the fastest. He pointed out a finger and endless light attacked. Guardian Spiritual Tree. The power of faith formed 500 laws. Good. Blast him into pieces. That youth clapped. Who asked you to ridicule me and lick my buttocks? Now you know how the word death is written. Boom. However, the tyrannical song sword appeared in Lin Ling's hand. Lightning bloomed around the sword, and that was the space cracking. A total of 400 laws. In addition to his godly devil body's 200 overlaws, Sush, who could block the sword when it slashed out. The elder who attacked widened his eyes. It was too fast, too overbearing. Wasn't this fellow Wu Sheng in the 6th degree realm? He wanted to say something, but his entire body was slashed into two. Silence. The forest was silent. The remaining Ji family's elders opened their mouths wide in disbelief. That youth who was clapping also stopped clapping and raised his hands in a daze. For you. The Ji family's elders frowned. I'm the idiot Lin Ling that you're talking about. Lin Ling coldly spat out a sentence. He slashed out with his sword and space cracked. Another old man from the Ji family died in shock. You're Lin Ling? The remaining people's hearts rumbled. Why didn't Lin Ling retaliate against them? Instead, he was flattering them? Could it be? Could it be that he was stalling for time? Right, Lin Ling should be forging the sword in his hand. This also meant that they had missed the best time to kill Lin Ling. Lin Ling, which idiot is this? You're dead for sure. How dare you threaten me? You must die. After being stunned for a moment, the young man from the Thunderflow adventurer team continued to roar. Lin Ling shook his head, and even the old man beside him shook his head. He had seen a lot of hedonistic young masters, but this was the first time he had seen such an idiot. Don't think that you're invincible just because you're using that sword. Let me tell you, I'm the #1 genius of the Thunderflow adventurer team. I can shake heaven and earth with a single move. Although the youth was an idiot, his strength was not bad. A green fruit appeared in his right hand and he chuckled, the Berserk Divine Fruit. Swallowing it can temporarily increase one's strength of law by 100. With my strength, I can swallow 3 of them. At that time, you will know how to write the word death. The more he laughed, the louder he got. He wanted to put the green fruit into his mouth. Swoosh. With a slash of the sword, even the arm that took the fruit was cut off. Ah! The youth cried out in pain. He wanted to use the fruit to turn the tables, but in the end, Lin Ling killed his hope. After that, Lin Ling walked forward step by step. The few old men from the Ji family had ugly expressions on their faces as they kept retreating. Berserk God Lin Ling's name was like thunder to their ears. Now that they had seen it, his strength was too terrifying. Killing an 8th stage Wu Sheng was as easy as chopping vegetables. Plop. The youth was finally afraid. He fell to the ground with a pale face. He never expected that the young man in front of him who was about the same age as him was so powerful. If you let me go, I can give you everything. Beauties, demon crystals, God's martial arts. The youth kept saying. His pants were wet and he was so scared that he peed. Do you know who I am? Lin Ling walked forward slowly and asked indifferently. You're my father, you're my ancestor, you're my grandfather. Spare me. The youth still hadn't reacted to it. I'm the idiot Lin Ling that you're talking about. When Lin Ling slashed out with his sword, the young man finally reacted. Unfortunately, it was too late. Lin Ling waved his left hand and white flames appeared, turning into a huge flame circle which floated in the sky, emitting a terrifying pressure. 6 paths of reincarnation circle. After those people were killed by Lin Ling, their souls were all sucked into the reincarnation circle. After that, they walked out bitterly and became the Yellow Springs Army. Find a place to cool down. If I summon you, come back immediately. As for you wanting to inform me, then go ahead and try. Lin Ling didn't even look at those ghosts as he turned around and left. Great Emperor, we don't dare. Including the youth, they all knelt down. In the depths of their souls, they had an innate subservience to Lin Ling. Even if they wanted to do something bad to Lin Ling would be able to detect it instantly and turn them into ashes with just a thought. Lin Ling smiled bitterly as he left. In the blink of an eye, he had offended 2 large adventure groups. Berserk God Fruit. Increases the power of law by 100, but there's a time limit. Once the time is up, everything will return to normal. Also, if the body is exhausted, there will be a short period of exhaustion. Lin Ling took out 3 Berserk God Fruits and was secretly amazed. The treasures of the godly kingdom were truly heaven-defying. Then, he looked at the Tyrant Song Sword and couldn't help but feel satisfied. Currently, his law of fire was close to 300, and so was his godly demon tyrant body. With the tyrant song sword, he had a total of 1,000. And this was only Wu Sheng's 6th stage. If he increased his cultivation level, he would have even more. After all, Lin Ling was a 3rd stage Wu Sheng. However, Lin Ling thought about the wanted poster again. Who was it that wanted him? The demons? Humans? Or the so-called god race here? No matter what, he had to be careful. Following the dense forest, Lin Ling quickly moved forward. Not long later, there was a rumbling sound in front of him, and he could vaguely hear angry shouts. Sir, if you're not happy with me, you can just attack me directly. Why do you keep trying to harm me? Harm you my ass. I saw that you couldn't take care of the Titanic Gate ape alone, so I came to help you. Help my ass? Every time you fight with me, I almost got hurt. Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He could feel that the ripple in front of him carried the law of the mortal world and the divine power of the godly kingdom. Lin Ling couldn't help but move forward in the forest to see who was there. After passing through several towering ancient trees, they arrived at an open space in front of them. A nearly 10-meter-tall giant ape was roaring. This giant ape's fur was multicolored, and its body was shrouded in the power of divinity. It looked extremely powerful. Lin Ling's face changed slightly. He had a feeling that if he were to fight this giant ape, he would have to use 100% of his strength to succeed. Lin Ling's gaze shifted. The one fighting against the giant ape was a tall and sturdy man. He was wielding a 2-meter-long giant spear, which whistled loudly as he brandished it. Laws erupted. Lin Ling was very familiar with this man. He was actually Qin Hu of the 10 heroes of the immortal emperor realm. His cultivation was at Wu Sheng's 8th stage, and his talent was also at the 3rd stage of the divine rank. His law of power had probably reached 800. Chapter 1950. A handsome little fatty. The other person made Lin Ling a little surprised. This person was not tall and was a little fatty. He was about 20 years old and had phoenix eyes, a straight nose, and tightly pursed lips. His facial features could be said to be extremely beautiful. However, although the heavens had created a handsome man, it seemed that they had dozed off for a while, causing some small flaws to appear. That was because those handsome facial features were all gathered together at this moment, and their proportions were extremely uncoordinated. It was as if someone had punched him in the face, and all his facial features had sunk into the middle of his face. The area of his eyes, nose, and mouth was only the size of a fist. Weirdo. Lin Ling couldn't help but be astonished. What surprised him was that little fatty seemed to want to help Qin Hu, but he failed repeatedly. Every time Qin Hu was about to unleash his full power, little fatty would appear in front of him and forcefully resist the giant ape, causing Qin Hu to be unable to exert any strength. Instead, the giant ape would send a palm strike over, and both of them would be sent flying. Was that guy born an idiot? Lin Ling opened his mouth wide. Don't get in my way. If it wasn't for me, you would have died long ago. Sigh, why would the handsome and unrestrained me have to come and save you? Little Fatty and Qin Hu crashed onto the ground together. Little Fatty sighed while Qin Hu's face was filled with veins. If it wasn't for you messing around, I would have killed the giant ape long ago. In fact, it wasn't that he hadn't tried to get the little fatty to help, but what infuriated him was that if he didn't do anything, the little fatty wouldn't do anything either. If he did, the little fatty would come to save me, and in the end, both of them would be abused by the giant ape. What do you want? Hey, uncle, that's what I should be asking you. What made people speechless was that little fatty actually blamed Qin Hu wrongly. Ha! Lin Ling could not help but laugh, causing the two of them to look over. Among them, Qin Hu was shocked. It was Lin Ling? Lin Ling then smiled and said, "You guys should be careful. That guy is catching up." Sure enough, the 5-colored giant ape walked over like a giant. Qin Hu and Fatty instinctively felt their hearts skip a beat. They looked at each other and said, "You do it." "Why don't you do it?" Neither of them made a move. Instead, they fled in panic. Bang, bang, bang. Behind them, the giant ape swept through the army, causing all the trees to collapse. As for Qin Hu, there was no need to mention how depressed he was. Every time he wanted to use his trump card to kill the giant ape, he remembered that the kind little fatty had repeatedly come to help him. He could only choose to run. "Oh my God, why is this ape chasing after us?" Little fatty shouted as he ran. Meanwhile, Lin Ling was following from a distance. He was speechless. "With that handsome face of yours, who else would I chase if not you?" In the end, Lin Ling decided to lend a hand when he saw that the two of them were in a sorry state and were in danger. This was because he had met Qin Hu once in the heavenly earth, and they had a good impression of each other. Reincarnation Flame. Lin Ling waved his left hand, causing a circle of reincarnation to appear in the sky. A huge suction force descended from the sky and actually tied up the giant ape. Not bad. That flame is comparable to the people of Fire Cloud Empire. Little Fatty clapped his hands and said, looking like an expert was giving him pointers. Qin Hu was surprised. Although he knew that Lin Ling's talent was not weak, he did not expect that Lin Ling's strength had become so strong. "What are you still in a daze for? Hurry up and attack." Seeing the two of them in a daze, Lin Ling could not help but be angry. "Attack! I'll do it, let me do it, I'll fucking kill him." The moment Qin Hu attacked, Little Fatty attacked as well, making everyone speechless. Qin Hu stabbed out with his staff, and the laws were extremely terrifying. Little Fatty was also a little powerful. His divine power burst out, and he actually also had the power of 800 laws. He formed two huge palms and flipped the giant ape over. This made Lin Ling speechless. That was because the two of them were not weak. They could kill the giant ape with their full strength, but the two of them were chased by the giant ape even when they worked together. It was clear how much trouble Little Fatty was causing. And now, he was still causing trouble. The flipped giant ape's body was flipped over. Almost at the same time, Qin Hu's huge staff stabbed out, and very untimely stabbed between the giant ape's buttocks. A sound that made Lin Ling's heart ache soared into the sky. Lin Ling was stunned there. Qin Hu was also stunned there. His staff still grazed the giant ape's buttocks. Little Fatty was also stunned there, and he had a look of disdain. He looked at Qin Hu as if to say, "Bro, you're too cruel. Isn't it all because of you? You bastard, scram far away from me, and never come near me." Qin Hu was finally angry. "You, do you have any manners? I'm handsome, and suave, shocking the godly nation. I kindly helped you, and I even killed the Titanic Gate divine ape. You don't even know how to thank me?" Little Fatty also roared angrily. There was no communication. Just like Little Fatty's handsome features, normal people could not communicate with him at all. Qin Hu could not be bothered with him. He walked forward and collected the demon crystals. After a while, he walked to Lin Ling and handed the demon crystals to Lin Ling. "You killed it, so the demon crystals are yours." Lin Ling looked at him with a smile. His impression of Qin Hu was even better now. He shook his head. "I don't lack demon crystals at the moment." Hearing this, Qin Hu was stunned. He knew that if he wanted to make a living in the godly nation, demon crystals were indispensable. "Then I owe you one," Qin Hu said bluntly. Lin Ling indeed did not lack demon crystals at the moment. He had robbed the Eagle adventurers of their belongings and killed the young master of the Thunder Fall adventurers. He had a lot to gain. "Are you the only one around here?" Lin Ling asked. "The godly nation is very big. The powerful people of the mortal world are all separated. The people of the godly nation are very strong. Their divine power is also a law, and it's slightly stronger than the law of the mortal world. Yeah. If it weren't for the fact that the people of the godly nation can't leave this place, our land would have been theirs long ago." Qin Hu replied. While the two were talking, Little Fatty walked over with his handsome face. "My surname is Zhang. Zhang as in arrogant. My name is Zhang Ingjun." His words interrupted Lin Ling and Qin Hu's conversation. They looked over at the same time and saw the handsome face that was destroyed by a punch. They both shook their heads. What a good name. Unfortunately, he was not handsome in any way. "Then, have you seen the people of the Seven Emperors' Sky?" Lin Ling followed Qin Hu and walked forward slowly. "I saw a few, But I also saw a lot of demons and spirit races from the sea. The martial artists of the godly nation don't seem to differentiate between humans and demons. As long as there are benefits, they will work with anyone. Then, did the demons find the barrier tablet? Not yet. If they did, then the demons would have all been mobilized. The two were talking as they walked. Little Fatty was still following behind them. He was very dissatisfied. Can you guys stop talking about such unimportant things? Can you guys talk about how handsome I am? Lin Ling and Qin Hu ignored him. All right, Lin Ling. I saw your strength before. You must have gotten a lot stronger. How much strength did you use to trap that giant ape? Of course, if you don't want to say it, you don't have to. When I killed that giant ape, I used 100% of my strength. I used 80%? No way. You're already comparable to the Xian 10 heroes? Chapter 1951. Top 3 Adventurer Groups. I was just lucky. Lin Ling smiled faintly. In reality, he had only used 50% of his strength. I'm already so handsome. Do you think I should go for plastic surgery? Answer me. Oh, I know, you're jealous of my handsomeness. Behind them, Little Fatty's voice sounded. He was still following Lin Ling and the others. Scram. Lin Ling and Qin Hu finally stopped moving and shouted at the same time. But what surprised Lin Ling and the others was that Little Fatty's shamelessness and handsomeness had reached an unimaginable height. He didn't leave. Instead, he followed Lin Ling and the others and said, "Let this handsome and charming young man of the god race protect you." Lin Ling couldn't help but ask, "Why are you following us?" "Because it's more exciting." The Little Fatty revealed a brilliant smile. His handsome face was as beautiful as it could get. Lin Ling and Qin Hu could only ignore such a person. Of course, they were cold on the surface, but they felt something strange in their hearts. Although Little Fatty was an idiot, he had a hot-blooded personality. It made Lin Ling and the others feel as if they had returned to the days when they were fighting. Moreover, such emotions were extremely rare for an expert who had experienced countless battles. Of course, if Little Fatty could be a little less naggy, he would still be very good. The second city was the second city in the ancient forest. It was slightly further away from Desolation City, but there were far more experts gathered here. This was also the headquarters of the top 3 adventurer teams. When Lin Ling and the others arrived, they couldn't help but gasp. This city was huge and there were all sorts of people here. There were countless experts here. Martial Emperor. Qin Hu's expression was grave. He saw many martial emperors in the city. There were humans, demons, and deities. That's Dugukan, one of Xiandi's 10 heroes. After that, Qin Hu exclaimed in surprise. His gaze was fixed on a figure in the distance. Lin Ling also looked over. That person had white hair and looked a little old. However, he did not have legs. He held a sword with both hands and used the sword in place of his legs. Along the way, some people looked at him mockingly. Sword light flashed, terrifying laws erupted, and that person was beheaded. What a fast sword! Lin Ling was also secretly surprised. Clearly, the Xiandi 10 heroes also had their differences in strength. For example, Shanggong Yu and the others he met in the Law River weren't very strong. Ancient Ji family. Following this, Lin Ling saw some familiar people. Because they were wearing the clothes of the Ancient Ji family, Lin Ling secretly put on his mask. Because this place was not like the human realm, the other party could attack at will. Moreover, the people who wanted to kill him were not only humans, but also demons. Moreover, if there was a reward, the god race would also attack. Let's go to the temple auction and have a look. Since we're here, we have to go to the auction. Moreover, the auction is backed by the Sun God Nation. The treasures will definitely not disappoint us. At this moment, Zhang Yingjun opened his mouth and flipped his hair elegantly. Lin Ling and Qin Yun ignored his appearance and asked curiously, Sun God Nation? Yes, one of the 3 great divine nations, the Immortal Divine Nation and the Fire Cloud Empire are equally famous. Among them, the Immortal Divine Nation is full of handsome people like me. Moreover, the Immortal Divine Nation is hospitable and warm. they are strong but they don't bully the weak. Zhang Yingjun chattered on, causing Lin Ling and Qin Yun to ignore his words. However, they had a feeling that this little fatty was most likely from the immortal divine nation since he was bragging so much. Lin Ling and Qin Yun went to the temple auction, leaving Zhang Yingjun to brag alone. Then he roared, "Lin Ling, Qin Hu, you're jealous of my handsomeness." There were even more experts at the temple auction. It was similar to the ancient Roman Colosseum. Before it even started, the surroundings were already filled with roars like demonic voices. Those scantily clad women walked back and forth, livening up the atmosphere. There were whistling sounds all around, causing those women to take out a flower from their perky peaks and sprinkle it on the crowd, causing the petals to dance in the air. "Ha, little girl, accompany me tonight. Ha, one more, take off one more." The atmosphere became even crazier. Many people took those dancing petals and smelled them. They laughed and said, "So fragrant." In the crowd, Lin Ling shook his head secretly. There were too many races gathered here, causing a mix of good and bad people. Then, Lin Ling's gaze wandered around. In the distant stands, he saw a few demon race venerables sitting there like undefeatable war gods. Their faces were cold and indifferent. There were many humans around them, but they were indifferent. Apparently, they were only interested in the geniuses in the human world. Moreover, they knew that this place was different from the human world, so they had to restrain themselves. As more and more people entered, a massive force finally stepped in. Those people were all at the 8th level of the Martial Saint realm. The person in the lead had even reached the Martial Emperor realm. He was tall and had a pair of golden wings. With his arms crossed in front of his chest, he slowly walked in. The surroundings were silent. The leader of the Eagle Adventurer Group, Eagle Divine King. So strong, he's comparable to the deacons in the human world. Qin Hu whispered. Of course, the people from the nation of gods are all descendants of gods. They're stronger than humans. Little Fatty said shamelessly. Lin Ling smiled faintly. They're just people abandoned by the martial god realm. What's there to be proud of? Little Fatty couldn't refute him. He was secretly surprised. Lin Ling looked very ordinary. How did he know all these? "Ah, Eagle, the territory north of the desolate forest, you should return it to me." At this time, a heroic voice rang out like thunder, shaking the entire auction house. A man who was not very tall, but was as sturdy as a bear, led a large number of people into the auction house. This man's body was covered in lightning, and his fists were extremely large, with electric snakes wreaking havoc on them. What a rich power of law! Lin Ling was secretly surprised. This person's background was definitely not ordinary. Of course, he wasn't the only one who was surprised. Even the demon race venerables in the auction house restrained their aura. They didn't dare to be arrogant. This person was one of the 3 great adventurer groups, the leader of the Thunder Flow Adventurer Group. "Lei Ba, weren't you not interested in the territory over there?" Eagle Divine King said. "My son died there, and the murderer escaped. So, I'll scour the area." The man called Lei Ba said coldly. Lightning was erupting in the depths of his eyes. "Hearing you say that, I also think that a little mouse has sneaked into the desolate forest. My Eagle Adventurer Group's people were also killed. Most importantly, he's in charge of one of our 18 treasures. If I find out who has designs on my Eagle Adventurer Group, I'll make him suffer a fate worse than death." Eagle Divine King also said. The two spoke without restraint, and the auction house became even more silent. "Tivich 2 small adventurer group leaders, and you dare to be arrogant." Only Little Fatty was extremely arrogant. Lin Ling and the others were speechless. As expected of the arrogant Zhang. Chapter 1952. The foul-mouthed Fatty. The gathering of the 3 top adventurer teams made Lin Ling's heart heavy. He chose to keep a low profile because he saw that the Thunder Flow adventurer team was very close to the ancient Ji family. It seemed like the head of the ancient Ji family was here as well. The auction begins. At this moment, a crisp voice rang out, and the whole place fell silent. Sun God Power Sphere. The first treasure was extremely valuable and came from the Sun God Nation. The auction was in high spirits. Large amounts of demonic crystals flew out, and the various big shots fought fiercely. This treasure is not bad. It can increase a large amount of god power. It can be used to cultivate twice the result with half the effort. The fatty seemed to know what the sun god power sphere was. This treasure was not very effective for Lin Ling and the others because they cultivated god power. Although god power was also a type of law, it would obviously conflict with their own laws. Buy it back and play with it. The fatty continued. Lin Ling rolled his eyes and said, "Do you have money?" The fatty immediately shook his head and smiled bitterly. He really did not have blue crystals. After the first treasure was revealed, the following treasures were rather ordinary. It was only when the quaking leaf appeared that Lin Ling's eyes lit up. He was currently forging the berserk armor, but he still lacked a few materials, and one of them was the quaking leaf. He immediately bid. Fortunately, this treasure was not rare, so no one competed with him. However, some people still looked at Lin Ling in surprise, and their eyes were filled with evil intentions. Lin Ling was not interested in the following treasures. It was only when a weapon appeared that Qin Hu, who was beside him, finally became interested. 1-star immortal weapon, 7 treasures violent purple staff. It can increase a large amount of god power law, and its attack power will multiply. It is the best weapon to split mountains and seas. The crisp voice rang out, and the auction fell silent. Only strong people who used staffs would be interested in such a treasure. Qin Hu stared at the giant staff with excitement. This was because he was a staff user. However, after the silence, he realized that someone from the Flying Eagle Adventurer team was bidding. Now, he did not dare to offend the Flying Eagle Adventurer team. Moreover, he did not have that many demonic crystals. 30,000 blue crystals. Is there anyone else bidding? The crisp voice drifted out again. I say, Qin Hu, didn't you take a fancy to that staff? Why aren't you bidding? To everyone's surprise, Little Fatty was feeling indignant on Qin Hu's behalf. Qin Hu was touched by Little Fatty's sincerity, but he shook his head and said, "It's not a good idea to offend the Eagle Adventurer team. Moreover, I don't have that many monster crystals. Lin Ling does. I saw that his bag was full of spiritual crystals." Little Fatty asked, blinking as he looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling smiled bitterly and nodded. It wasn't that he was unwilling to part with the Flying Eagle Adventurer team, but competing with the Flying Eagle Adventurer team wasn't a smart move. "This rod, I want it. 50,000 blue crystals." Seeing Lin Ling nod, Little Fatty didn't think too much and immediately shouted, "Silence!" Everyone was silent. Everyone looked at Little Fatty in surprise. Firstly, Little Fatty was very forthright. He directly threw out 20,000 yuan, spending money like water. Secondly, that Little Fatty actually competed with the Flying Eagle Adventurer team? Even Lin Ling's jaw dropped. He was incomparably shocked. As expected of the arrogant Zhang. Moreover, wasn't that money his own? When did he become Little Fatty's? "Sir, are you sure? Moreover, 50,000 blue crystals. Do you have that much money?" The person from the Flying Eagle Adventurer team asked coldly. "Hee, I don't, but my brother Lin Ling does." Don't underestimate him. He's from the mortal world, but his strength is not bad. He's a person that I, Zhang Ingjun, want to protect. Little Fatty patted his chest and said, "Silence." The auction hall became even more silent. Many people from the human and devil race focused their attention. Could it be Mad God Lin Ling? The ancient Ji family's patriarch's expression changed drastically. He whispered a few words in the Leilu Adventurer team's captain's ear, instructing that expert to stare at Lin Ling with malicious intent. Lin Ling smiled bitterly. "Zhang Ingjun, I really want to beat you up." "Is that the wanted criminal Lin Ling?" someone asked with a cold gaze. "Lin Ling? So he's a wanted criminal? How much is the reward?" Fatty's curiosity was piqued. 1 million blue crystals. Yes. Everyone in the auction hall breathed heavily. They looked at Lin Ling as if they were looking at money. "Wow, that's amazing. That's right, my brother is that wanted criminal. If he's not worth 1 million blue crystals, do you think he's worthy of me? I'm a young man from the god race. Let me tell you, My brother Lin Ling robbed a man from the Flying Eagle Adventurer team. He's in charge of finance. Also, my brother killed the young master of the Lei Lu Adventurer team. So, when it comes to money, you can't beat me. Little Fatty said proudly. Boom. The auction hall finally exploded. The captain of the Flying Eagle Adventurer team stared at Lin Ling. So it was him. Lei Ba of the Lei Lu Adventurer team was also overflowing with killing intent. He killed my son. At this moment, Lin Ling had undoubtedly become the center of attention. No one expected this young man from the mortal realm to be so arrogant as to offend 2 adventurer teams in a row. That damn fatty only knows how to cause trouble. Qin, whose body also trembled. If it weren't for the fact that there were too many people, he would definitely use his rod to ruthlessly stab little fatty between his buttocks. Did this arrogant Zhang Yingjun have to be so arrogant? Lin Ling, they all seem to want to kill you. This is so exciting. Little fatty said excitedly as if he didn't know how terrifying the situation was. As expected, he followed Lin Ling here for the excitement. Lin Ling glared at him fiercely. However, he had seen too many storms in his life. So, since he couldn't keep a low profile, he might as well do it in a high-profile manner. Qin Hu, that rod is yours. Lin Ling finally spoke. He looked directly at the captain of the Flying Eagle Adventurer team, directly provoking him. Is there anyone else who wants to bid? Lin Ling said again. No one bid because the crowd was a little reluctant to part with 50,000 blue crystals. In the end, the treasure belonged to Lin Ling. Lin Ling, thank you. Qin Hu was instantly moved. Lin Ling smiled and waved his hand. His eyes were fixed on the next auction. The auction continued, but cold gazes were vaguely fixed on Lin Ling Royal Demon Divine Light Stone. 1 stone weighs 50 universe force. There are 3 stones in total. The starting price is 10,000. Another unorthodox treasure appeared. A white stone the size of a small mountain appeared in the middle of the auction. Many people shook their heads, obviously not interested. Although the stone could be used to forge armor, it was too heavy and affected the agility. It wasn't suitable for martial artists to use in battle. 10,100 blue crystals. Someone said lazily. The crowd realized that it was the captain of the Ferocious Desolation Adventurer team, Xiong. As a result, there was even less of a bid. Xiong was eccentric by nature and liked to ponder about unorthodox things. So, it was normal for him to buy the Royal Demon Divine Light Stone. If no one bids, then the Royal Demon Divine Light Stone belongs to me. Chapter 1953. Berserk Divine Fruit. This young master wants this stone. 10,200 blue crystals. The voice was earth-shattering. Everyone looked at the person who made the bid and realized that it was a lazy young man. It was Lin Ling. Everyone's jaws dropped. Firstly, that treasure wasn't very useful. Secondly, even if it was useful, was there a need to compete with Xiong? Was that guy stupid? Xiong lifted his head and looked at Lin Ling. Under the brim of his hat, his green eyes were cold. He said in a hoarse voice, "This treasure is useless to ordinary people. What do you want it for?" This Royal Demon Divine Light Stone is very heavy. This young master wants to use it to build a house and prevent it from being blown away by the wind. Lin Ling said lazily. However, he was excited. He didn't expect to see a material for the berserk armor again. Naturally, he wouldn't miss it. Once the berserk armor was successfully forged, his strength would increase by 30%. As for offending Xiong, he was already a thorn in everyone's side. It didn't matter if he had one more or one less. However, his words made everyone's eyes tremble. Using it to build a house? Offending a big shot for this? Stupid. He was even more stupid than they thought. 11,000 blue crystals. Xiong looked deeply at Lin Ling and said darkly, 20,000. Lin Ling directly raised the price to suppress that ferocious beast. Xiong fell silent. However, everyone knew that he wasn't in a good mood. 20,100 blue crystals. 25,000 blue crystals. Lin Ling called out another bid, which made many people gasp. This guy was really rich and overbearing. Only he would spend 20,000 blue crystals to buy a trashy treasure. After all, not everyone could afford 25,000 blue crystals. The expressions of the Flying Eagle and Thunderflow adventurers turned ugly. They had guessed that Lin Ling's blue crystals had come from them. Just the thought of using their money to auction it off made their hearts ache. "Sir, I want to use this stone to forge some needles. It's better if you don't compete with me." Xiong let out a sound, extremely cold, filled with dense killing intent. Obviously, his patience had run out, so he threatened Lin Ling. If Lin Ling still did not know when to back down, he would definitely kill Lin Ling. A cold and gloomy aura permeated the air, as if a poisonous snake had appeared behind Xiong. Furthermore, it was not an ordinary snake, but the king's snake. The strength of a martial emperor is too terrifying. Many people felt a chill in their hearts. As for some of the scattered humans, they also looked at Lin Ling in surprise. They never thought that Lin Ling would allow a martial emperor expert to threaten him. Lin Ling smiled. A threat? The one thing he was least afraid of in this life was threats. Just as he was about to speak, Fatty beside him roared, "Old man, don't play if you don't have money. If you can't afford to play, don't embarrass yourself. Look at you wearing a cloak. Could it be that you have something to hide? Sai, how can you give up on life? Although you're not as handsome as me, you can't give up on yourself. If you have the ability, take off your hat." As the voice drifted out, the auction house became even more silent. Xiong lifted his head and looked at Fatty. He actually slowly took off his cloak, revealing a face full of scars and wrinkles. It made people feel ferocious and terrifying just by looking at it. "Ah, so ugly. Are you a toad? Indeed, no one in this world can compare to my handsomeness." Fatty pointed at Xiong and laughed loudly. Xiong's eyes became even colder. Someone actually dared to say that he was ugly, and the person who said that was a handsome man. He had nothing to say. However, the other party was just a little fatty who was too ugly to be seen in public. Especially that tight facial features, that laughter that was asking for death, it made his body tremble. Could it be that his appearance could not be compared to that ugly little fatty? Who is that fatty? He's simply crazy. The crowd's bodies were trembling. How could they not know of the name Xiong? In fact, Xiong was not very old. In the past, he was also a handsome man. However, because he cultivated poison, his appearance was ruined and he aged prematurely. Therefore, Xiong hated it when people called him ugly or old. In the past, there was once a caravan passing through the wild forest. Someone inadvertently said something, and in the end, the entire caravan was killed. After this incident spread, it became a taboo in the wild forest. Even the leaders of the other two large adventurer teams did not dare to casually say that Xiong was ugly. You could declare war on him, you could tease him, but you could never say that he was ugly. "Say that again." Xiong made a sound. "Hee, I know you're jealous of my handsomeness. In fact, you're really ugly." "How ugly are you?" "Yes, in the summer, no mosquitoes dare to come near you. Because as long as they land on your face, your wrinkles will pinch the mosquitoes to death." Fatty said with a straight face. "Ha!" Many people could not help but laugh, but when they saw Xiong getting more and more terrifying, none of them dared to speak. Lin Ling was stunned again. He was called the Mad God, but who knew that Zhang Yingjun was even crazier than him? Qin, who also opened his mouth wide, but now that he had become a thorn in his side, he might as well go all the way. "Cut the crap, old man. If you dare to bid, then continue. If not, then sit down obediently and see how arrogant your grandfather is." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone gasped. These three brothers were each more arrogant than the last. Xiong was almost mad with anger. If not for the auction, he would have slapped the three of them to death. In the end, he sat back down. However, the three large adventurer teams stared at Lin Ling and the other two. They were just short of drawing their swords to fight. "Are you jealous of my handsomeness?" Fatty liked it when the three of them stared at him. Their words were like salt to the wound, and it could make people vomit blood. In the following auction, Lin Ling could not be bothered to bid because the treasures were not good enough to catch his eye. Berserk Divine Fruits, a set of 10, starting at 20,000. The final treasure that appeared was actually the Berserk Divine Fruit. As everyone knew, this magical fruit could increase the power of laws by 100. Although there was a time limit, it was the best treasure in a life-and-death situation. Furthermore, some talented people could even swallow 10 at once, increasing the power of laws by 1,000, instantly turning defeat into victory. Such a treasure, who would not be moved? The auction venue immediately emitted a rumbling sound. Everyone was competing. This fruit is mine. Divine King Flying Eagle, I won't fight with you for other treasures, but I must get these treasures. Is that so? I just happen to want to refine some poison. I've taken a fancy to this Berserk Divine Fruit too. The three large adventurer teams started competing, making the crowd sigh. They had no chance to make a move. I wonder who the treasure will go to in the end? I think Divine King Flying Eagle has the highest chance. That might not be the case. Leiba has always been overbearing. He won't easily hand over the things he takes a fancy to. I know it's Xiong. This person is too sinister. No one is afraid of him. Chapter 1954. Wanted Lin Ling, stop fighting. That treasure belongs to yours truly. 100,000 blue crystals. But at this moment, an untimely voice floated out. It was Lin Ling. The crowd went numb. It was the three arrogant geniuses again? Clearly, Lin Ling and the other two's arrogant actions had caused the crowd to secretly call them the three arrogant geniuses. You again. The three adventurer groups stared at Lin Ling. Lin Ling was clearly going against them. Hee, that's right. It's me. Do you think you can get what I want? Lin Ling sneered. Since things had come to this, there was no need for him to endure. Let me see how many blue crystals there are left. 300,000 in total. Throw them all down. I have money, so I like to mess around. What was surprising was that Lin Ling did not wait for the three adventurer groups to bid. He raised the price himself and threw out all the blue crystals. Messing around when you have money was a very strong reason. Eagle God King, Leiba, and the others were fuming with anger. Lin Ling's blue crystals were all stolen from their adventurer groups. 300,000. Now it's your turn. Who's next? Lin Ling's voice floated out. The ancient Ji family and some humans were shocked. Mad God Lin Ling's arrogance had reached the godly nation. However, no one could bid anymore. They were all silent and angry. Is everyone jealous of my handsomeness? At the critical moment, Zhang Yingjun had interjected. That blood-curdling face of his, coupled with that sentence, was undoubtedly like pouring salt on the wound. The entire auction house was filled with resentment. Their hatred for that little fatty was even greater than Lin Ling's. No one bid. The Berserk Divine Fruit goes to that young master. Finally, the Berserk Divine Fruit was obtained by Lin Ling. Lin Ling smiled. Goodbye. It was not good to stay here. Lin Ling quickly left. Qin, whose heart trembled. Naturally, he did not dare to stay. Everyone, please remember my handsomeness. My name is Zhang Yingjun, as in arrogant. Only little fatty was still as carefree as ever. He chuckled and said that sentence before swaggering off. Too much. How arrogant. We must kill them. Which of the top three adventurer teams is moving out? After a moment of silence, the members of the three adventurer teams bellowed angrily. The others also had cold gazes. Lin Ling was a wanted criminal with a bounty of 1 million blue crystals. Although they didn't know who had issued the bounty was definitely not for nothing. Therefore, everyone wanted to kill Lin Ling. The Devil Race Grand Monarchs all wore cold expressions. They had long wanted to kill the genius of the mortal world, Lin Ling. The head of the ancient Ji family sneered. This was an excellent opportunity. As for the top three adventurer teams, even if Lin Ling wasn't a fugitive, Lin Ling's previous actions were enough to get him killed. Notify everyone that Lin Ling's friend, that middle-aged man, whoever kills him will be rewarded with 10,000 blue crystals. Eagle Divine King said. Moreover, I represent the Thunderflow Adventurer team to reward those who kill Lin Ling with 10,000 blue crystals. What about little fatty? Kill him and reward him with 100 blue crystals. The auction was in an uproar. The human race, god race, and devil race all moved out. If it weren't for the Sun Divine Nations people, they would have already attacked. What happened? The second city is in an uproar. It's a guy called Lin Ling. Everyone wants to kill him. Moreover, the news has spread. I heard that even the immortal Divine Nations experts are here. Lin Ling? Human race? That's crazy. The three races are moving out for him. The entire second city was in an uproar as well. Everyone was searching for Lin Ling and the other two. Lin Ling naturally knew that he was in trouble. Therefore, he left the city immediately after leaving the auction. Qin, whose expression was solemn as well. He shook his head helplessly. It seemed that following Lin Ling wasn't peaceful at all. That kind of life was soul-stirring. He hoped that he could escape this calamity. Compared to Lin Ling and Qin, whose solemnity, Zhang Yingjun was extremely excited. So exciting. It's much more exciting than being at home. I was right to come. Exciting? As expected, he had followed Lin Ling here for the thrill of it. Don't you know that I've become a wanted criminal? Hee, with my handsome and charming appearance, I should at least have a bounty of 2 million. Little fatty touched his own face, intoxicated by the feeling. Lin Ling and Qin, who stopped in their tracks. Their expressions were cold. If this brat hadn't announced his identity, they wouldn't have to run for their lives. Why are you looking at me? Are you jealous of my handsomeness? Little fatty was stunned. Bang bang. The two of them struck out with their fists. Their fists landed on little fatty's artistic looks, causing those facial features to move closer to the center point. Let's go. Following that, Lin Ling and Qin, who ran wildly along the forest. Almost at the same time, there was a large number of footsteps not too far away. The spiritual energy started to surge. What a fast speed, don't get surrounded. Lin Ling's expression changed and his footsteps quickened, heading towards another direction. The three of them went around in circles and entered the depths of the desolate forest. But in the end, they were stopped by a wave of adventurers. We're too lucky. It's them. Your portraits are exactly the same. That batch of adventurers had 10 over people, and the strongest cultivation was only Wu Sheng's 8th stage realm. At this moment, a thin and weak man laughed heartily, as though he had picked up a treasure. Lin Ling and Qin, who exchanged glances, and both of them started laughing. If it was the three leaders of the adventurer group, they would definitely escape. But these were just small fries. To be honest, there was no need to escape. One is Lin Ling, one is an uncle, and one is little fatty. They are indeed the same. One of them took out 3 portraits and looked at them. Then he looked at Lin Ling and the other 2. One is rewarded with 1 million blue crystals, one is rewarded with 10,000. One of them said excitedly, "Wait, what about me? Am I not wanted?" Little fatty immediately frowned. "Oh, you? Of course you are." So exciting. Is the reward 2 million blue crystals? Little fatty started to get excited. No, it's only 100. What? That's too unfair. I'm so handsome, why should I be the same as Lin Ling? I should be 2 million blue crystals. I'm sorry, it's 100 blue crystals. The last sentence made little fatty go into a daze. As though his father had died, his face turned pale. Even Qin, who this uncle had 10,000, but he, Zhang Yingjun, only had 100? Are you the ones who send yourselves to our doorstep? Or are we the ones who do it? Let me tell you, if I were to do it, the pain would be multiplied. Ignoring the dejected little fatty, those adventurers said calmly. Lin Ling and Qin, who exchanged glances. Following that, Lin Ling also said calmly, "I want 9. Lin Ling, no matter what, I'm still your senior. There's a total of 12 people and you want 9. Don't tell me you want to leave 3 for me? All right then, I want 8. Dream on." The two of them walked forward and talked as they walked. Those adventurers were all stunned. Initially they didn't understand what Lin Ling and the rest meant. But now they understood. Lin Ling had treated them as prey and was sharing the prey. Chapter 1955. Dugu Kandivine power surged into the sky, causing the ancient trees to fall. Those adventurers didn't know how strong Lin Ling and the rest were. They only knew that Lin Ling was only at the 6th stage of divine power, which was equivalent to Wu Sheng's 6th stage realm. This level of strength wasn't even worth mentioning. Of course, even Zhang Yingjun felt that Lin Ling wasn't strong enough. Hence, he roared, "Lin Ling, let me help you. Get lost." Qin, who was instantly infuriated. That fellow couldn't do anything right. He guessed that Lin Ling's strength wasn't any weaker than his. Hence, there was no need for him to help. However, Zhang Yingjun had already made his move and stood in front of Lin Ling. Lin Ling stopped in his tracks. He was still wearing the ice-cold mask. On the mask, there was a pair of cold eyes that were flickering. However, it gradually disappeared and revealed a trace of gentleness. He and Zhang Yingjun were just strangers who met by chance. However, Zhang Yingjun's true nature was filled with passion and passion. It made Lin Ling feel as though he had returned to the past. In this lifetime, he had killed too many people. Although they were all people that he had to kill, it was undeniable that his sword was filled with blood. His heart was sometimes very cold. However, Zhang Yingjun made him feel as though he had returned to his childhood. He felt as though he had returned to the days when he fought hard. He felt as though he had returned to those happy moments. In the Fire Ancient Clan, he fought alongside the Lin clan's descendants, Lin Qingqing and the others. In the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, he fought alongside the Second Prince. In the Rainforest Sacred Land. In Xianpeng Province, Little Flame, the 9 Spirits of Heaven by Yintiandi, Xian Yuange and the others. All of them had left Lin Ling with unforgettable memories. It was a pity that the path of an expert was ultimately lonely. He, Lin Ling, continued to grow and gradually became further and further away from his companions. However, he, Lin Ling, couldn't stop and could only continue to move forward. This kind of lonely feeling was something that very few people could experience. Now, Lin Ling once again had companions. Although they weren't very reliable, that kind of passion made him miss them. "You can have it." Lin Ling smiled faintly. To be honest, he didn't hate Zhang Yingjun. On the contrary, he liked his personality. "Proud 3, if you want to fight, let's fight to our heart's content." After that, Lin Ling spoke softly, causing Qin Hu to be stunned. He was older than Lin Ling, so he had lost the passion of the past. But now, that long-lost feeling had returned once again. "So what if I shed blood? Fighting alongside my brothers is the greatest joy in life." Qin Hu shouted loudly and brandished his cudgel, making whooshing sounds. Tiger God shakes the heavens. The 3 of them attacked with all their might, and the adventurers were instantly terrified. They never thought that these people would be so strong. In just the time it took for 3 incense sticks to burn, those adventurers were completely annihilated. "Ha!" Qin Hu threw his head back and laughed. "Carefree, very carefree." Lin Ling also smiled. He slowly took off his ice-cold mask, and the smile on his face became even more radiant. "The adventurer army is here. Let's go." After that, Lin Ling shouted loudly and brought the 2 of them with him as they set off again. "Ha, come and kill us. Let's poke a hole in this sky and this earth. They're all jealous of my handsomeness." Qin Hu and Little Fatty both laughed loudly. Their voices drifted in the forest and traveled further and further. Not long after the 3 of them left, a large number of figures appeared in the forest. When they saw the scene before them, their eyes instantly turned cold. Chase. After that, each of them used their secret techniques and chased in a certain direction. As for Lin Ling and the other 2, they began to flee for their lives. However, the heroism in their hearts didn't diminish. Instead, it grew stronger. "Zhang Yingjun, be careful. That's not a tree behind you." During the escape, Lin Ling's past battle experience also came into play. He saw through the enemy's sneak attacks time and time again. Even Qin Hu was secretly surprised. Lin Ling was younger than him, but that kind of battle experience was something he couldn't compare to. Rumble. As expected, the huge tree which Zhang Yingjun was leaning against to rest suddenly turned into a human. It was actually disguised by someone. If it wasn't for Lin Ling's quick reminder, he would have met with a vicious attack. Damn it, how dare they plot against the handsome me? Zhang Yingjun was infuriated. It could be seen that his ability wasn't weak, but his experience wasn't strong enough. We can't stay here any longer. Let's go on our way, brothers. After Zhang Yingjun killed that sneak attacker, Lin Ling smiled as he brought the two of them away. Although he had killed numerous adventurers during this period of time and his body was exhausted, but he discovered that his cultivation realm was slowly rising. I wonder if it's time for the adventurer group's group leader to make a move? And that old fellow from G family, he's really sinister, using the adventurer group to kill us. Too bad, can they kill us? Qin Hu also howled. In actual fact, they had met with several life and death crises. If it wasn't for Lin Ling, they wouldn't have been able to hang on. Because although he was Wu Sheng in the 8th stage realm and rarely had any opponents in this realm, but the other party had too many people. But what made him shocked was that every time danger descended, it was Lin Ling who broke the crisis. This made him curious. Could it be that Lin Ling's ability had already surpassed him by a lot? The three of them continued to move forward while Lin Ling occasionally looked at the astrolabe heavenly armor. Knowing that they were heading in the right direction, he relaxed. On this day, a figure appeared in the dense forest, dressed in a gray long robe, looking indifferently at the sky, blocking Lin Ling and the others' path. There's no need to escape, the pursuers in the vicinity have all been killed by me. A hoarse voice was heard at the same time. Dugakan? Qin Hu's gaze congealed. That figure slowly turned around. His hair was white but he looked to be around 40 over years old. His face was mottled with wrinkles and his eyes were filled with vicissitudes and indifference. The most shocking thing was that his legs were gone and he was relying on the two swords in place of his legs to support himself on the ground. Qin Hu, we're ultimately from the human realm and don't want to see you being humiliated. Dugukan let out a hoarse voice. Qin Hu's heart warmed. Among the Xian D10 heroes, Dugukan was the most reclusive and no one knew what he was thinking. But they had not expected that the person who helped them today was actually Dugukan. Qin Hu, do you know this guy with broken legs? He looks pretty good. After helping us clear the area, we can finally have a good sleep today. Little Fatty was delighted and instantly had a good impression of Dugukan. Not bad, not bad. From today onwards, I'll protect you. In the God Country, you can do whatever you want. Dugukan didn't even look at Little Fatty but looked at Lin Ling instead. As though he had sensed that Lin Ling's cultivation wasn't high, his gaze finally fell onto Qin Hu. Fight with me. When this voice was heard, Qin Hu and Lin Ling's expressions changed slightly. They had thought that Dugukan was here to help, but who knew that he was here to ask for a battle? Qin Hu frowned. Why? To become stronger, that's all. You, Qin Hu, are the strongest among the three of you. If I defeat you, the three of you will be captured. Dugukan said softly as though he was talking to himself. Chapter 1956. The Third City. You will never understand the setbacks a disabled person has to go through to grow up step by step. The effort he puts in is 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times more than an ordinary person. Therefore, everything I have today is the result of my hard work. However, my dream is not limited to this. I want to soar above the clouds. I want everyone to look at me without discrimination. I am tired of this kind of life. Dugukan said calmly as he looked at Lin Ling and the others. So, you want to kill us to increase your strength? Lin Ling said with a cold face. Mad God Lin Ling, I cannot compare to you. You are the most dazzling existence in the Seven Emperors world. In the Zhenwu world, you are the hero of the human world. You are the son of desolation. Even if the giants of the human world want to kill you, millions of people respect you. I do not have everything you have. I only have difficulties. You do not understand. Is this the reason you want to kill us? Are you trying to say that we are luckier than you? You started off with more difficulties than us, but you did what we could not do? Everyone has their own setbacks and difficulties on the martial path. You just do not know. Lin Ling sneered. Shut up. Dugukan's eyes turned cold. A guy who relies on his seniors has no right to speak. Qin Hu, you speak. Do you dare to fight? Qin Hu smiled, and it was a mocking smile. I sympathize with your experience, and I admire your achievements today. However, the path of martial arts is not built on stepping on others to fulfill one's own goals. I refuse to fight you because no matter who wins or loses, we will be at a disadvantage. If the three great adventurer teams catch up to us, we will definitely die. Qin Hu smiled mockingly. Sigh, you will never understand my martial path. Dugu shook his head and waved his right hand. His sword moved like lightning. It was like a swallow flying in the rain. It was extremely fast. Zhang Yingjun, be careful. Lin Ling immediately shouted. He did not expect Dugu Kan to attack so quickly. The sword was obviously aimed at Zhang Yingjun. However, it was too fast. It was as if the laws were born from the void. Shio. Blood gushed out as the little fatty's chest was pierced through. What was even more frightening was that after one strike, he had lost the ability to fight. Dugu Kan raised his right hand high and lifted the little fatty up. Those who are hit by my sword will die without a doubt. Now will you fight? Lin Ling and Qin Hu clenched their fists tightly. They had lost their ability to fight after being struck by that sword. Dugu Kan's sword was very terrifying. As expected of an elite ranked among the 10 heroes of Xiendi. Most importantly, he was also very cruel. He had clearly wanted to kill them, but he had comforted himself by talking about great principles, as if he hated evil. Don't ignore him. If you fight him here, you'll die for sure. I've already notified my father. If he comes, he'll definitely save you. At this moment, little fatty spoke with great difficulty. Although he looked carefree, he was extremely loyal to his friends. Swallow light break. When he heard this, Dugu Kan released a low shout. His sword produced radiance, continuously spinning about, stirring up the little fatty's chest, making blood and flesh scatter down like rain. Cripple with a broken leg. You're jealous of my handsomeness. Surprisingly, little fatty did not even cry out in pain. Instead, he laughed. Although it was very difficult to laugh, it was a very tough laugh. Dugu Kan's eyes narrowed. Just as he was about to make a move, Lin Ling's voice finally came. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you. When he heard this, Dugu Kan's sword stopped. He looked indifferently at Lin Ling, but then he shook his head. You're not qualified to be my opponent. Qin Hu, come. Although Lin Ling's talent was very frightening, it had only been a month since the end of the Dharma River, so Lin Ling's strength had not increased by much. Therefore, his opponent was Qin Hu. As long as he killed Qin Hu, then Lin Ling and little fatty could be easily killed. Where did your confidence come from when you haven't even fought? Lin Ling frowned. Let me do it. He came for me, so little fatty was also implicated by me. I won't watch him die in front of me. Dugan, let's fight. Qin Hu stopped Lin Ling and shouted coldly. Although he had only met Zhang Yingjun by chance, it was clear that Zhang Yingjun's true nature made Qin Hu like him very much. Let's go to the third city. It's bigger there, but not many people know you, so it's very suitable. Most importantly, there are many people from the three myths of the mortal world there. Dugu Kan carried little fatty with one sword and flew into the sky like a swallow. However, at this moment, a voice floated into his ears like the wind. This move can easily cause you to fall in this world. The voice made Dugu Kan turn around and see that it was Lin Ling who spoke. He shook his head and did not want to say anything more. Bastard, we came to the nation of gods to stop the demons. In the end, for the sake of their own future, these bastards actually attacked their own people. As expected, without the ancient giants holding the fort, they can do whatever they want. Qin Hu stared at the figure in the distance and said, It's useless to say this now. We can't leave little fatty alone. However, if we fight in the third city, the three big adventure groups will definitely arrive soon. At that time, we'll be trapped in the city. Lin Ling's eyes were filled with worry. He was not afraid of Dugu Kan, but he was afraid of the three big adventure groups. However, Zhang Yingjun was in Dugu Kan's hands. Was he going to abandon little fatty and leave alone? The two looked at each other and laughed. Although they had met by chance, it was enough that they could get along well with each other because of their personalities. A mountain of swords and a sea of fire, they just had to step on it. Let's go. Lin Ling took Qin Hu and headed to the third city. The third city was very far away from here. It was surrounded by ancient trees and even scarier demon beasts. This was no longer the territory of the three big adventure groups. There were even more strong cultivators here. The location of the city could be said to be the work of the gods. It was built around a huge lake. This lake was very vast, and there were demonic beasts that were unique to the nation of gods. When Dugukan flew over with Zhang Yingjun in tow, the entire city was in an uproar. Who is that guy? He's so arrogant. It's a human. He looks like Wu Sheng, but he doesn't seem to be that simple. That's Xian Di, Dugukan of the 10 heroes. Why is he here? The people from the various races were discussing. The strong cultivators from the human world recognized Dugukan. As for the demons, their faces turned cold. Dugukan was a genius from the human world with unlimited potential. He must be killed without a doubt. Is this guy crazy? Appearing in the open like this will cause the devil race to hunt him down. In a corner of the city, a large number of people were looking at the sky. They were the people from the 7 Emperors' world. Among them, the Supreme Xian Di frowned and said, "If he dares to do this, then he must be very confident in his own strength. However, I wonder who that little fatty is?" A clear voice rang out. It was Lu Susu. She was wearing a purple robe and was sitting in a restaurant. The side of her robe revealed her fair legs, causing many people in the restaurant to be moved. Chapter 1957. A dazzling battle, hee, what does it have to do with us? The city lord of the third city is an expert comparable to the 9 deacons. If Dugukan wants to die, let him be. The symbol ancestor said with a smile. The godly nation was in chaos. Luckily, he found the people of the 7 Emperors' sky. Otherwise, he would have died long ago. The same thing happened on the other side. In a market, several figures were walking side by side. One of them was a child holding a huge golden wheel. It was the Golden Wheel Boy. Another one was one-armed, and it was Zhuge Xiong. There was also a bloated man wearing luxurious clothes. He had a golden abacus in his hand, and he was smiling as he played with it. His name was Golden Abacus. He looked kind, but his strength was terrifying. The 3 of them were the Xian Di 10 heroes. They were the best of the best in the Wu Sheng realm. However, they all looked at the sky. They recognized Dugukan, but they did not understand why the other party was making such a big fuss. Dugukan, geniuses of the human world, die. At this time, a demon grand monarch finally flew out and headed towards the center of the lake. The demon race clearly wanted to kill the human world geniuses. Swallow scissors. On the ancient lake, Dugukan stabbed out with his sword. The black shadow was like a swallow, and it instantly pierced through the demon grand monarchs. Blood rained down from the sky. It was a shocking scene. There was no doubt that the demon grand monarchs were strong. However, they were killed by Dugukan's sword. This meant that Dugukan's strength had increased greatly. He could be ranked in the top 5 of the Xian Di 10 heroes. Come and fight Qin Hu. If 3 incense doesn't appear, this person will die. A hoarse voice floated out, causing huge waves to rise in the ancient lake. Qin Hu, Dugukan's goal is to fight Qin Hu? Everyone in the human world was shocked. Qin Hu was ranked 6th in the Xian Di 10 heroes. Now, he was going to fight Dugukan? Many people were looking forward to it. The humans wanted to see how strong the Xian Di 10 heroes were. The demons did not make a move. They chose to let the humans kill each other. As for the Protoss, they chose to watch from the sidelines. Cripple, you're just jealous of my handsomeness, but let me tell you, Qin Hu will definitely not come. Little Fatty was being held up by the sword, but he still said stubbornly, "Don't look down on me. How could I not come?" However, at that moment, a heroic voice rang out. A burly figure appeared at the side of the ancient lake, stepping over the lake. It was none other than Qin Hu. At the same time, waves rose in the ancient lake, and a large number of piranhas the size of calves appeared. They flew out of the sky and pounced on Chin-Hu. Tiger Wolf Claw. Chin-Hu's giant staff swept through the army. A single staff strike erupted with the power of 500 laws, sweeping through everything before it. What a powerful mortal world genius. Although this person doesn't look young, he hasn't cultivated for long. Wu Sheng is in the 7th stage realm, so he has 200 law force. But he is Wu Sheng in the 8th stage realm, but he has 500 law force casually, so he cannot be underestimated. Seeing Chin-Hu appear, many people were extremely shocked. I'll return it to you. And in the sky above the ancient lake, Dugukan waved his sword, and little Fatty in the sword shot towards Chin-Hu, who caught him. Chin-Hu, you really came to save me? As expected of my brother, I really didn't misjudge you. Although you're not as handsome as me. Seeing Chin-Hu, Zhang Yingjun was clearly very excited. Chin-Hu smiled and threw Zhang Yingjun out of the ancient lake. And beside the ancient lake, Lin Ling waited there quietly. After catching Zhang Yingjun, he took out the 5-wood heaven-blasting liquid and let Zhang Yingjun recover. Lin Ling, you have divine liquid? And your divine liquid is better than my immortal divine nations? Zhang Yingjun said in surprise as he recovered. Is it very strange? Your divine nation is just an abandoned citizen of the martial god realm. Although you know about the 5-wood heaven-blasting liquid, you're obviously lacking in concoction. Lin Ling stared at the two people in the ancient lake and said indifferently. But how do you know? Zhang Yingjun's fat face was full of surprise. If I say I'm from the martial god realm, would you believe me? Lin Ling shook his head and smiled. But what surprised him was that Zhang Yingjun nodded directly. I believe you. Lin Ling was speechless. Was Zhang Yingjun really stupid, or was he pretending to be stupid? At least when he said this, no one else would believe him. That disabled person is very strong. Zhang Yingjun looked into the distance worriedly. Lin Ling was silent. He had a feeling that Dugukan was an invincible existence among Wu Sheng's 8 degrees. Pay attention to the battle. I'm going to forge a treasure. If Chin-Hu is in danger, inform me immediately. Lin Ling said and hurriedly started forging by the lake. In fact, he had a lot of trump cards, so he was not afraid of Dugukan. But he had to be wary of the 3 great adventurer teams. And this time, he was forging the berserk armor. This armor was the strongest armor Lin Ling knew of until now. It had reached the level of a 2-star immortal weapon. And now, he had enough materials. What he lacked was time. Although he was forging by the lake and many people would pay attention to him, he did not have the time to care about them. Of course, there were not many people who were paying attention to Lin Ling because the 3rd city was too big. Moreover, everyone's eyes were locked on the ancient lake. Because it was a battle in front of the 3 tribes, it was undoubtedly dazzling. A very good weapon. No, in the nation of God, this kind of treasure is called a boundary immortal weapon. This treasure should be bought in the nation of God. In the sky, Dugukan stared at the giant rod in Chin-Hu's hand. Before entering the nation of God, Dugukan's growth was very slow. But after entering, everything here overturned his thinking and increased his strength greatly. That was why he was so confident this time. Not bad. A 1-star boundary immortal weapon. Increase by 200 laws. Chin-Hu waved the giant rod and said without hiding anything. The humans by the ancient lake were very envious. With an immortal weapon in hand, one's strength would increase by leaps and bounds. Then let's see how strong we are. Spinning dual swords. The dual swords in Dugukan's hands spun like a top and slashed at Chin-Hu. In an instant, he exploded with 600 laws. Boom! The entire ancient lake's water shot up into the sky. Chin-Hu's expression changed slightly. He held the giant rod tightly in his hand. Purple light shot up, and there was the roar of a tiger. Boom! He smashed out with the rod. It was as if he could break mountains. He also unleashed his talent. It was the heavenly tiger shakes the heavens. It could form a powerful sound wave attack that could catch people off guard. Clang! The giant rod in the sky collided with the spinning sword. Sparks flew everywhere. However, the spinning sword's speed slowed down. It was affected by the sound wave. Tiger King carries the cauldron. Sensing that Dugukan's aura had weakened, Chinhu roared. He held the rod with both hands and smashed it down fiercely. The power of laws in this strike reached more than 800, terrifying to the extreme. Boom! With a boom, the ancient lake exploded. The lake water split in half. The purple rod smashed down from the sky. It shone brightly and was extremely bright. Chapter 1958. Swallow Sword Technique. Wu Sheng's 8th stage already has 800 power of law. What if his realm increases again? Someone said with a serious expression. Without a doubt, no ordinary 8th stage Wu Sheng was Chinhu's opponent. Swallow Sword Technique, Cloud Piercing. Just at this moment, Dugukan disappeared. Like a swallow, he weaved through the ancient lake and dodged the terrifying giant staff in the sky. Just as the giant staff was about to smash down, he seemed to have found the weakness of the giant staff and stabbed out with his sword. Swallow Scissors. The cry of a swallow rang out. That sword was like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. The fastest sword appeared. Kacha. The giant staff in the sky was pierced by the sword. What was surprising was that the giant staff had 800 power of law, but it was blocked by the sword. Moreover, with a kacha sound, it quietly started to shatter. One star barrier immortal weapon? Sensing the aura emitted by the twin swords, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Dugukan also had an immortal weapon? Twin swallow divine swords, similarly purchased from the nation of gods. You're not the only one who has an immortal weapon. Dugukan floated in the sky, holding the twin swords and said indifferently. Only then did many people realize that Dugukan's swords were black and could hide their aura. It was very helpful in battle. Chinhu was also shocked. He suddenly sucked in a breath of air like a whale swallowing the sea. Endless spiritual energy was sucked in by him. His body seemed to have grown a lot taller. A black tiger roared behind him, shaking the heavens and earth. Fierce tiger emerges, heaven collapsing, earth shattering staff. He held the staff with both hands and was like a fierce tiger descending the mountain. Each staff was stronger than the previous one. He opened and closed, and the power of law erupted. Rumble. The entire third city was shaken. It could be seen how terrifying this move was. 1,000 power of law. Sensing the terrifying wave, the crowd was shocked. Even the Golden Wheel Boy and the other experts were secretly shocked. When did Chinhu become so strong? One must know that 1,000 power of law was already Wu Sheng's 9th stage strength. Even the ordinary Wu Sheng's 9th stage strength wouldn't have that many power of law. Their talents are both at the 3rd grade of the divine rank, and they are evenly matched. However, Chinhu has more laws, so he can win. Dugukan specializes in the speed of a swallow, but Chinhu's Heaven's Fall, Earth's shattering staff, has an AoE attack. Dugukan can't dodge it. It seems like the Xian D10 heroes ranking is going to change. This Chinhu has changed a lot in the nation of God. Voices of discussion rose and fell one after another. In the face of Chinhu's terrifying eruption of laws, Dugukan's expression remained cold and indifferent. He brandished his 2 swords and continuously blocked the giant staff. But he was clearly being pushed back again and again. This made many people believe that Dugukan would definitely lose. But at this moment, his sword emitted a black light, and his lips curled into a cold smile. Reverse strike. He had actually passed through Chinhu's terrifying staff shadows. That sword was very fast. It was like a swallow passing through a heavy rain, able to avoid being stained by the rain. Chinhu was clearly not strong in terms of movement techniques, so he was pierced through by the sword. His swinging motion stopped, and all the power of laws vanished without a trace. He stood in the sky in a daze. What's going on? The crowd was very confused. Chinhu was supposed to win, and even if he was hit by the sword, Chinhu looked fine. Swallow God. At the same time, Dugukan's voice floated out. Pitch-black swallows appeared behind him, and a large number of them were flying. All the power of laws in Chinhu's body seemed to have been sucked away, And finally, he no longer had the strength to fight. It's Dugu-kan's talent. His talent can absorb the power of laws of his opponent. The Golden Wheel Boy let out a cry of shock. Although his voice was soft, it shocked the entire city. With the power of laws gone, Chin-Hu was definitely going to lose. This could only mean that Dugu-kan's talent was too heaven-defying. But Dugu-kan stepped forward and came in front of Chin-Hu. He pointed his sword at Chin-Hu's neck and said calmly, "You've lost." Chin-Hu was still in disbelief. He had an immortal weapon in his hand, but he still lost. How could this be? The three of you will die. From now on, I, Dugu-kan, will be famous in the human realm, the devil realm, and the nation of gods. Dugu-kan smiled for the first time. It was an excited smile. For this day, he had prepared for a long time. He wanted everyone to be his stepping stones. He wanted everyone to stop discriminating against him and be proud of him as a disabled person. Moreover, killing Chin-Hu would make him famous among the CND-10 heroes. As for killing Lin Ling, he would be able to seize Lin Ling's position and become the son of famine. Although the ancient giants of the human realm would vent their anger on him, when the devil race invaded, powerful human realm geniuses were more important than anything else. Therefore, he was confident that the ancient giants of the human realm would not kill him. Moreover, killing Lin Ling would give him great rewards. This was also very tempting. Breaking through 1,000 laws, what a powerful talent. This person must be a wanted target of the devil race. Pink Prince put out a bounty on Lin Ling, but he missed Dugu-kan. Perhaps Dugu-kan is even more terrifying than Lin Ling. At the edge of the ancient lake, some devil race experts were discussing with solemn expressions. Their voices were not loud, but Dugu-kan still heard them. This made him smile again. Being wanted by the devil race was a great honor for him, because this was an affirmation of his strength. I told you, you don't understand me. Dugu-kan looked at Chin-Hu and shook his head. His sword was about to pierce out. Next battle, it's my turn. But at this moment, a calm voice sounded. At the edge of the ancient lake, a young man in a blue and white robe walked out step by step. It was Lin Ling. Mad God Lin Ling. Seeing this free and easy figure, the human realm experts of the third city all cried out. They didn't think that Lin Ling would also be here. As for the devil race, their eyes were filled with killing intent. However, in the end, they were hesitating whether to kill Lin Ling or Dugu-kan. Moreover, it seemed that the two of them were not on good terms. Too weak. Under countless gazes, Dugu-kan spat out, his voice full of contempt. However, no one felt that he was looking down on everyone, because Lin Ling's talent was indeed frightening. However, Lin Ling's cultivation time was too short, and he obviously hadn't reached Dugu-kan's level yet. Too weak. Lin Ling recalled Dugu-kan's words, shook his head, and continued forward. Without fighting, how would you know? Moreover, didn't you want to kill me? If you don't kill me with your own hands, how can your name shake the three realms? Yes. Yes. Dugu-kan's eyes flashed. Lin Ling's words reminded him that if he killed Lin Ling, he would be even more dazzling. Fine, I'll return him to you. You fight? Yes. Dugu-kan nodded, and pierced Chin-Hu with his sword. Then he lifted him up and threw him out. Seeing that, Lin Ling's eyes became ice-cold. He caught Chin-Hu in midair, and Chin-Hu said with a pale face, Lin Ling, be careful. He cultivates the swallow sword technique, has a 1-star spirit formation immortal armament, and his laws have reached 1,000. Most importantly, his talent is too frightening. You cannot be hit by his sword, or else you will undoubtedly lose. Die. No matter what kind of trump card he has, he must die. Die. Chapter 1959. Fighting Dugu-kan. If Dugu-kan wanted to kill him openly, Lin Ling wouldn't have objected. However, he didn't like Dugu-kan's pretentious attitude. Hearing this, Dugu-kan's smile disappeared. His eyes were cold as he said, I don't want to see any more looks of discrimination. Cripple, are you trying to make up for the inferiority in your heart? A cripple isn't scary, but a crippled heart is. Only a piece of trash would want to find satisfaction in others. I think you are a piece of trash. The tyrannical song sword appeared in Lin Ling's hand. His blue robe danced as he pointed the sword at Dugu Kan. Good, 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 very good. Dugu Kan nodded coldly. Calling him a cripple and a piece of trash had touched his bottom line. Qin Hu and Zhang Yingjun secretly clenched their fists as they looked at Lin Ling and Duan Ling Tian. During this period of time, they had fought side by side and were slightly more familiar with Lin Ling's strength. He seemed to be only slightly stronger than them. At this level, he was clearly no match for Dugu Kan. Even the Golden Wheel Boy and the others were shaking their heads. Without 1,000 power of law, one would definitely lose against Dugu Kan. Swallow sweeping scissors. Dugu Kan thought that Qin Hu was stronger than Lin Ling, so he immediately attacked. He couldn't be bothered to say anything more. The sword stabbed out like a swallow flying in the rain. 500 power of law erupted. He guessed that it was enough for Lin Ling to die. Clang. However, Lin Ling also stabbed out with his sword. Space was cut, forming a scene of sword tip against sword tip. He actually blocked Dugu Kan's sword. You said I'm too weak? At the same time, a mocking voice floated out. Dugu Kan's eyes narrowed. He sensed that Lin Ling had only erupted with 300 power of law, but he had blocked his sword? This was too unbelievable. He didn't know that Lin Ling's sword was the combination of his physical body and the power of law. The defense of the godly demon tyrant body was extremely terrifying. It's a little better than I expected. That's all. Dugu Kan immediately replied. He realized that he had underestimated Lin Ling. Lin Ling smiled, he gathered 30 universe force and thrusted his sword forward. It actually bent Dugu Kan's sword. Better than you expected? Lin Ling's mocking voice became even louder. The crowd widened their eyes. In their eyes, the huge sword and the two swords collided, but the two swords were bent. What a powerful force! Moreover, looking at Lin Ling's appearance, he was actually more relaxed than Qin Hu. I only used one move, but you used your full strength. So, a moment of pride doesn't mean anything. Dugu Kan replied coldly. Hee, then I'll continue to be arrogant. Let's see what qualifications a cripple like you has to speak. Lin Ling sneered. His entire body's strength and laws erupted at the same time. His powerful sword actually suppressed Dugu Kan and sent him flying backwards. Reverse piercing cloud, revolving dual swords. Dugu Kan's face turned ugly. He let out a low roar and his body, which had just been sent flying, turned into a spinning top. His hands and feet danced as he slashed at Lin Ling. In an instant, he exploded with the power of 700 laws. Let's see how you block it. The terrifying sword attack made Lu Susu and the others worried. They didn't expect to see Lin Ling here. Moreover, Lin Ling would fight with the 10 Xiandi heroes. Lu Susu hurriedly looked at the people beside her. She wanted to find help. However, Xiandi Supreme, Symbol Ancestor, and the others smiled bitterly. They weren't a match for the 10 Xiandi heroes. They couldn't help at all. Great creation. At this moment, Lin Ling was facing Dugu Kan's terrifying sword attack. He shouted, held his sword with both hands, and slashed out fiercely. He was confident that he could defeat Dugu Kan, but his opponent's strength couldn't be underestimated. Clang. The swords clashed again. The crazy spinning sword attack actually stopped Lin Ling's sword from slashing down. Ha, is that all? Dugu Kan laughed coldly. Your cultivation level is lower than mine, and you have fewer laws than me. You're just more talented. You don't have the right to call me trash. Is that so? Lin Ling was as immovable as a mountain. Dugu Kan's sword slashed his body, but his defense was strong and he wasn't affected at all. As time passed, Dugu Kan gradually felt that the situation was bad. That was because his terrifying sword slashes were still unable to kill Lin Ling. Moreover, he discovered that cracks had started to appear on his two swords. Those cracks were caused when they collided with Lin Ling's swords. To be able to crack his one-star spirit formation immortal armament was extremely terrifying. Your sword? Dugu Kan cried out in fear. I'm very sorry. My sword is a 2-star immortal weapon. Lin Ling's sword finally exploded with terrifying spatial power. It was as if he was holding a bolt of lightning. The laws surged and sucked the ancient lake's water into the space. 400 strands of law power. Some experts secretly sensed it and then sucked in a cold breath. Heaven-defying. This was a heaven-defying sword. With the addition of the laws, Lin Ling could fight with Wu Sheng, who was in the 8th stage. How is this possible? Where did you get a 2-star immortal weapon? Dugu Ken looked as if he was struck by lightning. He had a 1-star immortal weapon, but Lin Ling had a 2-star immortal weapon. No wonder Lin Ling could block him so easily. Haha, didn't you think that I wasn't your opponent? Get lost, great creation. All the spatial laws gathered and turned into the most dazzling sword attack. Lin Ling slashed out fiercely. This sword attack had 700 laws. It wasn't any weaker than Dugu Kan's current laws. Gotcha. As if he was struck by lightning, Dugu Kan couldn't block it anymore. His body flew backward and his hands holding the sword were unsteady. However, he was still one of the Xian D10 heroes. In the next moment he flew up like a swallow. Black Tortoise's 9 steps. Seeing this, Lin Ling held the tyrannical song sword and stepped into the void, chasing after Dugu Kan. Qin who isn't good at martial arts, so you bully him because he isn't agile enough. But you're still too weak to use martial arts in front of me. In front of Dugu Kan, the sword slashed down and the void exploded. Dugu Kan's expression changed again. He raised his sword to block it. With a clang, like thunder, the sword in his hand cracked again. Lin Ling's expression was cold. His godly devil body was majestic and domineering. His sword slashed out continuously, using the powerful laws to suppress Dugu Kan. Moreover, no matter where Dugu Kan hid, Lin Ling could catch up to him and receive him with a sword. Dugu Kan was shocked. Not long ago, when he saw Lin Ling and the other two, he thought that Qin who was the most terrifying. But he underestimated Lin Ling. Lin Ling was twice as strong as when he was at the Dharma River. What kind of monster was this? Because what if he was given 1 more month? Lin Ling, how is he so strong? When we were escaping, I thought he was on par with me. Zhang Yingjuan's mouth was agape. Qin who was also surprised. He knew that Lin Ling was not holding back his strength. That strength made him realize that Lin Ling was at least 30% stronger than him. At the same time, beside the ancient lake, the Golden Wheel Boy and the rest had serious expressions. They understood that Lin Ling was no longer weaker than them. They were afraid that he could fight with Long Yinfeng and the other 10 heroes. Although they knew this result would come sooner or later, they didn't expect it to come so quickly. Moreover, when the result came, there was only bitterness in their hearts. Chapter 1960. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios besieging Gu Duken, you should have fought me from the start. At that time, you might still have had the strength to fight. Lin Ling became fiercer as he fought. He did not hold back at all. Clang. Finally, the sword in Dugu Kan's left hand broke, and his body flew backward as he spat out blood. Of course, compared to being injured, he felt more heartache. The immortal weapon he had just bought was now useless. There was only 1 sword left. Dugu Kan had to seize the final opportunity to kill Lin Ling. Then, he turned into a swallow god and stabbed out. Counterattack annihilation. This sword strike was very frightening. Qin who had been defeated by this very sword strike before. Dugu Kan's talent was too heaven-defying. As long as he was hit, he would definitely die. Countless people subconsciously held their breaths as they looked at the mysterious sword. Unfortunately, Qin who had been defeated by this sword. So, how could Lin Ling not be careful? Even so, Lin Ling still felt some pressure. This Dugu Kan did not have many moves, but they were all very useful. Reincarnation Flame. White flames spread out, turning into a huge 6 paths of reincarnation. The terrifying power of laws was like a tide. It looked like a 3rd-grade divine rank talent, but it was not as simple as it looked. Dugu Kan's sword passed, but the reincarnation laws descended on his head. Although it could not suck him into reincarnation, it suppressed his speed and movement technique. At this moment, Dugu Kan's expression changed drastically. He had forgotten that Lin Ling had 2 divine rank talents. I said that this move could easily cause you to die in this world. How could Lin Ling miss such a good opportunity? He stepped out, and the Tyrant Song sword took away the momentum of the only sword in the world. Together with the god-demon body, he could be said to be the ruler of the world. Great creation! All the spatial laws were released, forming the sharpest spatial sword. This was also a sword that surpassed the speed of light. No one could clearly see the trajectory of the sword. They only saw Lin Ling heavily swing his sword. Time seemed to stop. Then, the 6 paths of reincarnation disappeared. Dugukan floated in the sky, staring at Lin Ling. He hadn't expected that he would be defeated. The battle that had made him famous would be the battle where he fell. Lin Ling, Wu Sheng who was in the 6th degree realm actually had the ability to kill a Wu Sheng who was in the 8th degree realm. Moreover, he, Lin Ling wasn't an ordinary Wu Sheng in the 8th degree realm. He was Wu Sheng who was invincible in the 8th degree realm. This meant that Lin Ling's battle power was terrifying. Moreover, Lin Ling's 2 great innate talents added together gave him a total of 1,000 points of law power, which was even more than Dugukan's. A sword mark appeared in the middle of his head. It extended from his eyes, nose, and mouth all the way until his entire body was split into 2. Boom! His body separated to 2 sides and finally floated into the ancient lake. Dugukan defeated. Silence. The entire side of the ancient lake was completely silent. Dugukan's power was obvious in the previous battle with Qinhu. However, a young man in the 6th degree realm like Wu Sheng actually killed him. This was unimaginable. This fellow, his ability has increased again. Wushang Xiandi looked at the ancient lake in disbelief. If they saw Lin Ling now, they would have to call him senior. Yeah. Lu Susu, on the other hand, was waving her fists in a charming manner. Of course, compared to their surprise, the Golden Wheel Boy and the rest on the other side of the ancient city were terrified. They looked at Lin Ling with helplessness and unwillingness. You're indeed the son of Huang, Lin Ling. Your speed of growth is too fast. Chapter 1961. Killing 10 people in one step. Lu Susu, you can't go. If you go, you won't be of any help and will only affect Lin Ling. What a pity, it would be great if a big shot of the mortal world was here. When the Supreme Immortal Emperor saw Lu Susu stepping forward, he immediately stopped her. This made Lu Susu even more unwilling because when she saw Lin Ling fighting alone, she couldn't help but feel sour in her heart. Forget about the devil race, there were even humans among them. This was even more ironic. Reincarnation flame. At this moment, Lin Ling was fighting against a group of heroes. He was constantly using the Mystic Turtle 9 steps and the Tyrant Song sword in his hand. Come and kill me. I, Lin Ling, have lived until now. What kind of storms have I not seen? I want to see who is not afraid of death. Everyone heard the cold voice with a hint of madness in it. Martial artists were most afraid of a madman who was unafraid of death. Now they encountered one. Kill. The devil race still attacked, but more than half of them were killed by Lin Ling. The ancient lake had turned into a blood lake. Too terrifying, this person's defense is so strong. The Golden Wheel Boy and the others were looking for an opportunity. They didn't dare to fight force with force at this moment. Moreover, they couldn't expose their identities, otherwise, the devil race wouldn't let them go. However, they didn't dare to kill Lin Ling, but it didn't mean that Lin Ling didn't dare to. Lin Ling had already noticed these humans. If he had the chance, he would kill them first because they were disgusting. Golden Wheel Boy, we met once in the past. At that time, you were so noble that I had to look up to you. But now you are so pitiful. If you want to kill me, you have to join hands with others. Lin Ling used the Mystic Turtle 9 steps and appeared in the sky above the ancient lake. He ruthlessly slashed down with his overbearing sword. The Golden Wheel Boy and the others' expression changed drastically. They wanted to escape, but a reincarnation circle appeared in the sky and sucked them in. Lin Ling, you can't kill us. When the devil race invades, we are the absolute fighting force. If you kill us, how will you explain to the Deacon Palace of the mortal world? Jean Abacus said anxiously. They hadn't even made a move yet, but they were already targeted by Lin Ling. They were too unlucky. Even if the sky falls, I, Lin Ling, will hold it up. If there is any crime, I will bear it. Lin Ling's sword was still resolute. If these people were fighting for the mortal world, then he wouldn't have killed them. But since they were fighting for him and even killed their own people, then Lin Ling had to kill them. If the highest deacon of the mortal world wanted to punish him, then he would accept it. So, why wouldn't he dare? With a single slash, the Golden Wheel Child's 2 enormous golden wheels were severed. Who could possibly block a 2-star immortal armament? The Golden Wheel Child was split into 2. Zhuge Xiong's one-armed saber was chopped off, and he became an armless man from then on. As for the remaining gold abacus, his face was pale. Only after approaching Lin Ling did he realize how terrifying Lin Ling's sword was. It could cut apart any treasure. Boom, boom, boom. However, after Lin Ling attacked, the large number of demons behind him also attacked. Terrifying power of laws attacked Lin Ling, causing Lin Ling to vomit blood. He was seriously injured. Let's see if you still dare to kill me. Seeing this, the gold abacus laughed loudly. If Lin Ling dared to kill him again, then he would definitely be injured again and killed by the crowd. So, as long as Lin Ling was smart enough, he would definitely not dare to kill him again. He would dodge the attack. Even if I bleed to death, I will still kill you. However, his smile quickly froze, because a sword was still ruthlessly slashing down. Even if he was injured, he would still kill. Lin Ling was that arrogant. Boom. Jean Abacus opened his mouth wide, wanting to beg for mercy. Unfortunately, it was too late. He was killed by a sword. Perhaps, when Lin Ling surpassed him, he should not have provoked Lin Ling. He should have treated Lin Ling as the true son of desolation. Unfortunately, he still had hope in his heart. That hope killed him. Of course, after killing the gold abacus, Lin Ling was attacked again. Those who attacked were demons and cultivators from the godly kingdom. Lin Ling's blood spurted out. It was a ghastly sight, causing the ancient lake to fall silent. They realized that Lin Ling's clothes had turned red. It was dyed red with blood. Come and kill me. But what surprised them was that Lin Ling's aura did not decrease. Instead, it became more vigorous, and his courage soared. All the energy was gathered by Lin Ling and merged into the tyrannical song sword, causing the sword to shine brightly. He stepped forward, and the power of laws gushed out. Killing 10 people with one step, blood splattered on the ancient lake. Without Wu Sheng's 9th stage peak, without a 4th grade divine rank talent, whoever came would die. One man and one sword, no doubt, shook the 3rd city. The current Lin Ling was unstoppable. That's enough. At this time, the wind and clouds in the sky exploded. A huge golden palm came slashing down. The golden light was dazzling. Invincible faith. This slash actually exploded with the power of 3,000 laws. It was so terrifying. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling could not block it and was split into 2. Almost at the same time, a large number of experts appeared by the ancient lake. They were the experts from the 3 large adventurer groups. At this moment, their faces were cold. Obviously, they did not expect Lin Ling to come to the 3rd city. This caused them to miss too much time. Because entering the 3rd city was a dead end, Lin Ling's actions were beyond their imagination. Lin Ling. This sudden accident caused Lu Susu, Qin Hu, and the others to scream. Ironically, there were many humans by the ancient lake, but only Lu Susu and a few others were screaming. Lin Ling's death did not cause any ripples in the hearts of these humans. This kid deserves to die. Not only did he kill humans, he even dared to provoke the nation of God. What's the point of not dying? Under countless gazes, the person who killed Lin Ling appeared. It was a middle-aged man around 40 years old. And judging by his clothes, he was the strongest person in the ancient Ji family, Ji Lian. Lin Ling did not die in the hands of the devil race and the nation of God. Instead, he died in the hands of a human. This was even more ironic. This kid is fearless. What a pity. Finally, a large number of voices rang out from the ancient lake. Perhaps these people would only feel admiration for the dead. Before the dead died, they only felt pressure, making them jealous, wishing for nothing more than for that person to die. Only after they died would their sympathy be overflowing. However, this kind of sympathy was extremely weak at this moment. It was even ironic. I killed him for the sake of the human world. After all, he dared to kill a martial artist from the nation of God. We have to give him an explanation. Ji Lian heard the voices around the ancient lake and said calmly. He had found a good excuse for himself. Despicable. If the three legends of the human world and the ancient giants were here, would he dare to kill them? Lu Susu looked at Ji Lian and clenched her fists. However, this kind of voice was ignored by Ji Lian. Lin Ling, Qin Hu, will avenge you. Even if I die, I will destroy the Ji family. Qin Hu's eyes were red. Thinking back to the days when the three of them fought side by side, he realized that those short days were the happiest and most carefree days of his life. Unfortunately, he did not know that he would not be able to escape from the third city. There was no doubt that he would die. 1,000,000 blue crystals. Seems like it belongs to Sir Ji Lian. The leaders of the three adventure groups said calmly. However, they were still angry because Lin Ling's death was too simple. Do you think I'm that easy to kill? However, at this moment, a cold voice sounded. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling, who was cut in half, came back to life. Blood rebirth. That sword, that blood-red robe, that elegant figure with long hair, it was shocking. Chapter 1962. He could still fight. Boom. Following Lin Ling's voice, everyone felt as if they had been struck by lightning. Their eyes widened. Lin Ling could still fight. Lin Ling. Lu Susu's eyes moistened as she looked at the black-robed young man with a cold expression. Ever since she had known Lin Ling, she had never seen Lin Ling so timidly fall. No matter what kind of situation he was in, Lin Ling would never give up. Qin Hu was also extremely shocked. In the past, when Lin Ling was climbing the Dharma River, the more he was defeated, the braver he became. Today, facing the three clans, Lin Ling still did not retreat. In fact, everyone was moved. In contrast, the three adventurer team commanders smiled. Lin Ling's death was too simple, and they couldn't vent their anger even if they objected. As for Ji Lian, he narrowed his eyes. He was not anxious at all because Lin Ling was just making a final struggle. You all want me to die? Lin Ling spat out a mouthful of blood, but he swallowed it back down. Hearing this, everyone was stunned, especially the demons. They felt that Lin Ling's question was very stupid. The warriors of the nation of God were thinking the same thing. Who wouldn't want Lin Ling to die with a reward of 1,000,000 blue crystals? I can tell you that I will never allow myself to be captured. If you want to kill me, then I will bury you with me. Lin Ling's long hair fluttered in the wind. His eyes were filled with coldness and madness as his voice drifted out. Silence. The side of the ancient lake was completely silent. Lin Ling was already on the verge of death, but his backbone was still as strong as ever. Even when he was about to die, he still wanted to drag someone down with him. In this regard, many people recalled Lin Ling's crazy actions before, and they began to feel fear in their hearts. However, to the top three adventurer teams, this was a joke. Lin Ling was indeed a monstrous genius. However, in the face of a martial emperor, no matter how dazzling he was, it was futile. No wonder you're so arrogant. You didn't embarrass the human world. You've earned my respect. Too bad you killed someone from the nation of God. Even though I'm from the same hometown as you, I can't help you. The only thing I can do is beg for mercy for you. Ji Lian took a deep breath and said indifferently. Glancing at the commanders of the three adventurer teams, Ji Lian continued, I'll give you a chance. We'll send 10 people. If you win, you can leave. Even if the commanders of the three adventurer teams try to kill you, I, Ji Lian, will protect you. His voice was like thunder, sonorous and powerful, extremely heroic. Hearing this, many people's faces changed. Could it be that Ji Lian was moved by Lin Ling's courage? Was that why he chose to help Lin Ling? Unfortunately, Lu Susu and the others stared at Ji Lian in disbelief. According to what they knew, the ancient Ji family was determined to kill Lin Ling. Now that Ji Lian said this, he must be trying to establish his prestige. In the future, when the ancient giants interrogated him, Ji Lian could say that he had already done his best to help Lin Ling. Let's fight. Let everyone see if Lin Ling can drag someone down with him before he dies. Eagle God King said sarcastically. Then he waved his hand and experts from the 3 adventurer teams walked out. Upon closer inspection, the weakest among them was Wu Sheng's 9th degree. Among them, there were even Wu Sheng's 10th degree. How could they win? How was this giving Lin Ling a chance? Because no matter how strong Lin Ling was, it was impossible for him to shake Wu Sheng's 9th degree. Seeing this, the devil race laughed. Lu Susu and the others frowned and wanted to find help. Unfortunately, unless the giants of the human realm came, who else could help Lin Ling? A very good junior. I'm impressed. To show my respect, I'll let you have 3 moves. 3 moves? How about 10 moves? That's right. The 3 major clans are watching. Since that's the case, why not let them have 100 moves and let them see the strength of the nation of God? The 10 of them laughed and walked out, treating Lin Ling as a stepping stone. It was as if they were toying with Lin Ling. Of course, with their strength, they had the right to do so. Lin Ling had at most 1,000 laws. But here, the weakest had 1,500 and the strongest had 2,000. Although they weren't geniuses, but obviously they were experts who had cultivated for many years. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. His face was expressionless. He sensed that the 10 of them were indeed not to be underestimated. I'll let you have 1 move. At this moment, one of them reached out and formed a giant hand of thunder. Its laws were extremely terrifying. It had reached 1,000. Clang. At this critical moment, Lin Ling blocked with his sword, but he couldn't stop the terrifying laws. His body flew backward, and more blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. That's still a move? Everyone was stunned. The 10 of them had just said that they would let Lu Sheng have 1 move, and then they immediately attacked. This was too unruly. I was just reminding him. Who would have thought that he would be so weak that he couldn't even take 1 move from me? The one who attacked said with a smile. Clearly, he was toying with Lin Ling. Because it ended too quickly, we can't make the leaders happy, so we can only play slowly. An old man shrugged and said, as expected, everything they did was to make the 3 captains happy. At this moment, the leaders of the 3 adventurer groups were smiling. They seemed to be in a good mood. You're Lin Ling, right? You shouldn't have killed my Eagle adventurer group. What a pity. Young people have to pay the price for their mistakes. Sigh, I pity your talent. Another old man walked toward Lin Ling. His face was kind, as if he felt sorry for Lin Ling. Seeing this, Lin Ling frowned. He was still stubborn and didn't beg for mercy. However, at this moment, the old man suddenly said in a low voice, "Seize the opportunity. I'll cover your escape later." Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes narrowed, and he looked at the old man in surprise. Divine Eagle 8 elbow strike. However, after the old man said that, he raised his elbow and shot toward Lin Ling like an arrow. His elbow hit Lin Ling, and Lin Ling was sent flying again, spitting out blood. The old man seemed kind, but in fact he was also toying with Lin Ling. Old 9 is very popular. The leader of the Eagle Adventurer group couldn't help but laugh. He was very pleased to see this scene. Ugly. If you want to kill him, just kill him. Why are you toying with him? Seeing the actions of those strong men, many people secretly clenched their fists. They were too shameless. Then they looked at Lin Ling and shook their heads. Lin Ling was probably going to be toyed to death by the 10 strong men. However, in their eyes, Lin Ling wasn't begging for mercy. Instead, the flames of war in his eyes burned brighter. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and raised his sword. I've had enough. All of you are going to die. These people had obviously underestimated Lin Ling. Since that was the case, even if he had to break his teeth, he would devour them. The 10 men roared at the sky. One of them stretched out his neck, patted it, and said, "Come and kill me. Let me see how a piece of trash like you can kill me." Chapter 1963. Berserk fruit. Unfortunately, in the eyes of everyone, even if Lin Ling was furious, there was nothing he could do. Because he only had 1,000 strands of the laws, and he wasn't a match for them at all. Black Tortoise 9 steps. At this time, Lin Ling moved. He stepped into the void and appeared in front of that person. That person was stunned for a moment, but the corners of his mouth curved into a cold smile. "You can't shake me. Great creation." Lin Ling turned a deaf ear to him and viciously slashed down with his sword, causing lightning to erupt from that person's body. There were no less than 1,100 laws. He wanted to see how Lin Ling would kill him. "Do you think I only have 1,000 laws?" But at this moment, a cold shout suddenly sounded. The 1,000-dimensional space suddenly changed, and the power of 100 laws suddenly appeared. The sword was incomparably dazzling at this moment. The eyes of the person patting his neck fiercely trembled. Could it be that Lin Ling was still hiding the power of laws? How could this be? Boom! The sword slashed down and the powerhouse was split in two. Even before he died, he couldn't understand why Lin Ling had suddenly erupted with even more laws. A 9th-stage realm expert of Wuxing was killed? Everyone's eyes widened as if they had just seen the most unbelievable thing in their lives. The remaining 9 people's faces also changed dramatically as they stared at Lin Ling. Only then did they realize that a green fruit had appeared in Lin Ling's left hand, and he fiercely shoved it into his mouth. Berserk divine fruit? Shocked voices came out from the 9 mouths. The Berserk God fruit was a treasure unique to the nation of God. It could increase a martial artist's power of law by 100 for a short period of time. It was a life-saving trump card in a life-or-death situation. Of course, there was a time limit to this. Once the effect was over, the martial artist would lose the ability to fight. This guy actually swallowed a Berserk divine fruit. One of the men's expression turned ugly. But to his surprise, another Berserk divine fruit appeared in Lin Ling's left hand, and he swallowed it. Boom! 200 strands of the power of laws were born. Like I said, if you want to kill me, then let's see if your lives are tough enough. Lin Ling's eyes were incomparably cold. He had the aura of someone who would rather die than live in dishonor. Boom! Another Berserk divine fruit was swallowed by him, and his laws rose once more. Next, there was another one. After 6 pieces, Lin Ling's power of law had reached over 1,600. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and golden light shone from him. The space within 100 meters of him shattered, and his terrifying aura shook the world. Wuxing, 9th degree realm, die. A voice that seemed to dominate the world floated out. Lin Ling vanished. With his laws erupting, his speed was extremely fast. "I'll give you 10 moves. Let's see how powerful you are." In just an instant, he appeared in front of one of Wuxing's 9th-stage realm practitioners, and the cold smile on his lips was like a devil's smile. At the same time, he ruthlessly slashed out with his sword. The space laws revealed their sharpness. It seemed like he was giving way, but when he said he would kill, he would kill. That strong practitioner's pupils trembled fiercely. He was so arrogant earlier because he knew he would definitely win against Lin Ling. But now he was afraid, because Lin Ling's laws had surpassed his. That strong practitioner also exploded with divine power. Unfortunately, after the sword slashed down, that divine power was like tofu, easily dissolving. Swoosh! That person was split into 2. That sword's brilliance seemed as though no one could block it. The remaining people all frowned. Lin Ling's counterattack before his death was indeed terrifying. "You actually killed him," an old man said coldly. In his opinion, with the 10 of them fighting, Lin Ling would definitely die. In the end, one of them was killed, which made him feel that he had lost all his face. I was just reminding him. Who would have thought that he was so weak that he couldn't even block a light move from me? Lin Ling's pupils turned and landed on that old man as he spat out a sentence in a sarcastic tone. This sentence was also said by the 10 of them. Hearing this, the remaining people were all furious. Although Lin Ling's laws had greatly increased, it was clearly not to the extent that they were afraid of. It's just a mere 1,600 strands of divine power. What's there to be arrogant about? Die. The old man who spoke at the beginning shouted angrily, his face full of malevolence. Because of the 2 people who were killed earlier, one of them was his family member. A mere? Ha! Lin Ling laughed coldly. The berserk divine fruit appeared in his left hand again, and he put it into his mouth. This action made everyone's jaws drop. Lin Ling swallowed the berserk divine fruit again? One had to know that there was a limit to eating the berserk divine fruit. If one ate too many and exceeded the limit, then the human body would explode. However, Lin Ling had already swallowed several of them. It was beyond imagination. Enjoy your last moments. I said before I die, I will definitely drag a few people down with me, and you are one of them. Lin Ling laughed, but there was madness in his laughter. He continued to eat the berserk divine fruit. Boom boom boom. The laws kept exploding from his body. It was a shocking sight. 1,700. 1,800. 1,900. The remaining experts were all shocked. Lunatic, a complete lunatic. Because Lin Ling had swallowed too many berserk divine fruits, he would not be able to escape death. As for the people by the ancient lake, their hearts were all in shock. They didn't expect that Lin Ling, who was only at the 6th stage realm like Wu Sheng, could actually make a 10th stage realm expert like Wu Sheng fearful. This was just like a dream. Wu Sheng was at the 10th stage realm. If he was in the human realm, he would be the existence of a giant in the human realm. And now, the giant in the human realm was also afraid of Lin Ling. Kill him, take advantage of the fact that he hasn't become strong and kill him. The old man who spoke at the beginning changed his benevolent expression to one of malevolence. Lin Ling, since you want us to die, we won't let you have an easy time. He was apparently mad with anger. He didn't expect Lin Ling to be able to counterattack and decide their lives. But his words seemed to be deceiving himself. Because they wanted Lin Ling to die, but they said that Lin Ling was forcing them to die. Perhaps in their hearts, Lin Ling should be a dead man and shouldn't resist them. Godly Eagle's 8 strikes elbow. The sky exploded, as though a godly eagle was soaring through the sky. That old man exploded with 2,000 laws and his elbow was glowing with divine light as he struck Lin Ling. Boom! The ancient lake exploded from the aura and the lake water fell like rain. By the ancient lake, everyone stared with their eyes wide open, deeply afraid that they would miss something. Lin Ling. Qin Hu and the rest cried out worriedly. This level of battle had already exceeded their imagination and it was something that they had to look up to. As for Ji Lian and the 3 leaders of the adventurer groups, their faces were ashen. The scene in front of them was not what they wanted to see. What they wanted to see was Lin Ling begging for mercy and looking regretful. I didn't expect him to swallow so many berserk divine fruits. Isn't his body afraid of exploding? Ji Lian said unwillingly. Because the power that Lin Ling had exploded, even he was afraid of it. No matter, under Old Nine's 8 divine eagle strikes, he will definitely die. Divine King Fei Ying said coldly. Boom boom boom. Chapter 1964. Counterattack thud thud thud. Beside the ancient lake, many people lost their footing and fell to the ground. As for the devil race, they gritted their teeth secretly, hoping that Lin Ling would die in the hands of that expert. The storm gradually calmed down, but white flames filled the sky. That pressure was as if the Yellow Spring Great Emperor had descended. Seeing this, everyone swallowed their saliva with difficulty. Lin Ling was not dead yet? Under countless gazes, a black-robed figure walked out from the white flames. That majestic aura was like that of the Yellow Spring Great Emperor. It was Lin Ling. How can you block my 8 striking divine eagle elbow? In front of him, that old man maintained his elbow's attacking posture, but he was trapped and could not move at all. Above his head, a mysterious flame circle appeared and bound him. 3,000 laws. Lin Ling softly spat out a voice, causing that old man's pupils to congeal. He was still too slow. Lin Ling had swallowed a large amount of berserk divine fruits and risked his life to attack. What do you want? That old man's face was pale and his forehead was filled with cold sweat. He had never expected that the ant's counterattack would be so terrifying. His laws were comparable to Wu Sheng's 10th stage realm. Lin Ling shook his head and did not say much. He walked forward, but every step he took seemed to step on everyone's heart, causing their hearts to roar. Bang! As Lin Ling stopped at the last step, that old man spat out a mouthful of blood. It was as if his entire cultivation had been disintegrated by an invisible aura. Your strength is not weak. To cultivate to Wu Sheng's 10th stage realm, you must have put in a lot of effort. Lin Ling said softly. That's right, sir. To be able to reach today's stage, I have put in 10 times more effort than ordinary people. That old man said fearfully. It's a pity for your achievements. Sigh, but you still have a chance. Among the 10 of you, you are the only one who can live. Lin Ling thought for a moment and said indifferently. That old man's eyes lit up. He could live? He wanted nothing more than to leave this place immediately, because Lin Ling, who had swallowed the berserk divine fruit, would definitely die. He did not want to be buried with him. Thank you, the old man said excitedly, as if this was the most exciting moment of his life. Reincarnation flame. However, just as he finished speaking, Lin Ling stretched out his left hand and grabbed the old man's head. White flames spread out and burned him crazily. Didn't you say you would let me go? The old man anxiously shouted, but Lin Ling completely ignored him, which made him suddenly remember that he had also said the same thing to Lin Ling before. At that time, he was deceiving Lin Ling, playing with Lin Ling. And now Lin Ling was returning the favor. Pa. The white flames were hot and cold, burning into the depths of the old man's soul. Powerful. Incomparably powerful. At this moment, Lin Ling had clearly surpassed his peak and reached an unprecedented height. Unfortunately, this height was only temporary, but it was enough to make the remaining people tremble with fear. In their eyes, Lin Ling held the old man's head and walked over step by step. It was as if he had come from the underworld. We won't participate. The pressure was too strong, and the remaining people were all scared witless. The power of 3,000 laws, even Wu Sheng, who was at the peak of the realm, would have to avoid it, unless he was a genius expert. Kneel down, and perhaps you won't die. Lin Ling finally said, making those people kneel down without hesitation. Although it was embarrassing, their lives were more important at this moment. Bastard! Seeing this, the leaders of the 3 adventurer teams were furious. They did not see Lin Ling beg for mercy, but instead saw their own people kneel down in shame. This was a silent slap, but it was very loud. The crowd looked at Lin Ling in shock. They did not expect Lin Ling to be so ruthless. He was still so proud even before death. 6 paths of reincarnation. Lin Ling saw the crowd kneeling down and his lips curled into a cold smile. He spread out his hands and a terrifying flame shot out like a meteor, forming a huge reincarnation circle in the sky. He said before that those who came to kill him would have to accompany him in death, so these people had to die. As for integrity, there was no need to be honest with these people, because they had none. You said you wouldn't kill us. The remaining people cried out and wanted to escape, but the reincarnation circle in the sky produced a huge suction force, sucking them in. The power of the laws was like the laws of heaven and earth. Like flowers blooming and withering, life and death, no one could escape from it. No, those people were all sucked into the reincarnation circle. Their painful cries stunned everyone by the ancient lake. Even the 10th stage realm expert Wu Sheng had died. Lin Ling was crazy. As long as there's a breath left, hope will not be extinguished. Even if he's weak, even if he's tired, as long as there's a breath left, he will continue to fight. Someone said in admiration. Wu Sheng's 6th stage realm expert had killed 10 Wu Sheng's peak realm experts. Such a counterattack, no one wasn't shocked. In the entire 3 realms, Lin Ling was probably the only person who could achieve such a feat. The entire ancient lake was extremely quiet. The crowd looked at the figure floating in the sky and they seemed to see that figure starting to weaken, walking towards death step by step. The power brought by the berserk divine fruit started to diminish. Most importantly, Lin Ling had swallowed too many berserk divine fruits and he was not far from death. But Lin Ling continued to float in the sky, standing tall like a pine tree, his head touching the sky and his feet stepping on the ground, making no one dare to go near him. If this person doesn't die, he will definitely become the king of the 3 realms in future. Those demon race seniors all started to admire Lin Ling's willpower, fighting spirit and fighting spirit. Go to hell. But at this moment, a golden figure stepped forward and shot towards Lin Ling. It was Ji Lian. Ji Lian was obviously very cautious. Previously when Lin Ling killed those few people, he didn't dare to fight. Only when the power of Lin Ling's berserk divine fruit weakened did he seize the opportunity to fight. Despicable person. This action, even the demon race seniors couldn't stand it. Lin Ling, fighting with his life on the line to kill 10 experts. This should be the time for Lin Ling to die with pride, but Ji Lian made a despicable move. Didn't you say that if Lin Ling defeated 10 people, Ji Lian would let him go? The people from the godly kingdom also shouted angrily. They also couldn't stand it. Boom. Almost at the same time, Lin Ling was slashed by Ji Lian's blade. He spat out blood and fell into the ancient lake below like a kite. Ha! Ji Lian suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed, as if he had done something that no one else could. Lin Ling died in my hands. From now on my name will shake the 3 realms. This undoubtedly made people even angrier, leaving him with only a look of disdain. But Ji Lian didn't care at all. Winner takes all. Today, everyone was disdainful of him, but as time passed, who would remember the process of this battle? People only remembered the result, that Lin Ling was killed by Ji Lian, and that was enough. Lin Ling, Lu Su, Wushang, and Xiandi's eyes were wet. Today, Lin Ling fought again, and clearly he had convinced everyone, including them. Splash! Chapter 1965. Another counterfeit. This strong figure moved countless people. Because he is Lin Ling. He once again raised the banner of invincibility and faced the enemy head-on. Boom! Everyone's heart exploded, and many people even shouted, Lin Ling, you can do it. Go! Still not dead? So it's that armor you're wearing, but you've eaten the berserk divine fruit, so you'll die sooner or later. Let me help you. Go! Ji Lian was stunned for a moment, then he sneered. He saw that Lin Ling had an extra set of red armor on his body. It looked somewhat extraordinary, but he guessed that it was a protective measure that Lin Ling had made for himself before his death. Because no armor can make up for Lin Ling's death, and the reason is the berserk divine fruit. Let's see how long you can block it. Go! Ji Lian is the head of the ancient Ji family, his strength is unfathomable, and there are few who can match him in the mortal world. Slash of faith. Go! He raised his hand high, and a golden light shone. It was like a blade, and it slashed down, exploding with 2,500 strands of law energy. Rumble! Lin Ling fell into the ancient lake again like a kite with a broken string. Poor guy, is it the aftereffect of the berserk divine fruit that made your brain stupid? You dare to fight me in this state? Ji Lian smiled disdainfully, but his smile quickly froze, because a figure floated up from the ancient lake with difficulty and then stepped into the sky expressionlessly. Ji Lian was stunned. The leaders of the 3 adventurer teams were stunned. Everyone around the ancient lake was stunned. Lin Ling is still alive after being swept by the berserk divine fruit and attacked by Ji Lian's law energy. What a tenacious life force. How can you still stand up? Ji Lian was stunned, and his face was full of blue veins. The young man with steady steps seemed to be mocking him, making him feel extremely embarrassed. He, the head of the ancient Ji family, tried to kill a seriously injured junior, but failed again and again. How is this possible? Supreme light of faith. Ji Lian roared towards the sky, golden light burst out from his body and countless law principles shot towards Lin Ling like needles. This time, the number of law principles reached over 3,000. Clang, clang, clang. It was as if Lin Ling had encountered a violent storm. His entire body was covered in blood. However, under everyone's gazes, he continued to move forward. It was as if he was facing the winds and waves of the heavens as he stepped onto his journey. What a proud young man. The crowd's hearts trembled fiercely. Today's battle had exceeded everyone's imagination. It was probably the most exciting battle they had ever seen in their lives. Lin Ling against a group of heroes. Spear of Faith. Ji Lian's expression became even more unsightly as he once again condensed a terrifying attack and charged towards Lin Ling. He refused to believe it. He didn't believe that Lin Ling was immortal. No matter how powerful that armor was, it absolutely couldn't block his spear of law. Rumble. Wherever the spear passed, heaven and earth would change color. Faith was invincible. The spear pierced through Lin Ling's chest, causing Lin Ling to freeze in midair. Blood rained down like rain. That tragic scene moved the hearts of countless people. However, in the next moment, Lin Ling's feet moved and he once again walked towards Ji Lian. This time, everyone looked at the sky numbly. They were already speechless. As for Ji Lian, he stood there in a daze. He was actually a little afraid. In his life, he had fought countless battles, but he was never afraid of an enemy. However, at this moment, he was afraid. The most ironic thing was that the fear wasn't because the enemy was very strong, but because the enemy's belief that he would never fall had ruthlessly hurt him. Come, Ji family head. Lin Ling finally raised his head and coldly spat out a sentence. In everyone's eyes, he was unafraid of death. However, the reason why he still walked towards Ji Lian was because of the berserk armor on his body. The berserk armor was a 2-star immortal weapon. The owner of this armor sacrificed speed but increased defense. The most important thing was that it could absorb the opponent's law principles and ultimately form the berserk law. The more law principles absorbed, the more terrifying the law principles were. Now, Lin Ling didn't know how much law principles he had absorbed. He estimated that it should be at least 4,000 law principles. 4,000 law principles? This was a realm that Lin Ling could only look up to. Come, Ji family head. Lin Ling's footsteps were steady as he walked towards Ji Lian. Die for me. Ji Lian seemed to have gone crazy as he continuously unleashed terrifying attacks. He was getting more and more afraid. Why didn't Lin Ling die? The crowd looked at this scene in horror. They didn't expect the powerful Ji Lian to be driven crazy while the weak Lin Ling could start a prairie fire with a single spark. His momentum was shocking. Boom, boom, boom. Countless law principles overturned the sky. It was probably enough to kill any 10th stage realm Wusheng. However, a miracle was right in front of them. Lin Ling and Wusheng were 6th stage realm, but they still didn't die. Gotcha. Finally, Lin Ling's armor cracked. The sound wasn't loud, but it was like thunder. It's broken. Ji Lian was overjoyed as he attacked even more crazily. Faith energy field. However, Lin Ling's fighting spirit was also boiling because he sensed that he was just a little bit short. Just a little bit. Before the armor was completely broken, he could unleash all his law principles. At that time, as long as he didn't die, Ji Lian would definitely die. Hang in there. Lin Ling suddenly gritted his teeth. Gradually, an unprecedented energy gathered in his arm and gradually reached the tyrannical Song sword. Very strong. It had probably reached 8,000 law principles. Finally, Lin Ling pulled out the ancient sword behind his back. With a sword in hand, he dominated the world. Boom, boom, boom. Almost at the same time, a large number of crystal flowers exploded in the sky. They were densely packed and extremely gorgeous. If one looked carefully, they were actually space flowers. The entire scene was silent. Everyone saw that those space flowers were brought by Lin Ling. Ji Lian stopped attacking and stared at Lin Ling. A sense of uneasiness rose in his heart. That sense of uneasiness came from Wusheng's 6th degree realm Lin Ling. I've said it before, if you want to kill me, Everyone will die with me, including you. Lin Ling finally raised his sword and slashed out. 8,000 space flowers bloomed. Boom. That slash was earth-shattering, cutting ghosts and gods, breaking the dome of heaven. Ji Lian was stunned. That slash was like the most resplendent flower, slowly falling towards him. But that terrifying sharpness made him feel the taste of death. Why was Lin Ling only in Wu Sheng's 6th degree realm, but he was able to slash out such a terrifying slash? Why was he still able to fight when Lin Ling was already on the verge of death? Why was it like this? He frantically fled towards the ground, towards the side of the ancient lake. The crowd's mouth was agape. In their eyes, that slash was very slow, but Ji Lian's speed was even slower. This kind of terrifying space aura shocked everyone. But this kind of slowness seemed to have reached its limit and instantly accelerated. Swoosh. Wherever the slash passed, Ji Lian's body was fixed in place, as if time had stopped. His head slowly floated down. Smashing into the water, it felt like a dream. Boom boom boom. From afar, that extremely terrifying space slash had actually cut off the third city's city wall. Along the way, those tall trees in the desolate forest were all cut off. Chapter 1966. Immortal God Kingdom. Lin Ling had turned the tables once again. Moreover, this time, the powerhouse was the highest authority in the human realm, a giant from the human realm. Whoever came would die. If the king of the nation of God came, or if the ancient giants of the mortal world came, would they all die? Everyone's heart was filled with a terrifying thought because Lin Ling was undefeatable. Whoever came to kill him would have to die with him. At the side of the ancient lake, it was silent. No one spoke, and the focus of their gazes was on Lin Ling. In the third city's restaurant, the blonde goddess's expression changed. At the beginning, she thought that the ant wouldn't be able to last for an incense stick's time. However, the result was far beyond her expectations. What a terrifying genius of the mortal realm. Even she was moved. Let the leaders of the 3 large adventurer groups kill him. The goddess pondered for a moment before speaking. The elder's expression changed. He didn't expect that she would personally order someone to be killed. Moreover, it was a lowly commoner from the human realm. Yes. The elder immediately nodded. At this moment, the leaders of the 3 large adventurer groups, Eagle God King, Lei Ba, and Xiong, all had murderous intent in their eyes. Because they also felt that Lin Ling was too terrifying. The secrets on him were beyond imagination. If this person was a friend, they would have a deep relationship with him. But if he was an enemy, then they had to eliminate him completely. Moreover, Lin Ling was only at the 6th stage of Wu Sheng. What if Wu Sheng was at the 10th stage? They didn't dare to imagine the result. Everyone, kill him. Divine King Soaring Eagle let out a furious roar and led the Soaring Eagle adventurer team to attack Lin Ling. In the sky, a golden eagle flew past. The law was extremely terrifying. Thunderstream Adventurer Group, kill him. Lei Ba's fist became as big as a small mountain. He walked over from the ancient lake. Everywhere he went, he was like a giant. Moreover, there were pools of lightning everywhere. As for the other side, poison clouds filled the sky and actually covered all the light in the sky. It was as if the light was drowned by poison. The 3 large adventurer groups all attacked. Beside the ancient lake, everyone's hearts were trembling. Did Lin Ling finally attract such an expert? They all looked at Lin Ling, but they realized that this domineering youth was not moving at all. Only his long hair was fluttering in the wind, as if he would not be alarmed even if the sky collapsed. What kind of willpower was this? What kind of pride was this? After fighting so many people, so many experts, in the end, facing the 3 captains, would he still not take a step back? The Eagle God Monarch had a solemn expression. At this moment, he didn't want to say anything else. He only wanted to kill Lin Ling as quickly as possible. Only then would he feel at ease. Lin Ling run! Lu Su Su, Qin Hu, and the others shouted. It was impossible for Lin Ling to defeat the top 3 adventurer teams because those team leaders were all martial emperors. Don't run, my father is here. But at this time, Zhang Yingjin suddenly said, and looked at the distant sky. the sky was still as if time had stopped. An indescribably terrifying aura swept over, causing everyone to have difficulty breathing. Their hearts were cold, but they didn't know what was happening. The poison clouds in the sky were dug out by a large hand, and an immortal Buddha appeared. This Buddha actually reached the sky, as if it was the lord of a divine country. "Are you jealous of my handsomeness?" The hand grabbed down, as if it was covering the sky. The eagle god monarch's expression changed. Unfortunately, for some unknown reason after its fall, the three great divine kingdoms were all chased into the unparalleled Buddha cloud, never to leave again. As time passed, the immortal divine kingdom rose again. Although they couldn't break through the enchantment seal, they were still the king of the nation of God. No one could stop them. "It's him." In the restaurant, the blonde goddess' expression changed drastically. She wasn't surprised that this person came back, because the idiot young prince was here. What surprised her was that this person would help Lin Ling. Arrogant Zhang Yingjun, the charming Zhang Yingjun of the nation of God, take a good look at what the immortal martial arts are. At this moment, the Buddha in the sky laughed and stared at a little fatty on the ground. The little fatty flipped his hair elegantly. What made people speechless was that this terrifying existence actually knew this ugly little fatty. Of course, at this moment, this little fatty with a bounty of 100 blue crystals gave people a chill in their hearts. Especially the three great adventurer teams. They never expected this guy to have such a big background. What was the relationship between them? "Father, they're all jealous of my handsomeness, especially the three great adventurer teams," the little fatty said with a serious face. His words made people's hearts tremble. They were actually father and son. Oof. His handsomeness is his ability. "You're jealous of my son's handsomeness, aren't you? Is it my son's fault that he's too handsome? That's innate. So, you're all going to die for me. I'll kill from the weakest to the strongest. Let's see if you still dare to be jealous." The Buddha in the sky shouted coldly. The three great adventurer teams' expressions changed drastically. How could they be jealous of the little fatty's handsomeness? He wasn't handsome at all. Of course, they didn't dare to say this at this moment. They only wanted to run for their lives and blow up the Eagle God King. Chapter 1967. The Ancient Giant of the Godly Kingdom. In the third city, countless pairs of eyes stared at the Buddha giant. At this moment, a huge palm came crashing down, and the terrifying wind blew some of the weaker ones to death. Boom. As for that palm, it was like the law of heaven and earth. Under that palm, a corner of the third city was shattered, and a huge palm print was left on the ground, as if it was a valley. "Spare me!" That Buddha giant killed indiscriminately, displaying the aura of an overlord. In the third city, cries and screams rang out. Every palm killed countless members of the three large adventure groups. If they had a choice, they would definitely not chase after Lin Ling's group. "Spare me, senior, we didn't know he was your son." Eagle God King stared at the sky, his pupils trembling violently. Although the Buddha giant did not attack him, he knew that it wanted to kill the weaker ones first before it moved on to them. As for Lei Ba and Xiong, their faces were pale, and they did not dare to move. "My son is so handsome, how can you not recognize him?" The Buddha giant in the sky roared, and under that huge palm, a large number of experts from the adventurer groups fell. As for the side of the ancient lake, everyone had long left. No one dared to stay. Bang bang bang. The huge palm continued to fall, and Wu Sheng's 8th degree realm experts were killed, and the 9th degree realm experts fell. Gradually, it reached Wu Sheng's 10th degree realm. Unfortunately, they still could not block the huge palm in the sky. The crowd in the distance opened their mouths wide. The three large adventurer groups that dominated the desolate forest were probably going to die here today. Involuntarily, many people looked at Lin Ling, who was still floating in the sky, and their hearts shook. Those who came to kill Lin Ling were all wiped out. Run! Xiong could not watch himself die here, so he planned to run. Immortal heaven and earth. However, just as he moved, a cold voice came from the sky. A terrifying law appeared, and it actually slowed down Xiong's speed. He was like an ant crawling. I've said it before, kill the weak first, then the strong. If the weak don't die, how can you run? Get back here and watch the show. That Buddha let out a voice filled with might without being angry. Then, with a bang, Xiong fell down from the sky, spitting out blood and looking dispirited. The leaders of the other two large adventurer groups trembled even more. Because this was a kind of torture. They could not leave and could only wait for death. They couldn't help but look at Lin Ling. They suddenly remembered what Lin Ling had said. If you come to kill me, you'll all die with me. Now, they're all going to die with me. Boom, boom, boom. The huge palm continued to fall, and Xiong of Xiong's 10th degree realm experts fell. Xiong, Xiong, Xiong of Xiong, Xiong, Xiong of Xiong, of course, of Xiong of Xiong, 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 Xiong. In the distance, the great venerables of the devil race said coldly. They were death warriors, so they didn't fear the great venerables in the sky. But they had to kill Lin Ling. Forget it if you want to kill him, do it next time. Today, I admire him. That's right, I hate hypocritical humans, but I don't hate that guy. He has the same backbone as the demons, so if you want to kill him, do it when he's at his peak. I don't want to kill a powerless warrior who is fighting against so many people. Many of them shook their heads. They did not want to humiliate Lin Ling, and they did not want to humiliate themselves. In the end, they all left one by one. At this moment in the third city, the three large adventurer groups had all fallen. The remaining three leaders stood there, and then they all fell to their knees. Spare us, we have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. Please spare us. They were all begging for mercy. In the face of a powerful warrior, they were just ants. Because that Buddha giant was probably at the peak of power in the godly kingdom, and to the human world, that kind of power was comparable to the ancient giants. Zhang Yingjun, go kill him, I'll see who dares to resist. The Buddha giant looked down at the three of them and spat out a sentence coldly. All right, I'll do it, I'll see who dares to be jealous of my handsomeness. The little fatty walked out with a chuckle. His facial features, which were focused on the center point, gave people a feeling of extreme speechlessness. However, what happened next completely overturned the crowd's thoughts. The reason being that the little fatty of the 8th layer martial saint realm actually managed to kill 3 martial emperors. Those martial emperors did not even dare to resist, and died just like that. From this, it could be seen how intimidating that Buddha giant was. Lin Ling. When the matter was over, many people then looked at the young man floating in the sky. Lin Ling's body was covered in blood. His skin was constantly exploding, leaving behind flesh and blood, and the sound of bones cracking could be heard. But he still stood in the sky, looking indifferently in front of him. That look made many people's hearts roar. They felt pain just looking at it, but Lin Ling could still stand up. His willpower was too scary. Lin Ling. Lu Susu, Qin Hu, and the rest quickly flew towards Lin Ling. I'm not dead yet. Lin Ling spat out these words with much difficulty, causing everyone to be stunned and speechless for a moment. Zhang Yingjun, this friend of yours really is strong. He ate so many berserk divine fruits, yet he still hasn't died. Immediately bring him to the immortal mountain. He still has a chance to live. In the sky, that Buddha was also a bit shocked. All right. Zhang Yingjun quickly carried Lin Ling and left. Looking at those people leaving, the people in the third city were speechless for a long time. They looked at the ancient lake that had turned into the shape of 5 fingers, looked at the ground that was dyed red with blood, and suddenly felt the sorrow of the weak. No matter who they were, what kind of talent and strength they had, in the hands of the strong, they were just ants. Those ancient powerhouses could turn them into ashes with just a glance. Lin Ling just came to the nation of God, and even the experts of the nation of God are moving for him. Many human experts mumbled to themselves, but in the end, they shook their heads and left. As for Xian Di and the rest, they bitterly smiled. To them, Lin Ling was already a giant of the human world. The immortal divine nation, one of the 3 great divine nations of the unparalleled Buddha cloud, was also an ancient giant. In a tranquil valley, birds were singing and flowers were fragrant. Clear water flowed down from the sky, forming a beautiful mist that covered the entire valley. It was extremely beautiful. What was surprising was that the water that fell from the sky seemed to have no roots. It actually flowed out from the void. I hope he can persevere. If he fails, then he will be turned into ashes. Father! Father, don't tell me you don't have a way? Father! Too many berserk divine fruits can't be eaten, or else it will destroy the human body. It's already a miracle that he can persevere until now. Father! Everyone left the valley one after another. Lu Susu looked worriedly, bit her red lips, and finally left as well. In the valley, under the clear water, a figure sat cross-legged. His body was constantly exploding, and the sound of bones breaking could be heard. However, they were also constantly being repaired. Chapter 1968. Wu Sheng's 7th Stage Realm. You're here, you're finally here. You can't die here, the second stone sculpture is just around the corner. Unknowingly, Lin Ling heard a familiar voice, as though it came from the horizon but also seemed to be ringing by his ear, which made Lin Ling's finger finally moved slightly. Almost at the same time, the god and devil physique operated furiously and the speed of recovery also increased by a lot. In addition to the mysterious water flowing down from the sky, Lin Ling finally survived the side effects of the berserk god fruit. In actual fact, the reason why Lin Ling dared to swallow a large amount of berserk god fruit was because of the god and devil physique. The god and devil physique was an absolute defense, not only on the outside, it also had an internal defense. Pa. And in Lin Ling's Dantian, the real energy source was revolving, as though it had turned into a desolate land. A large amount of heaven and earth laws were derived and gradually, 30 sets of laws were born. Apparently, with the help of the mysterious immortal spring in the sky, Lin Ling's cultivation realm had increased, reaching Wu Sheng's 7th stage realm. And third transformation Wu Sheng's benefits were also displayed. Raising a realm, the increase in laws was 3 times that of ordinary people. His own power of laws had reached a total of 800. If he added the tyrannical song sword, that was a total of 1,200 laws. Lin Ling's eyes moved slightly, sensing the increase in his realm, he was overjoyed. Although he had borrowed the berserk god fruit and berserk armor to control 8,000 laws, but those were after all external objects and could not compare to the increase in his own power. Whereas when he fought Wu Sheng's 9th stage realm, those strong practitioners had around 1,500 laws. But Lin Ling currently had 1,200 laws, so he was confident that he could fight Wu Sheng's 9th stage realm easily. Unfortunately, my god and devil tyrannical earth physique has reached its limit and now I can only develop the Yellow Springs flame. Lin Ling thought to himself. The Yellow Springs flame's innate talent could still be improved, unlike the fiend god tyrant earth physique. After all, the Yellow Springs flame was one of the 10 great divine flames. After an unknown period of time, Lin Ling slowly opened his eyes. He looked at his body and couldn't help but smile. It was as if he had been reborn. His skin was comparable to a baby's, and his bones were as hard as metal. Does this spring water come from the martial god world? Lin Ling looked up and was secretly surprised. A spirit spring that came from the void was indeed extremely rare. Lin Ling took out a blue-white robe and put it on. Then, he carried the tyrannical song sword on his back. This sword was a 2-star spirit formation immortal weapon, and it represented 1/3 of Lin Ling's strength. Berserk armor. Lin Ling looked at the battle armor in the green ring and couldn't help but shake his head. He had seen the power of this battle armor and it was indeed powerful. Unfortunately, its weakness was also very obvious. Because it sacrificed speed, this type of battle armor could only be used against people stronger than him. Where is this place? Lin Ling collected his thoughts and said indifferently. At this time, a cry of surprise came from outside the valley. Lin Ling, you're awake. Ha, you're not dead yet? The sharp voice made Lin Ling dizzy. He looked around and saw that it was the little fatty Zhang Yingjun. Seeing this, Lin Ling couldn't help but laugh. He remembered that before he fainted, an expert suddenly came and decided the entire battle. Hearing that, Lu Susu's face turned red, and an inexplicable joy rose in her heart. Then she said, "You're sweet? Good." At this time, two more figures walked into the valley. One of them was a middle-aged man named Fatty. He wore a loose robe and walked with the vigor of a tiger. What was surprising was that on his fat face, his facial features were outwards. For example, his eyes were on his forehead, his mouth was on his chin, and his nose was normal. However, the blank space between his facial features could fit a fist. There was actually such a strange person. "Zhang Yingjun, you're jealous of my handsomeness. Good." After the middle-aged man walked in, he immediately said with a smile, "Father, I'm more handsome than you." "Good." Zhang Yingjun was all smiles as well. "Linling, good. Indeed, like father, like son. Not bad, not bad. You actually used the fountain of youth to increase your strength. As expected, one who survives a great disaster is bound to have good fortune later. I heard from Zhang Yingjun that the three of you were very close to each other in the desolate forest." "Good." After exchanging a few words with Zhang Yingjun, the middle-aged man looked at Linling. However, there was surprise in his eyes because he was still alive after eating so many berserk divine fruits. It had to be said that this was a miracle. Linling roughly knew where this place was from Qinhu. It was the immortal divine kingdom. The middle-aged man was Zhang Yingjun's father, Zhang Shuai, also known as the immortal Buddha King. He was the second prince of the immortal divine kingdom, and his strength had reached the level of an ancient giant. "Senior, thank you for your help." "Thank you." Linling bowed and said. "Hee, no need to be so polite. You and my son are friends, so you are my friend." Although Zhang Shuai was dignified, he was quite amiable to Linling. While the two of them were talking, Zhang Yingjun was holding the other person's hand. This was a woman in her early 20s. She had a head of long golden hair and was extremely beautiful. She was also a first-class beauty, comparable to Lu Susu. The only difference was that this woman had a more noble temperament, as if she was a goddess from heaven. "My wife, Jin Yanren?" "Yes." Chapter 1969. An unchangeable outcome. Linling immediately returned a smile. Of course, he was also a little surprised. He didn't expect Zhang Yingjun to have a wife, and a beautiful woman at that. However, he could vaguely see that although the woman didn't object to Zhang Yingjun calling her wife, in the depths of her eyes, a trace of undetectable disgust leaked out. Thinking about it, Zhang Yingjun's appearance was so strange, and the woman's talent and appearance were first class. The two were indeed not compatible. However, Zhang Yingjun's status was obviously not low, so even if the woman disliked him, she didn't dare to say it out loud. "I have some matters to attend to, so I'll leave first. Goodbye." Jin Yanran glanced indifferently at Linling and the others. After bowing to Zhang Shuai, she bid farewell and left. This action was very rude, as if she disdained to be associated with others. "Yanran, wait for me." Zhang Yingjun chased after her. It was obvious that he liked Jin Yanran very much. Sigh. Sigh. After the two left, Zhang Shuai sighed softly. Obviously, he could also see that Jin Yanran didn't like his son. This woman is the daughter of a certain minister of the Sun Divine Nation. She is also an existence that everyone in the Sun Divine Nation adored. She married into my immortal divine nation mostly for the sake of her future. Unfortunately, my son is captivated by her. I believe that one day, this woman will be willing to live with him. I can't outlast my son, so I can only let them do as they wish. Sigh. Zhang Shuai shook his head. Hearing this, Linling and Qinhu both frowned, but there was nothing they could say. They could only hope that the woman would be moved by Zhang Yingjun in the end. However, Linling had rich experience. He had a feeling that this kind of marriage was built on benefits. The two of them probably wouldn't have any results, because they weren't equal. This time, the immortal god nation welcomed a large number of experts from the human world. Among them, there are many geniuses from the human world. Zhang Shuai didn't say much about the previous topic. He looked at Lin Ling and smiled. It's just luck. Sigh. Lin Ling shook his head and replied. This time, many experts from your human world have entered, and their strength is not weaker than ours. Right now, they are already discussing with the experts from the Immortal Divine Nation, Fire Cloud Empire, and Sun Divine Nation. They are discussing whether or not to open the Devil World's void barrier and let more Devil race enter the human world. Zhang Shuai continued. Hearing this, Lin Ling and the others' expressions changed slightly. They knew that the ancient giants had come here to prevent the demon race from obtaining the boundary tablet and completely opening the void. It was said that this boundary plate had existed since the Antiquity Age. It had the power to separate the human realm, the devil realm, and the ghost realm. Even Li Xiaoyao, who came later, increased the size of the boundary plate in the void to seal the powerhouses from different realms. However, if he could obtain the mysterious spirit formation tablet, he would be able to open the various worlds. What was the result? Lin Ling asked with a frown. I don't know yet, but the Sun God Nation clearly supports the demon race. Zhang Shuai shook his head. What? Why did they support the demons? What benefits did it bring them? Qin, who was surprised. Lin Ling pondered for a moment and said lightly, if I'm not wrong, that boundary plate should be able to open the seal of the unparalleled Buddha cloud. Hearing this, Zhang Shuai looked at Lin Ling in surprise. He didn't expect Lin Ling to know these secrets. That's right, after the mysterious boundary plate was brought here by the ancient people, it had been kept by the 3 divine nations. After many years of investigation, they found that the boundary plate could also open the unparalleled Buddha cloud's boundary plate. At that time, these so-called God race could also enter the human realm. The human realm was the biggest stage, and all the major races wanted to enter. However, to open the unparalleled Buddha cloud, they also needed the help of the demon race, so they reached an agreement with each other. It seems that the invasion of the demon race can't be changed. Lin Ling shook his head. He had a feeling that the ancient giants of the human realm had come here for the purpose of failing. At that time, when all the boundary plates were opened, not only the God race, the demon race, but even the ghost race could invade. The human realm would be in chaos. Sigh, although I am your friend, from the eternal divine nation's point of view, I still hope to open the seal. After all, don't think that the martial artists here are stronger. In reality, we have all reached our limits and are trapped in a bottleneck. Zhang Shuai looked into the distance. In terms of strength, the martial artists of the divine nation were stronger, but in terms of the strongest ancient giants, they were all the same. No one could reach the legendary realm of breaking through the void and stepping into the martial god realm. The martial god realm is the dream of all the major races. After we were abandoned, there was not a moment when we didn't want to return home. Look at the sky, that is the closest place to the martial god realm. Unfortunately, for millions of years, no one has been able to reach the martial god realm from here. Zhang Shuai's face was full of anticipation. The goal of all martial artists was the same, to achieve eternal life and step into the martial god realm. It's not that there is no one, in fact, there was one person who reached the martial god realm from here, but he thought it was a shortcut, so he backed out halfway. Lin Ling also looked at the distant sky and said faintly, someone has stepped into the martial god realm. Lin Ling's words were no doubt a bolt from the blue for Zhang Shuai, causing him to look at Lin Ling in surprise. Li Xiaoyao. Lin Ling lightly spat out a sentence. In the past, Li Xiaoyao had come here and reached the martial god realm from here, but he thought the process was too simple, so he opened the sky dome from the mortal world and walked his own path. In the entire mortal world, Li Xiaoyao was probably the only one who had such a heroic spirit. Li Xiaoyao, I've heard of this terrifying character, the first emperor of the mortal world's 4 great eras. Did he succeed? Zhang Shuai's eyes were full of worship. Their immortal divine nation also had records of this matter. He succeeded, Lin Ling replied with a smile, causing Zhang Shuai's face to change dramatically. He was even more envious. The martial god realm is another world, the final destination of martial artists. Unfortunately, it's not as good as imagined. The weak are prey to the strong, and the strong are respected. Lin Ling said indifferently. So what? At least I can go there. This is a kind of affirmation. On the path of martial arts, isn't it the pursuit of the end? What's there to fear about death? Rather than living a mediocre life, it's better to have a grand battle. Zhang Shuai was not surprised by Lin Ling's words. With his hands behind his back, he stared at the sky, his voice filled with heroism and yearning. Hearing this, Qin Hu nodded. Although the martial god realm was not as beautiful as imagined, the pursuit of martial artists was the end of the martial path, so he would not give up. Lin Ling smiled. He finally understood why everyone wanted to enter the martial god realm. It was because of everyone's martial heart. Alright, let's not talk about these distant things. As for you, I found that you're hiding many secrets because you actually have a 2-star immortal weapon. Amazing! Zhang Shuai withdrew his gaze and smiled at Lin Ling. He had to admit that his son was a lucky man, actually knowing someone like Lin Ling. After all, through their conversation he found that Lin Ling's knowledge was above his, and he seemed to have to humbly ask for guidance. Chapter 1970. Is this a proposal? He heard from Zhang Yingjun that Lin Ling had used this armor to kill a martial emperor. Such a powerful armor, if one was not surprised, they would not be happy. I forged it. Lin Ling looked at Zhang Shuai and said without hiding anything. Zhang Shuai looked at Lin Ling in disbelief. You forged it? You can forge 2-star immortal weapons. According to Martial God Realm's classification, you are a Black Cloak World Spiritist. The White Cloak World Spiritist in the Nation of God was passed down from generation to generation. He did not expect that the mortal world would also have World Spiritists. You are truly amazing. Zhang Shuai was even more certain that his son had met a noble person. However, he did not ask too much because it was extremely rude to probe other people's secrets. Qin Hu and Lu Susu were at a loss. World Spiritist? What was that? Clearly, the Nation of God was the abandoned people of Martial God Realm. Therefore, they knew about World Spiritists. However, there were not many people in the mortal world who knew about World Spiritists. After talking for a while, Zhang Shuai seemed to value Lin Ling a lot more and invited Lin Ling and the others to eat. Moreover, he personally cooked. It must be said that Zhang Shuai, this ancient big shot, had a very special hobby. In terms of cooking, his skills were outstanding. Wow, Dad is cooking in person. This is extremely rare. I remember that even when Big Uncle wanted Dad to cook, he was also cold and indifferent to him. After Zhang Yingjun returned, he was immediately alarmed. He stared at Lin Ling. He did not understand what happened after he left. He actually made his dad cook. Lin Ling and the others naturally had a good meal. Moreover, during the process, Lin Ling humbly asked for advice. After a lively meal, everyone also left. Night fell. Lin Ling stood alone on the mountain range. A wooden sculpture appeared in his hand. There was a crooked puppet carved on it. Lin Ling looked at the wooden sculpture and a warm smile appeared on his face. He missed Lin Yu and the others. He's fighting outside, but he's worried about home. Who would have thought that mad god Lin Ling would have such a tender side to him? This is a tiger in the heart, sniffing the roses. At this moment, a chuckle sounded from behind Lin Ling. Lu Susu strode over to Lin Ling's side. Palace Master Lu, don't tease me. Hearing the voice of the beauty behind him, Lin Ling smiled helplessly. Did your family give you this wood carving? Lu Susu said curiously. Yes, my son gave it to me. Lin Ling also stared at the wooden carving and nodded. I'm really envious. At least when you're out fighting, there are countless people who are worried about you. But I'm all alone. I'm afraid that even if I died here, no one would know. Lu Susu's beautiful face dimmed. She thought of her master. Perhaps that was her only family. Lin Ling looked at Lu Susu. In his impression, the charming woman was like a strong woman who could solve any problem. But now he realized that Lu Susu also had a timid side. If you don't mind, then come to my place, Lin Ling suddenly said. After he finished speaking, his face turned red. Lu Susu was stunned. Her beautiful eyes became watery. She took a step forward and approached Lin Ling. She let Lin Ling smell a touch of a girl's fragrance, and his heart began to beat violently. Looking at the beauty at such a close distance, he realized that the beauty was extremely attractive. Is this a proposal? You wish. However, at this critical moment, Lu Susu took a step back. Lin Ling was immediately speechless. This female profiteer was teasing him again. But I'll remember what you said before. If I can't get married, I'll come to you. Lu Susu revealed a little girl's appearance. Her white jade-like hands were behind her back. Her body leaned forward slightly, and her pair of plump breasts jumped up and down like a rabbit. If you can't get married, then come to my place. Lin Ling touched his nose and said with a serious expression. Lu Susu had helped him many times, so when he saw Lu Susu's weak appearance, his heart was moved. At least he hoped that if Lu Susu encountered an accident, there would still be people in this world who would care about her. They would avenge her and fight for her. It's a deal. Lu Susu was moved. She smiled and nodded. But I have to leave. There are some things I have to do alone. You can stay in the immortal divine kingdom. When I come back, I'll take you back. Lin Ling thought of the matter of finding the stone sculpture. He said, You're going alone? That's too dangerous. After all, there are many people in the demon race, human race, and god race who want to kill you. Not knowing why, when Lu Susu heard that, a sense of worry arose in her heart. This was the first time she was so worried about a man. Don't worry. Those who want to kill me, Lin Ling, can only be martial god realm's top exponents. Lin Ling smiled. But his smile was filled with confidence. After exchanging a few more words with Lu Susu, he set off on his journey once again. His goal this time was the second stone sculpture. Right now, the demon race, god race, and ghost race had entered the human realm. This was something that was set in stone. So Lin Ling wanted to raise his ability, at least to become an emperor. Because once Lin Ling stepped into the realm of martial emperor, then he would definitely be a big shot in the human realm. And based on Lin Ling's current ability, unless Wu Sheng was in 10th stage realm, otherwise very few people would be able to kill him. If he used his trump card, he could even kill Wu Sheng's top exponents. After leaving the immortal kingdom, Lin Ling didn't wear the mask anymore. Because even if he wore it, those who knew him would recognize him. But for those who didn't know him, it was the same whether he wore it or not. He wore a blue robe and headed towards the north. As he moved forward, the words on the astrolabe heavenly armor in his hand became clearer and clearer. Lin Ling wasn't sure what the second stone sculpture contained, but he guessed that it was definitely very important. The fifth city, the busiest city in the nation of God. It was a neutral city among the 8 cities of the nation of God. It didn't have a city lord overseeing it, nor did it have its own backing. But because of this, a large number of strong exponents had gathered in the city. These strong exponents came from the 8 cities of the nation of God. There were even strong exponents from the 3 nations of God. Because this was the biggest trading place in the nation of God. Not only weapons, spirit herbs, pills and so on, even any information could be bought here. Moreover, the 5th city was even more lively than before. Other than the nation of God's practitioners, there were also the mortal realm and devil race's strong exponents. To them, this place could be said to be heaven, because the treasures that were usually hard to see were all here. It was just that they had to use blue crystals to trade. I heard that the devil race's great devil king has found the sun god nation. They seem to be discussing something. There are ancient giants in the mortal realm who have also found the Fire Cloud Empire. They are also discussing something. The mortal realm's purpose is to prevent the devil race from invading. But in my opinion, the mortal realm is so big. Why should those weak trash humans dominate it? That's right. If only our god race could enter. Some masters from the 3 godly kingdoms were walking along the streets. They were very arrogant, causing many human cultivators to turn cold. Some people were not willing to give up and said to themselves, the so-called god race is actually just a group of cultivators trapped in a secret realm. There is no god, It's just a name they gave themselves. Whoosh. At this moment, a blade slashed out. The golden light was extremely bright. Chapter 1971. Geniuses of the three realms gathered. The entire street quietened down. Many people saw that the blade actually exploded with 800 laws. Moreover, the blade seemed to be scattered, but it was also very condensed, giving people an extremely strange feeling. Amazing, Wu Sheng is only in the 9th stage realm, but he exploded with 800 laws. This person's background is probably not small. The practitioners of the godly kingdom, excluding the giants of the human realm, are generally stronger than us. Many people whispered. Their gazes were fixed on a man in white. This man had long golden hair, and there was a dazzling sun embroidered on the back of his clothes. He seemed to be an expert of the sun god kingdom. Moreover, looking at his age, he was obviously a genius of the god race. Clap, clap, clap. At this time, there were slapping sounds, and several figures walked out. These people had colorful skin, and some had horns on their heads, and some had wings on their backs. Apparently, they were from the demon race. Worthy of being the genius of the god race, Jin Jingdao. But I wonder how the Son of Desolation is compared to the human realm's Xian Di 10 heroes? One of the young men smiled. His strength was also unfathomable. Who are you? Yes. The man in white said indifferently. I'm the demon race's pink prince. Yes. The young man smiled. In his smile, his mouth revealed devil fangs, which made the man in white come to a realization. Currently, their sun god kingdom's relationship with the demon race was not bad, so he didn't force it. But he said indifferently, Xian Di 10 heroes? Son of Desolation? What rubbish! Yes. Those are the top geniuses of the human realm. For example, the one over there is the double talisman judge of the Xian Di 10 heroes. It is said that he is going to become a giant in the human realm. As for the Son of Desolation, even I have to be wary of him. The pink prince smiled indifferently. There are many experts from the human realm who came here this time, but overall, their strength is weaker than the godly kingdom, so their geniuses are also a bunch of trash. In the entire three realms, only the god race is number one. The man in white said disdainfully, Lifeblade, don't be rude. You should know that the one you're talking to is the pink second prince of the 6 great demon kings. At this time, a voice with boundless majesty came. In the sky, a gorgeous golden prodigy floated over. There was a sun embroidered on the prodigy's canopy. 4 beautiful women carried the prodigy with golden wheels beneath their feet. They were scorching and dazzling, causing the entire 5th city to become silent. The sun? As a citizen of the nation of God, who didn't know that terrifying being? The proud child landed on the ground. Then a figure walked out. This person was spirited and had long golden hair that was tied behind his head. He seemed to be in high spirits. Golden Fei Wu of the 9 Sun Sky was one of the top talents of the nation of God. He was young, but his power was almost at the peak of the nation of God. Apologize to Pink Second Prince. Jin Fei Wu said after walking out. The white-clothed youth called Lifeblade immediately bowed and apologized. He knew that someone who could be valued by 9 Sun Sky God Jin Fei Wu was definitely not weak. No need to be so polite. Pink Second Prince smiled and waved his hand. He seemed very polite. Although he was the son of the demons, and the other party claimed to be a top talent of the divine race, in reality, there were no absolute enemies or friends. There were only eternal interests. Currently, the demons and the sun god nation had the same goal, so they were also temporary friends. Of course, if the human realm had the same goal as them, the demons could also become friends with the human realm. My nation of God is getting more and more lively. As soon as these words fell, the hearts of all the martial artists present roared. The geniuses of the god race, the demon race, and the human race had gathered? If so, the 5th city would undoubtedly be in an uproar. Suddenly, many people looked around. Some of the experts of the mortal world found that in a tea house not far from the street, several figures were sitting there. They were the heavenly martial prowess, mortal fall, and undying prince. The desolates were really here, and they seemed to have seen what happened before. For a moment, the top geniuses of the three races were somewhat at loggerheads. Their invisible gazes collided, and intense sparks bloomed. As time passed, the other little demon kings of the demon race also arrived. They were Mo-Jao, Black Hole, Demon King of Destruction, and Tianho. Not only were these experts geniuses, but each of them was also a figure that could shake the three realms. However, the geniuses of the three races were divided into three camps. Although they were hostile to each other, they did not fight. Obviously, they were afraid of each other, so they did not want to be the first to attack. Moreover, their purpose of coming here was naturally for the legendary item. According to the legends, there was a treasure left behind by an ancient expert. As for what it was, no one knew. However, there were records in the history of the nation of God that thousands of years ago, this place was a land of ruins. Moreover, there were laws that permeated the air every day. Everywhere it passed, people were plunged into misery and suffering. Later, the experts of the nation of God used a boundary plate to seal this place, and it gradually became prosperous. After a long time had passed, some powerful martial artists guessed that some treasure had been sealed here. Now, the boundary plate was taken away, so all the experts came to see if they could obtain some great fortune. I heard that the desolates have the reincarnation of Li Xiaoyao. I wonder if it's true? Chapter 1972. The Tao of Life and Death. Li Xiaoyao, of course, was a name that some of the older martial artists knew. He was the #1 sovereign of the four great eras of the mortal world. According to the legends, Li Xiaoyao had defeated the demons, ghosts, and even the nation of God. He, the one called fallen mortal, is it? Another voice sounded out, and the geniuses of the three races were seated in the taverns, tea houses, and restaurants, watching from a distance of several hundred meters. Everyone also looked towards Huang Sun's side, their gazes landing on a youth. That youth was drinking tea, his expression calm, unmoved. Is he the reincarnation of Li Xiaoyao? If he recovers his former strength, then the four realms will be united by him again. He's not the strongest right now. Why don't we join forces and kill him? Are you stupid? He is the child of Huang. Apart from giants, who can kill him? Moreover, the 6 little demon kings and the 4 great divine talents didn't act blindly without thinking. Naturally, they have some misgivings. Who knows, maybe the ancient giants of the mortal world are paying attention to this place. That's true. The crowd discussed animatedly. There were demons and gods, and naturally, there were also humans. The human experts all laughed. Now that Huang's son was here, the demons and gods wouldn't dare to be too arrogant. Sooner or later, there will be a battle between us. But for now, let's wait for the results of those big shots discussions. Evil god of immortality, one of the 4 ultimate talents, said indifferently. At present, whether the humans were friends or foes was still undetermined, so he didn't make a move. I'll be waiting for you. In the distance, Fallen Dust took a sip of tea and said indifferently. As for Tianzong martial god and Prince Xiaoyao, their eyes were also filled with fighting spirit. They were clearly very interested in the top geniuses of the demon and celestial races. I heard that the human realm has the most geniuses, and their potential is also very strong. There is a great chance that they can become the children of desolation. However, I wonder how they compare to the geniuses of our demon race and god race? Suddenly, a voice sounded. Everyone looked over and saw that it was Nine Sun's heavenly divine Jin Feiwu who spoke. That's right. In the vast human world, it is said that only Li Xiaoyao has been to the martial god realm. Then the human race should be very strong. The overall strength of humanity is generally weaker than the god race. What qualifications do they have to be arrogant? In my opinion, besides the son of famine, everyone else is trash. That's right, trash. Laughter came from both sides of the street. It was the people from the nation of God. Hearing this, some of the human world's martial artists frowned. The divine race's people were very arrogant. As for the son of famine and the others, they acted as if they hadn't heard anything and continued to drink their tea. It was clear that they wouldn't casually attack, because the other side had geniuses from two great clans. Once they attacked, the consequences would be unimaginable. Ha! The human race is a bunch of hypocrites who bully the weak and fear the strong. My demon race has long experienced this. One of the 6 minor demon kings sneered. This person was 3 meters tall and was clad in armor. His aura was terrifying. He was none other than Mojao, one of the great commanders of the demon army. He was also the youngest demon monarch. Hee, aren't the demons the same? You only know how to talk big. What was surprising was that the sons of desolation and the others were silent, but there were people from the human side who refuted them. This made many humans excited. Looking over, it turned out that there was another camp among the geniuses of the 3 clans. It was the camp of the CND-10 heroes. One had to say that this CND-10 heroes had a backbone. That's the double talisman judge. Someone was surprised. The double talisman judge had the cultivation of the 9th realm of Wusheng. He was ranked 3rd among the CND-10 heroes. You want to show off? Impudent. Life Blade, go and teach him a lesson. Seeing the double talisman judge speak, 9 Sons God Jin Feiwu said indifferently. To him, only the sons of desolation could make him afraid. The other human world's geniuses were just trash. The white-clothed youth immediately walked out, and a large golden saber appeared in his right hand. With a shake of his hand, the saber actually grew to 5 meters long with a bang. He walked out with the large saber on his shoulder, and the entire street was shaken. What a terrifying aura! The people from the 3 clans were shocked. The godly kingdom was indeed full of strong people. The one in front of them was only below the 4 absolute geniuses, but he was already so strong. It was hard to imagine how strong the 4 absolute geniuses were. The ancient giants are discussing the result, so I'll give them face. I won't kill you today, but you better come out and apologize. Life Blade stopped and looked at the restaurant indifferently. The CND-10 heroes frowned. They could feel that Life Blade was very strong, and his laws were probably more than 1,000. Your talent is only at the 2nd grade of the divine realm. You're not my match. I refuse this battle. The double talisman judge looked at him and said indifferently, Haha, are all humans this arrogant? Life Blade smiled and raised his right hand, slashing down with his great blade. With a rumbling sound, the restaurant where the double talisman magistrate was located was split into 2. Moreover, the wine cup in his hand cracked, spilling wine all over his body. This caused him to angrily glare at his opponent. This was going too far. Ha, oh, what's your name? The CND-10 heroes. I think it's a bear as in a bear, ha. Life Blade carried his blade and slowly walked over. Loud laughter came from the street. Many humans secretly clenched their fists. This guy was too arrogant. If he wanted to fight, he would fight. If he didn't, he would just humiliate them. They couldn't help but look at the child of wilds in the distance, hoping that he would stand up for them. However, Tianzong and the others thought that their status was higher, so they didn't say anything. It was disappointing. Wait, did I say you could leave? At this moment, the double talisman judge walked out. Clearly, he couldn't take this lying down. That's right. We're all at the same level, and you're more talented than me. Let's see who's stronger. Life Blade also stopped and waved his blade. The universe is boundless. The heaven's stem and the earth branch all have their own fate. I am the master of fate. Bing Ding Cho Wu Blade. He didn't waste time and slashed out. 9 tranquil hell, good and evil will be rewarded. I am the judge. My left hand lives, my right hand dies. The double talisman judge didn't dare to underestimate his opponent. He also erupted with terrifying law power. He held a talisman in each hand, representing life and death. Yang realm in realm, ghost mortal. As soon as the 2 talismans appeared, it was as if the door to life and death had been opened. Ghostly winds blew, but there was also a vast amount of life force within. It clashed with Life Blade's blade. Rumble. The two powerhouses clashed, shaking the entire street. One specializes in fate, the other in the Tao of life and death. Both are the laws of heaven and earth. But the double talisman judge's talent is stronger. He won't lose. Hee, that's not necessarily true. Life Blade of the Godly Kingdom is no pushover. All around the street, the martial artists of various races were amazed by these rising stars. They were almost at the level of the giants of the three races. You have some skills. Unfortunately, your talent is the door of life and death. It won't affect me because I'm in charge of life. The terrifying Life and Death Chi attacked, but Life Blade was unmoved. He stepped forward and disappeared on the spot. He appeared above the double talisman judge's head and slashed down with his 5-meter-long blade. Chapter 1973. Calamity. Rumble. The terrifying power of laws exploded, reaching over 1,200. Moreover, these laws were not only numerous, they were also extremely powerful. Ordinary 9th-degree realm experts like Wu Sheng were absolutely not his match. One must know that in a battle, not only did the number of laws matter, it also depended on the strength of the laws. Law Soaring Heaven Talisman. The double talisman magistrate's expression changed. He raised his talismans and the gate of life and death started to open, forming the cycle of life and death. However, after clashing with the large blade in the sky, he discovered that his talismans melted like tofu. There's something strange about your saber. The double talisman magistrate's expression changed. His body was killed in one slash, but he quickly appeared on the other side. It was his doppelganger. That's right, mine is a 1-star immortal weapon. Therefore, on the path of martial arts, stronger innate talent does not represent everything. Weapons are also a part of one's strength. Life Blade followed closely and shouted, "Divine Mandate Heavenly Dance." With one slash, 1,500 laws actually exploded. It was the law of life. This kind of law was extremely strange and tyrannical. It could change the heavens and defy fate. Bang bang bang. The double talisman magistrate kept retreating. The life and death talisman in his hand also scattered. He discovered that his innate talent was ineffective against Life Blade. Life Blade borrowed the large blade and had more laws than him. Apologize. With the final slash, the life and death talisman in the double talisman magistrate's hand shattered. A blade hung on his neck, causing the double talisman magistrate to be at a loss. He lost. Xian Di 10 Heroes was ranked 3rd, but he still lost. I will not apologize. The double talisman magistrate frowned and said. There were many humans watching, so he could not lose face for the human world. Then you will be crippled from now on. Life Blade waved his blade and laws exploded, shattering the double talisman magistrate's dantian and turning him into a cripple. Life Blade stepped on the double talisman magistrate's chest and looked at the remaining members of the Xian Di 10 Heroes with a proud gaze. Finally, his gaze landed on Long Yinfeng. You are the strongest among them. Come, if you don't come, he will forever be stepped on by me. Long Yinfeng's gaze flickered. In reality, he really did want to go up because this was an opportunity for the 3 clans to become famous. However, he soon realized that Life Blade's blade was very powerful and could defy the heavens and change fate. He only had a 50% chance of winning, and if he lost, his fate would be the same as the double talisman magistrate. None of the geniuses from the nation of God were weak. Everyone is looking at Long Yinfeng expectantly. The latter is the 3rd dragon ancestor of the Xinyuan clan. He should be able to win glory for the human race. However, Long Yinfeng pondered for a moment and chose to remain silent. Seeing this, the crowd sighed softly. Xian Di was the number 1 of the 10 heroes, yet he didn't dare to fight. How embarrassing! Everyone looked at the double talisman magistrate again and could not help but secretly admire him. This was a martial artist of our generation. Even if he was crippled, he would not fear a battle. Soon after, they looked at the Son of Desolation's side and saw that the 3 top geniuses of the human world were also silent. Everyone's expression became even more gloomy. Asciendi's 10 bears? More like a coward. Like I said, the human world is full of people with undeserved reputation. They only know how to be hypocritical and shameless. Such trash actually wants to monopolize the human world. They are simply looking down on themselves. Trash. A large amount of laughter came from the side of the devil and God race. This made Long Yinfeng feel extremely embarrassed. He felt that he was very unlucky. Why did Life Blade take a fancy to him, causing him to not dare to go up, and if he did not go up, he would lose face? Wait, you want to fight? That person over there is the son of desolation, Lin Ling. His status is higher, you can try with him. Suddenly, Long Yinfeng sneered and made everyone look at the street far away. They saw outside a restaurant. A blue-robed youth was leaning against the wall, drinking wine with his eyes slightly closed, as if he did not care about everything that was happening around him. Lin Ling? Looking at that handsome youth, many people's hearts were pounding. Currently, in the 3 realms, there were many people who had heard of Lin Ling's name. Devil race, human race, they had already heard of him. As for the God race, it was because of the astronomical bounty. This person is Lin Ling who killed my 3rd brother? On the other side, Pink Second Prince's expression was cold. He did not expect that after the astronomical bounty, Lin Ling was actually not dead and even dared to come here. As for Prince Xiaoyao and Martial God, their eyes flickered. They were also surprised by Lin Ling's appearance. The 4 absolute geniuses of the godly kingdom looked at Lin Ling with great interest. They were puzzled as to why Lin Ling could become the son of desolation even though his realm was not high. Another son of desolation? Hee, you are not with Fallen Dust and the rest, so you are probably not in the same camp. However, you seem to be only at the 7th layer of Wusheng. You can be called a son of desolation with such strength? This was the first time Life Blade saw Lin Ling, so he was a little surprised. Could it be that the title of Son of Desolation was randomly given? Some trash could also become a Son of Desolation? Come and fight me. Life Blade raised the blade in his hand and indifferently looked at Lin Ling. The crowd was also looking forward to it. The Devil race and the God race also wanted to see the strength of Son of Desolation Lin Ling. As for Long Yinfeng, he sneered. He had succeeded in causing trouble. At least, he was not the only one being scolded. Moreover, if Lin Ling lost, he would be scolded even more. Come and fight me, trash. Seeing Lin Ling's silence, Life Blade angrily shouted again. Not interested. The youth in the distance was Lin Ling. He continued to drink and indifferently said, he came here to find the statue, but the astrolabe heavenly armor indicated that the statue was in this city, so he was forced to stay in the city. Moreover, he was also forced to see the confrontation between the top geniuses of the 3 realms. However, he did not feel any pressure regarding this. Although his strength did not reach the level of a Son of Desolation, it was not difficult for him to sweep through the 10 heroes of Xiandi. Moreover, he had the Berserk God Fruit and the Berserk Armor, so even if a Son of Desolation wanted to kill him, it would not be easy. Not interested? Or you don't dare? Life Blade was stunned for a moment, then he laughed loudly. He never thought that as a Son of Desolation, Lin Ling also did not dare to fight him. His foot was still on the double talisman judge's chest, and he ruthlessly rubbed his foot a few times. This guy is the only one in the human race with backbone. Unfortunately, he is now under my foot, heavily humiliated. Don't you plan to do anything? He was obviously provoking Lin Ling to fight. Because Wusheng was only at the 7th realm, he did not put him in his eyes. Lin Ling glanced at the double talisman judge indifferently and continued to drink. Hee, as expected, trash. Are the human race a bunch of cowards? What a disgrace. Seeing this, everyone laughed even more. This Lin Ling was somewhat undeserving of his reputation. Among the human race, everyone's face was gloomy. Even Mad God Lin Ling did not dare to be arrogant. This showed that the God race's geniuses were indeed terrifying. However, they didn't blame Lin Ling, because at least Lin Ling spoke. He was better than those children of desolation, because they didn't even speak. They didn't care about the other humans at all. Lin Ling, come out and fight him. At this time, Long Yinfeng suddenly said. If Lin Ling did not fight, he would become the focus again. He did not want to be scolded. Chapter 1974. Must fight, why should I listen to you? Lin Ling said with a smile. They are humiliating the human race, how can we not fight? I am one of the 10 heroes of Xiandi, so I order you to fight. Long Yinfeng stood up and shouted angrily as if he was blaming Lin Ling for losing face for the human race. Order me? Who do you think you are? You are only the leader of the 10 heroes of Xiandi. Do you think you are one of the 7 emperors? Lin Ling shook his head. At least, my cultivation is higher than yours, and I became famous earlier than you in the human world. Is this enough? Long Yinfeng's expression became even more unsightly. Lin Ling refuted him in front of the 3 clans. Could it be that Lin Ling thought that he would be able to sweep through the 10 heroes just because he became famous in the Dharma River? Maybe in the future, but definitely not now. Your cultivation is higher than mine, so why don't you fight? You should know that others challenged you first, but you put the blame on me. Do you want me to fight for you? Also, your face is really thick. I am the son of Huang, and you are only one of the 10 heroes of Xiandi. Do you think you can order me around with this identity? In my eyes, you are just trash. Lin Ling sneered. His words were like pearls. Long Yinfeng's expression froze. He couldn't refute. He admitted that he was stronger than Lin Ling, but Lin Ling's identity was indeed higher than his. Long Yinfeng, so shameful. You only know how to bully your own people, but you are as low-key as a dog in front of foreign experts. No, calling him a dog is an insult to dogs. Many humans also shouted. Long Yinfeng himself didn't dare to fight, but he actually had the cheek to ask Lin Ling to fight. He obviously didn't want to lose face, and wanted everyone to ridicule Lin Ling instead of him. You're stronger than Lin Ling, but you don't dare to fight. You're even silent in front of a god-race genius. You're a disgrace to the entire human race. At least Lin Ling dares to retort. Disdainful voices drifted out, causing Long Yinfeng's complexion to become extremely unsightly. His illustrious reputation was completely destroyed. Ha, both of you are afraid of me, so you're avoiding me? Life Blade couldn't help but laugh while watching the human geniuses fight among themselves. Both of them didn't dare to fight. This was undoubtedly a great boost to his reputation. However, this matter wasn't over yet because if he could stomp on the Child of Desolation, then that would be the most satisfying thing. Lin Ling, is that you? At this moment, a crisp sound suddenly came from afar. Several figures walked over quickly with surprised expressions on their faces. The leader was a woman in a black dress. She had a noble and mysterious aura, giving people the feeling of darkness. But what was surprising was that she also had the pure feeling of the sea. The combination of these 2 mysterious powers made her even more attractive. As for the people behind her, they were dressed strangely, but they were all excited when they saw Lin Ling. Among them, a tall and sturdy man knelt down before Lin Ling with one knee. It's you guys. Lin Ling also looked at them in astonishment. These people were the geniuses of the 18 islands of the spirit race. The kneeling man was Tai Yen, and the black-dressed woman was the Black Feather Princess. Back then on True Spirit Island, in order to meet Taoist Kame, Lin Ling had fought against them. However, it seemed that their strength had increased, and their cultivation was even higher than Lin Ling's. It really is you. The Black Feather Princess excitedly looked at Lin Ling. If it wasn't for Lin Ling removing her seal, she definitely wouldn't have reached this height, and Tai Yen was the same. Why are you guys here? Lin Ling curiously asked. We followed the Spirit Crown Prince and the Spirit Guardian here. They are both children of desolation. The Black Feather Princess smiled with an extremely gentle appearance, causing the spirit race youth behind her to be astonished. In their impression, the little princess was the most indifferent, but they didn't expect her to reveal such a feminine side. Children of desolation? Lin Ling was stunned. Currently, he knew that the children of desolation were heaven-warping divine martial, son of heaven carefree, and mortal dust. He didn't expect the spirit race to have two as well. Including himself, Lin Ling, there were only two children of desolation that he hadn't seen before. Not bad woman, tsk, not bad at all. Son of Huang Lin Ling, is this your woman? Bring her here, then you and I will fight, and I will forgive you. Seeing the black feather princess, Life Blade's eyes lit up. That woman was not bad. The voice interrupted Lin Ling's conversation. The black feather princess and the others were stunned. That person wanted their spirit race's little princess? Who do you think you are? Tai Yen walked out with a cold expression. I saw you kneeling in front of Lin Ling before. You should be under Lin Ling, but your master doesn't dare to speak. What qualifications do you have to speak? Get lost. Life Blade said disdainfully. His gaze was still fixed on Lin Ling. Did you not hear my words? Bring her here. His voice carried a thick majesty. He was deliberately ordering Lin Ling in front of the three races. Moreover, there were now 4 races because of the addition of the spirit race. As for facing Lin Ling, he didn't care at all because Lin Ling didn't dare to fight him. Around the street, many people sneered. Lin Ling was about to lose face. He couldn't even protect his own woman. If you want to fight, I will accompany you. The black feather princess feathers fluttered, appearing even more mysterious. Clearly, she wouldn't allow anyone to humiliate her benefactor. Relying on a woman to protect him. This is the human race's child of desolation? I think he relied on a woman to become a child of desolation. Life Blade laughed loudly. The god race also laughed loudly. Relying on a woman to become a child of desolation? Lin Ling shook his head. He didn't know where Life Blade's confidence and leisure came from. He actually dared to challenge him in front of the geniuses of the other races. Now that the situation had developed to this point, even if Lin Ling was too lazy to fight, it was clearly impossible because he couldn't let the Black Feather Princess and the others be implicated. My time is limited, so let's settle this in one move. Block my blade and you win. Lin Ling finally walked out, causing the laughter to instantly disappear. Everyone stared at Lin Ling, but soon, their laughter became even louder. This was because Lin Ling didn't dare to fight before. Now, he didn't want to lose face in front of a beauty, so he fought to the death. Many humans shook their heads. They also had the same thought. Do you think you won't lose face if you agree to fight now? Perhaps it will be even more embarrassing. Life Blade indifferently said. He felt that Lin Ling's choice was very foolish. Lin Ling, on the other hand, was expressionless. He walked step by step towards Life Blade and said, I didn't fight before because I didn't want to fight for someone, especially that hypocrite. The moment his words fell, many people looked at Long Yinfeng. So it turned out that Lin Ling didn't fight because he didn't want to fight for Long Yinfeng. As for the double talisman magistrate, he is indeed a man, but I don't like to fight for the dignity of others because he lost. If I defeat his opponent for him, it would be a humiliation to him. Also, his opponent must be defeated by himself. Lin Ling spoke again, but this time, his words caused the entire street to become silent. Could this be the reason why Lin Ling didn't fight before? As for the double talisman magistrate on the ground, he became excited. Lin Ling's words were not wrong. He was a martial artist, a man, and a member of the Xian Di 10 heroes. He lost. He didn't like others fighting for him because it was indeed a humiliation to him. Chapter 1975. He had no self-awareness. Lin Ling, I admire you today. The double talisman judge roared angrily. Although his dantian had been destroyed, his fighting spirit had not been extinguished. At worst, he would cultivate bitterly for 1,000 years and fight again. As a man, it doesn't matter if he loses, but he must not lose his fighting spirit. I believe you can rise. Lin Ling, on the other hand, looked at the double talisman magistrate with a faint smile, which made many humans secretly admire him. The double talisman magistrate was indeed an arrogant martial artist, even better than Lin Ling. Soon after, they all looked at Lin Ling. Previously, Lin Ling did not want to fight, that was for a reason, but now he had agreed to fight. But was he a match for Life Blade? Life Blade's strength was obvious to all. Even Xian Di, the number 1 of the 10 heroes, didn't dare to fight him. This meant that his strength was already half a step into the ranks of the Children of Desolation. Although Lin Ling's talent was strong, his cultivation time was too short. Very good. Fighting for the sake of your confidant is a very good reason. However, there is a price to pay for playing the hero. Life Blade sneered. If Lin Ling could fight, then that would satisfy him. As for Lin Ling's cultivation, he knew that Lin Ling's strength wasn't worth mentioning. It wasn't just him, but even Son of Famine and the others were sneering. There wasn't much time left until the end of the spiritual river, so there was no way Lin Ling's strength would increase so much and surpass the Xian Di 10 heroes. Therefore, in this battle, Lin Ling was definitely going to lose face. It was even possible that he would be crippled. Divine will heavenly dance. A powerful power of laws erupted. A vortex appeared around the Life Blade. It was a vortex of fate. It was extremely shocking. Before the law of fate erupted, it immediately touched Lin Ling like countless tentacles, causing Lin Ling's eyes to flicker. Such a strange talent seemed to be able to change the heavens and the fate of others. It seemed like the godly kingdom was also full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. A mere genius already had this kind of talent. What about the 4 absolute geniuses? However, this law of fate could affect others, but it clearly couldn't affect Lin Ling because no one could control Lin Ling's life. The reason was that he was the reincarnation of Li Xiaoyao. But at this moment, Life Blade had condensed all the laws into his saber, causing it to become even more dazzling. He had actually erupted with 1,500 laws. What was surprising was that even though Life Blade was facing Lin Ling, who had a lower cultivation, he had used all his cards from the very beginning. And Lin. His reputation would soar if word got out that the Desolation's son was crippled by him. You said before that you didn't want to waste time, so you wanted to defeat me in one move. Now, let's see if I can defeat you in one move, or if you can defeat me in one move. Life Blade said coldly as he held his terrifying blade. Lin Ling definitely couldn't block his blade. Lin Ling was still calm. His blue and white robe was as pure as the sky. He knew that Life Blade's cultivation was at the 9th layer of Wusheng. He had killed people at this level before, but this was his first time using his own strength. However, Life Blade's talent was weaker than his. It was only that blade that was powerful. It wasn't worth mentioning. Lin Ling didn't say much. His body emitted a terrifying aura, as if he was the sole ruler of the world. The illusion of the godly demon body appeared behind Lin Ling, causing the ground to crack. It was as if he was standing in front of a giant beast. Physical strength? Trash talent. Life Blade said indifferently. He didn't care about that talent at all. As for Lin Ling's hand, he slowly reached behind him and pulled out the tyrannical song sword. The moment he pulled out the sword, space exploded and the entire street shook. The shattered void around Lin Ling formed a scene that resembled a pool of lightning. What sword is that? What a powerful power of law. The expressions of the warriors changed drastically. They felt a strong pressure. Lin Ling, the Desolation's son, didn't have an undeserved reputation. Life Blade's expression also changed slightly, but he still shook his head. No matter how strange Lin Ling's sword was, he was definitely no match for Life Blade. After all, Life Blade was the leader of the Sun God Nation and the only genius below the 4 ultimate geniuses. You can't defeat me by relying on external objects. Life Blade said softly. Seeing that Lin Ling was still ignoring him, he didn't choose to wait any longer. The 5-meter-long giant blade in his hand slashed out fiercely. It formed a storm as if it was going to cut the street in half. 1,500 points of power of law suddenly burst out. The giant blade was like a pillar that supported the sky. It was getting closer and closer to Lin Ling, which made many people frown. Lin Ling still hadn't pulled out his sword? Almost as soon as they thought of this, Lin Ling's sword finally appeared. 1,200 points of power of law slashed out. In addition to the power of the godly demon body, it was a third-grade divine rank talent. This sword was undoubtedly extremely terrifying. Life Blade's eyes narrowed. When Lin Ling didn't pull out his sword, he felt that it was just SOS. But when he pulled out his sword, it was the most terrifying sword he had ever seen in his life. It made his heart tremble. There were even voices that came out. How could a guy like Wu Sheng, who was only in the 7th stage, have such a sword? Clang. Under countless gazes, Life Blade's blade collided with Lin Ling's sword and immediately shattered into pieces. Compared to Lin Ling's immortal weapon, his blade was too tender. Then the space law cut through Life Blade, cutting his clothes into pieces and cutting his dantian. Finally, a sword hung on Life Blade's neck. This sword shocked the 3 realms. Everyone's expression changed. The god race was shocked that Lin Ling's realm was lower than Life Blade's, but he defeated him with 1 sword. One had to know that Life Blade was a genius of the sun god nation. The demon race and human race were shocked that Lin Ling was even stronger than last time. This sword also told the 3 realms that he, Lin Ling, had already surpassed the so-called Xian Di 10 heroes. He was now the true son of Huang. Especially Long Yinfeng, Tianzong Divine Marshal, and the others. At this moment, their expressions were ugly. They knew that Lin Ling would definitely grow, but they didn't expect that it would take such a short time. Without a doubt, after this earth-shattering battle, Lin Ling had stepped into the eyes of the 3 realms' geniuses. You want to fight me with your current appearance? Lin Ling's voice drifted out of the silence. Life Blade's face was pale and even twisted. It was extremely humiliating. Everyone was sure that Lin Ling didn't want to fight earlier. Sure enough, he was not interested. You crippled me. Life Blade gritted his teeth and spat out this sentence. He was very unwilling. If you're not convinced, then you can cripple me. Lin Ling put away his sword and walked towards Life Blade. His calm appearance caused Life Blade's body to tremble. When you cripple others, do you not think about their unwillingness? Lin Ling's right hand reached out and grabbed Life Blade's neck, then fiercely slammed him to the ground. After a boom, Lin Ling's foot stomped on Life Blade's body. You should be lucky. If it wasn't for the dual talisman magistrate, you would be dead right now. I left you alive for the dual talisman magistrate. His voice drifted out, shocking everyone. In the distance, the dual talisman magistrate clenched his fists tightly, but he smiled. Life Blade was also a cripple like him. Then, everyone would start at the same time and see who was stronger. Lin Ling's foot was still on Life Blade's body as he lightly said, "Martial artists from the nation of God, are they all so ignorant?" His voice drifted out again, causing everyone's hearts to rumble. The martial artists from the nation of God who were clamoring earlier all went silent. Meanwhile, the humans fiercely clenched their fists in excitement. As expected of Mad God Lin Ling. When no one dared to fight, he was still arrogant to the end. Long Yinfeng, get the hell out here. Chapter 1976. Pink Prince Long Yinfeng's complexion changed as he braced himself and said, "Why should I listen to your orders? In terms of status, you are inferior to me. In terms of strength, you are also inferior to me. Then, according to your previous rules, shouldn't you listen to my orders?" Lin Ling looked straight at him and said, in the beginning he was waiting for the 2nd stone sculpture to appear, so he was too lazy to fight. However, Long Yinfeng had forced him to fight. Since he had to fight, Lin Ling would not leave the matter at that. Long Yinfeng, get out, Lin Ling is calling for you. You trash coward, why are you still hiding? Lin Ling has already defeated the opponent that you don't dare to fight, don't you feel that you are losing face? On the side of the human race, many people angrily shouted. They had long found the pretentious Long Yinfeng to be an eyesore. Fine, I will come out. Long Yinfeng's face darkened as he walked towards Lin Ling. Lin Ling looked at him indifferently as he pointed at an expert of the demon race and said, "Go fight him." "What? You are ordering my war demon clan?" "I refuse." Long Yinfeng did not expect Lin Ling to make such a request. Trash. You are simply throwing away the face of the human race. Lin Ling's eyes were ice cold as he heavily swung his palm, teaching Long Yinfeng a lesson in front of the three races. It was as if the head of the CND-10 heroes was under his command. Slap. The crisp sound of a slap resounded. It was painful on Long Yinfeng's face, but it pierced his heart. His eyes were red as he raised his head to stare at Lin Ling. Lin Ling dared to slap his face? Withdraw your gaze, otherwise, I don't mind cleaning up the scum of the human race. If you are not convinced, fight. Lin Ling's gaze was filled with battle intent as he stared at Long Yinfeng. Long Yinfeng held his cheek and lowered his head, not daring to look at Lin Ling's eyes again. His body was trembling. Lin Ling actually gave him a slap. Moreover, it was a direct slap in front of so many people. Where would he put his face now? However, when he was about to resist, he suddenly realized that Lin Ling might be waiting for him to resist and even use this opportunity to kill him. Therefore, he didn't dare to speak. He never thought that the price of framing Lin Ling would be so great. Of course, this was because he underestimated Lin Ling's strength. He thought that he was still stronger than Lin Ling, causing him to offend the wrong person. Let's fight. Lin Ling shouted again. Long Yinfeng, go and fight. Fight like a man. Sneakily hiding behind others and plotting against them, what kind of ability is that? On the human side, many people followed suit and shouted. I was wrong, I don't dare to fight. Long Yinfeng simply did not dare to challenge the demon race, and he also could not refuse, so he begged for forgiveness. Not only the humans, but even the demon race and the celestial race laughed mockingly. The head of the CND-10 heroes was actually so shameful. This head position, it was better not to be. Slap, slap, slap. Lin Ling sneered and directly gave Long Yinfeng 3 slaps. Get lost. He naturally knew that Long Yinfeng hated him to the bone, and Lin Ling never showed mercy to those who were hostile to Lin Ling. However, the experts of the 3 races were present, so Lin Ling did not kill Long Yinfeng. Of course, the main reason was that Long Yinfeng was like an ant to him, and could be killed at any time. After the 3 slaps, Long Yinfeng's face burned with pain. He gritted his teeth and left step by step under the mocking gazes. At this moment, even the other members of the CND-10 heroes were extremely disdainful of him. Long Yinfeng did not dare to fight and shifted the blame to Lin Ling. They were already disdainful of him. However, at that time, Lin Ling also did not dare to fight, so they had nothing to say and did not angrily curse Long Yinfeng. However, the result was that Lin Ling was not afraid to fight, and won beautifully. Then, what qualifications did Long Yinfeng have to speak? Slapping his face, how could he resist? Not bad strength. Mad God Lin Ling is among the children of desolation. His cultivation time is the shortest, but his rise is the fastest. In the hearts of us demons, Lin Ling is the true genius. At this time, a laughing voice was heard. Everyone looked over and discovered that the speaker was Pink Prince. And his words undoubtedly made the faces of Prince Xiao Yao and the others unsightly. Because in the hearts of the demons, Lin Ling was the one who was valued. They were actually behind Lin Ling. Did this mean that they were not as good as Lin Ling? Lin Ling also looked at Pink Prince. This was the first time he saw this person. However, in reality, it was also the first time Pink Prince saw Lin Ling in person. Wu Sheng is a 7th stage realm, a 3rd-grade god-rank talent. With the help of the sword in his hand, he can erupt with 1,200 laws. Although it is slightly less than Life Blade's laws, the power of the laws is stronger. After all, Life Blade's talent is lower than yours. Pink Prince said again. This made many people puzzled as to what Pink Prince was trying to say. Wu Sheng is already like this when he is a 7th stage realm. What if Wu Sheng is a 10th stage realm? Pink Prince finally said something. Everyone's eyes flickered. They finally realized how terrifying Lin Ling was. In an instant, the gods and demons' geniuses had murderous intent in their hearts. It was better to strangle such a monstrous genius in the cradle. In their hearts, Lin Ling was only inferior to Li Xiaoyao's reincarnation, fallen dust. The degree of dread he caused was ranked second. My lord, he only relied on that sword to win against me. At this time, Life Blade on the ground said unwillingly, weapons are also a part of one's strength. Didn't you also rely on that blade to defeat the double talisman magistrate? Moreover, you must know that he is 2 stages lower than you. What was surprising was that Pink Prince actually spoke up for Lin Ling. His words were like a slap to Life Blade's face, making him unable to refute. I am very interested in the Son of Desolation, Lin Ling. So, how about we exchange a move? The current Lin Ling's strength has been recognized. He is the true Son of Desolation. I believe Your Excellency Lin Ling wouldn't dare to do so. Pink Prince said again, finally revealing his motive. Hearing this, the 4 gods' race geniuses sneered. If there was a chance, they would definitely kill Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling didn't have a huge grudge with them, so they didn't make a move. But they didn't expect Pink Prince to actually make a move. However, they believed that Lin Ling wouldn't exchange that move. Pink Prince was the devil race's little devil king, and his strength was comparable to a Son of Desolation. He wasn't a waste like Life Blade. Although Lin Ling was a Son of Desolation, but his cultivation realm was too low and this was his weakness. So if he wanted to exchange a move with Pink Prince, unless he was an idiot, otherwise he would absolutely not agree to it. Lin Ling directly shook his head. You are at the peak of Wusheng realm and a genius of the devil race. Whereas I am only at the 7th stage realm of Wusheng. Do you think there is any meaning in this exchange? He was confident that he would surpass all the Sons of Desolation. But rice must be eaten bite by bite. Currently he had surpassed the Xian D10 heroes and this progress was extremely terrifying. But he had not reached the level where he could sweep away Pink Prince. Haha, indeed there is no meaning. But I believe you will accept the challenge. Because I am Pink Prince and also the person who wants to arrest you. Pink Prince laughed as he walked out step by step. It is rumored that Mad God Lin Ling cannot be bullied. He is lawless and when he is rash, he doesn't even fear the heavens. Now that you have met someone who wants to kill you, you shouldn't be able to endure silently, right? So it's you. Lin Ling's pupils turned icy cold. From the moment you killed Pink Third Prince, you, Lin Ling, have become my enemy. Pink Prince kept his smile and revealed his demonic nature. Do you dare to exchange pointers? Chapter 1977. A one-move spar. All the humans had a serious expression. Lin Ling couldn't go, or his life would be in danger. As for Tianzong and the others, they sneered. Lin Ling wanted to represent the human race, but he was obviously a thorn in their side. This Lin Ling was still too inexperienced. Ignore him. If you don't fight, will he dare to force his way in? The Black Feather Princess walked over. She also knew how terrifying Pink Prince was. He was comparable to the son of Famine of the spirit race. No one wanted Lin Ling to fight, but they didn't know that Lin Ling would definitely lose in a one-move spar. Moreover, Pink Prince had already revealed his killing intent. Lin Ling wouldn't be bullied by others. His personality was to become stronger when facing a strong opponent. He hated it when others were high above him. A one-move spar. What's there to be afraid of? Lin Ling slowly walked forward. His firm voice shook the street. The geniuses of the godly nation were all shocked. The son of Famine and the others were also stunned. Even the experts of the 3 races sucked in a cold breath. Pink Prince's strength was without a doubt. He was probably invincible in the realm of Wusheng. Lin Ling wasn't his opponent at all. But Lin Ling actually agreed? This one-move spar was probably an unprecedented battle among the younger generation of the 3 races. Hi, you're bold? Pink Prince laughed boldly. He wasn't surprised that Lin Ling agreed. If Lin Ling was humble, then he wouldn't be Lin Ling. Prince, let me... A burly demon said from the side of the demon race. This person had a body of white bones that were as hard as armor. He was the powerful Tian Ho. No need. Let me do it. Pink Prince shook his head and stared at Lin Ling. His killing intent grew thicker. He wanted to kill Lin Ling with his own hands. Lin Ling, be careful. His voice floated out. It seemed like a warning, but he didn't show any mercy. Pink calamity. Boom. Boundless red demonic fog drifted out and formed a tide. It transformed into a terrifying punch that blasted toward Lin Ling. In that instant, the entire fifth city shook. The houses collapsed and tumbled in the sky like straw. One had to know that the spiritual energies in the unparalleled stupa cloud were much richer. Therefore, the attacks of human realm experts did not cause much of a stir. However, Pink Prince was able to cause such a stir. This meant that his strength was terrifying. He overestimated himself. He actually dared to take a punch from Pink Prince. When Pink Prince became famous, this Lin Ling was probably still in his mother's womb. The geniuses from the nation of God said coldly. They could already see the result of this battle. Furthermore, they knew that Pink Prince did not use his full strength because he did not need to use his full strength against Lin Ling. Fallen Dust and the others also shook their heads. Even they didn't dare to casually fight Pink Prince, so they didn't know where Lin Ling's confidence came from. Lin Ling, be careful. Compared to their schadenfreude, the geniuses from the spirit race and the human race shouted anxiously. However, under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling's expression was extremely calm. He could see that the punch had exploded with the power of 4,000 laws. This was obviously not Pink Prince's full strength. He did not even use his innate talent. However, it was enough to kill any 7th or 9th stage wusheng. However, Pink Prince did not use his full strength. Wasn't he underestimating Lin Ling too much? 4,000 laws. Do you think that I, Lin Ling, have never fought before? Lin Ling's pupils were burning with flames. He wanted to see how impressive Pink Prince was. I'm sure that you have never fought before. 4,000 laws is something that you can only look up to. Hearing this, Pink Prince shouted coldly. His words were filled with contempt. You can talk nonsense after this move. Lin Ling's blue robe fluttered and the yellow spring's flames spread out. This time, he did not use his sword. Instead, he chose to use his fire martial arts. Another third-grade god ranked innate talent. Evil God Undying, Nine Suns Sky God, Jin Fei Wu, and the others' expressions changed. This was the first time they saw Lin Ling. They did not expect Lin Ling to be a double innate talent. His potential is more terrifying than expected. It's a pity that he hasn't grown. Evil God Undying paid more attention to Lin Ling rumble. White flames soared into the sky and burned vigorously. What was surprising was that no one could sense the scorching aura. Instead, they felt a little cold. This made the godly kingdom's geniuses shocked again. That was not an ordinary flame. It could be upgraded. This meant that Lin Ling's innate talent was definitely not third-grade god-ranked. Heaven and earth divine flame. Someone exclaimed, making the surroundings even quieter. The devil race and god race's experts wanted to kill Lin Ling even more. Fortunately, Pink Prince was here. He would definitely succeed. Rumble. The white flames burned the ground, causing no one to see Lin Ling's figure. When Pink Prince's fist arrived, the white flames began to shrink and turned into a huge flame wheel. It collided fiercely with the surging fist. There was actually a fist hidden in the flame wheel. Seeing this, everyone held their breaths. They were not willing to miss a single scene. Yellow Spring's flame? Unfortunately, it's too weak. Pink Prince's disdainful voice floated out. Boom. Finally, the two forces collided. The red and white energies intertwined. All the buildings in the fifth city were turned into dust. Is that all you've got? Pink Prince looked down from above. He could sense that Lin Ling's attack was very weak. Rumble. As soon as his words fell, the red devil mist fist pressed down on Lin Ling. You're just so. But at this moment, Lin Ling's voice floated out. Although he was retreating, the reincarnation flame was getting bigger and bigger. The law erupted. 1,000, 1,500, 2,000. Gradually, it reached 2,500. He's only Wu Sheng's 7th stage. How can he erupt with so many laws? Exclamation point. That terrifying law energy made countless people gasp. It was as though they had seen the 6 paths of reincarnation. They didn't know that Lin Ling had already swallowed all the berserk divine fruits. How could his law be weak? The sudden surge of energy made Pink Prince's expression turn ugly. He didn't know why Lin Ling was able to erupt with the law instantly. But to him, it was just so. This is your full strength? His fist was like a demon from the devil realm. Demonic chi surged. Boom. Finally, that fist hit Lin Ling's chest fiercely, causing the entire city to fall into silence. Was he dead? No matter if it was the Devil Clan, God Clan, or even the Human Clan, this thought floated in their minds. In actual fact, Lin Ling had hidden his strength very deeply. Originally, everyone thought that Lin Ling defeating Life Blade was his limit. Even so, everyone was still shocked at Lin Ling's potential. But who knew that when Lin Ling and Pink Prince clashed head-on, he was still able to erupt with the law energy. This meant that Life Blade had a huge gap to Lin Ling. Although Lin Ling was a demon, but his cultivation realm was still too low and his cultivation time was too short. So no matter how dazzling he was, he couldn't block Pink Prince. As time passed, two figures gradually appeared on the street. One maintained the state of punching out while the other was hit. 2,500 law energy. Not bad. Unfortunately, in terms of playing style, you're still inferior to me. Pink Prince spat out a sentence indifferently as he looked in front. In his imagination, even if Lin Ling didn't die, he would be crippled. I've said it before. I've only used 4,000 law energy. You're belittling me. For 1,000? I'm very sorry, I really don't think much of it. Lin Ling said once again, his words were filled with sarcasm. Haha, didn't Pink Prince say that 4,000 energy of law was something that even Lin Ling had not seen before? But now, doesn't he feel that those words are like a slap to his own face? Perhaps his self-confidence is inflated. Asking for humiliation. On the side of the humans, after a moment of silence, cheers rang out like waves. They seemed to be extremely excited. Who in the human world didn't know of Mad God Lin Ling's arrogance? That kind of arrogance even made many people dislike Lin Ling. But now they suddenly felt that Lin Ling was very cute. This was because when he treated his enemy with such arrogance, it made them feel elated and even proud. Kakaka. Pink Prince clenched his fist, emitting a crisp sound. Clearly he was quite angry. He shouted, "How about another move?" With these words, not only were the humans stunned, but even the demons were stunned. Pink Prince couldn't afford to lose? So, another move? You want to take turns fighting me? How about I accompany you? At this time, a cold laugh came from the broken house in the distance. There were two figures standing there. One of them wore a green robe and had skin as white as snow. He was very handsome, and his ears were very long. He gave off a noble and mysterious feeling. The other person was 2 meters tall. He wore a black robe and a black mask. His eyes were emotionless, as if he was a war machine. Prince of the spiritual tribe, guardian of the spiritual tribe. Black Feather Princess was pleasantly surprised when she saw the two of them. The two of them also walked over. Wherever they passed, the top geniuses of the 3 races had a serious expression. Today was really a day of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. The strongest geniuses of the 4 races had all gathered. The two of them were clearly the strongest geniuses of the spiritual tribe. Pink Prince, Lin Ling fought Life Blade before. Now you want to spar with him. You lost because of your carelessness, and you still have the nerve to ask for another battle. Are all of you demons so thick-skinned? The handsome youth said as he walked. What does it have to do with you? Scram. Pink Prince frowned, but he obviously didn't dare to underestimate the latter. Hee, look at the spiritual tribe. Who still supports you? Although the spiritual tribe is cruel, they are magnanimous. They dare to take responsibility for their actions. As their prince, you don't acknowledge your loss. You're a disgrace to them. The spiritual tribe prince said again. However, it was true. The spiritual tribe was silent. Clearly, they also felt that Pink Prince was a disgrace. Lin Ling, on the other hand, had one fair and square. Lin Ling, you're lucky this time. Next time, I won't underestimate you. Pink Prince finally reacted. He walked down from the sky with a gloomy face. He sensed that the spiritual tribe prince and crown prince seemed to be on the same side as Lin Ling. Next time, you'll still lose. Lin Ling looked at Pink Prince and said. After the first spar, he had a better understanding of the top geniuses of the spiritual tribe. Lin Ling actually won this spar. Many people also sensed that today's spar between the various races seemed to have ended. However, the previous unprecedented battle was still shocking. Although it was only a spar, it could be seen that this Huang's son, Lin Ling, wasn't an ant. On the contrary, he was very troublesome. As for Prince Xiaoyao and the others, they felt disgusted as if they had eaten a fly. The result was completely different from what they had imagined. Now Lin Ling seemed to have a powerful helper. They couldn't do anything to him. Lin Ling, I've long heard of your name. Today, I see that you're even more powerful than I imagined. Chapter 1979. Divine Martial Grotto Heaven. Although it was Lin Ling's first time meeting the spiritual tribe crown prince, he was polite and had helped him before. Hence, Lin Ling returned the greeting. It's just a title. However, thank you for your help. He knew that if a conflict broke out, he would be alone. Fallen mortal and the others would not help him. It would be good if they did not kick him when he was down. There's no need to be so polite between us. After all, we are good friends. Moreover, my sister often talks about you. The spiritual tribe crown prince laughed. This made Black Feather Princess angry. She stretched out her small hand and twisted the spiritual tribe crown prince's ear, making him scream. The crowd was speechless. The powerful spiritual tribe crown prince had such a side to him? Even Lin Ling was secretly surprised. He did not expect the spiritual tribe crown prince and Black Feather Princess to be siblings. Furthermore, Black Feather Princess did not mention it at True Spiritual Island. It seemed that she did not want to rely on her brother to grow. Those guys are so selfish. When the human tribe was humiliated, they stood by and did nothing. I was very unhappy. The spiritual tribe crown prince stared at Prince Xiaoyao and said, they're just trash. Lin Ling laughed disdainfully. Although he was not a saint, he had the strength to fight back when he saw how arrogant the demon tribe was. At least he was better than those hypocritical people who carried the identity of the son of desolation but were selfish. Although it was the first time the two had met, they felt like old friends because of the 18 islands of the spiritual tribe. They chatted like good friends. I wonder what the outcome of the discussion between the ancient giants and the other giants is. If the discussion fails, I'm afraid this war is unavoidable. The spiritual tribe guardian beside the spiritual tribe crown prince said. His voice was extremely low, like rocks rubbing against each other. Lin Ling looked at him in surprise and nodded. This war is indeed unavoidable. His intuition told him that the ancient giants of the human world could not stop the invasion of the demon tribe. Rumble. At this moment, the fifth city began to shake. The city began to sink and a bottomless hole gradually appeared. Seeing this, Lin Ling smiled happily. According to the astrolabe heavenly armor, the second stone statue was in the fifth city. Now, the stone statue must be in the hole. The others also laughed. It seemed that the rumors were true. From the looks of it, the battle between Lin Ling and Pink Prince resulted in the destruction of the fifth city, and the ancient cave appeared. Besides, that's an underground city. Someone looked at the big hole and said, he could vaguely see the buildings. From the looks of it, those buildings are quite old. I'm afraid they have existed since the primordial era. Let's go in and take a look. That's right. Perhaps we can obtain a great fortune. The nation of God is a citizen of the Einherjar realm. They must have brought a lot of treasures with them. Go. No one could restrain their thoughts as they all shot towards the big hole. Let's go. Fallen Mortal and the others also laughed. They had been waiting for this moment. As for the four absolute geniuses of the gods, their eyes were filled with anger. They believed that the legendary treasure belonged to the nation of God. What right did the other races have to touch it? However, even the demons had rushed into the hole. At this time, no one cared about the thoughts of the divine race. Lin Ling, take care of yourself. Pink Prince coldly stared at Lin Ling and also left. Lin Ling naturally ignored that threat. He licked his lips and said, "Let's go. Let's go." At this moment, he wanted to immediately obtain the second stone sculpture. If he did, he was confident that he would surpass the other children of desolation. Pink Prince would be like an ant. "All right, let's go." The Black Feather Princess and the Spirit Crown Prince also revealed looks of anticipation as they shot into the huge hole with Lin Ling. The hole was at least 1,000 miles wide. It seemed bottomless and was pitch black. No one dared to easily approach it. However, those who came here were all top powerhouses of various races, so none of them were afraid. After a full 3 incense sticks worth of time, they finally reached the bottom of the hole. Only then did they realize that there was a completely different world here. There were mountains, water, and light. It was as if it was another world. Moreover, a huge stone tablet that was 100 meters tall sat on the ground. There were mottled words carved on it, "Divine Martial Grotto." Seeing this, the people of the god race became excited. This was indeed the place where the first batch of god race powerhouses came. Perhaps they had left behind many treasures of the martial god world. If they could obtain those treasures, they could soar into the sky. Everyone, disperse. If you encounter any treasures, it will depend on your own luck. Everyone dispersed. After Lin Ling and the others landed, they exchanged a few words with each other. Then Lin Ling set off alone. Although the Black Feather Princess wanted to follow him, he could only refuse because of the second stone sculpture. The astrolabe heavenly armor appeared in his hand. A direction began to appear on it. Lin Ling was overjoyed and sped up. On the way, he also encountered powerhouses of various races. They were searching everywhere for treasures. Of course, there were also cases of robbing each other of their treasures. Lin Ling wasn't interested in it for now when he saw this. On the other hand, all those experts took a detour when they saw Lin Ling. Presently, Lin Ling was renowned throughout the 4 clans, and besides top geniuses, no one dared to rashly offend him. The stone that the demon race held before had a mysterious power. If I wasn't in a hurry, I would have snatched it. Lin Ling licked his lips and said with some reluctance. Against the demon race and the god race, he naturally didn't need to be polite. After an unknown period of time, the surrounding people gradually disappeared. A scene of uncanny craftsmanship appeared in front of him. A large number of stalagmites were planted on the ground. Each stalagmite was 100 meters wide and 1,000 meters tall. Moreover, they were densely packed, making this place look like an ancient stone forest. Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air, but also revealed a smile. Because of the astrolabe heavenly armor's indication, the second stone sculpture was here. His heart beat violently. Without hesitation, he shot into the stone forest. At this time, a terrifying roar came from ahead. It made one's scalp tingle. That aura was so strong that even Lin Ling felt it was a little troublesome. Obviously, this stone forest hid a terrifying existence. However, the second stone sculpture was right in front of him. Therefore, even if it was a mountain of swords and a sea of flames, Lin Ling would still step in. And at this time, a sense of life and death crisis arose. Lin Ling had experienced many life and death situations since he started learning martial arts. Therefore, he trusted his intuition very much. Black Tortoise 9 steps. With a low shout, Lin Ling disappeared from where he stood. Rumble. Almost at the same time, a black shadow passed by where he disappeared. Wherever it passed, those huge stalagmites all melted like tofu. That was close. Lin Ling secretly wiped his sweat. What was that? Its speed was too fast. Not good. Following that, Lin Ling shouted and stepped out with the Black Tortoise 9 steps again. And that black shadow shot over again, chasing after Lin Ling. Its speed was actually not slower than Lin Ling's. It could also enter space. After repeated pursuit, Lin Ling already had nowhere to retreat. The tyrannical song sword appeared in his hand, and the law of space bloomed. Great creation! The sword ruthlessly slashed out, and a clanging sound rang out. Lin Ling could clearly feel that his sword had struck the black shadow, but there was the sound of metal colliding. Crow! Chapter 1980. The Second Stone Sculpture. This time, Lin Ling finally saw what it was. It was a crow that was as tall as a human, with 4 claws. Its feathers were as black as the night, and it seemed to have the power to absorb light. Moreover, its strength was extremely terrifying, because with just its feathers, it was able to block his sword. Following that, Lin Ling raised his head and saw that on top of a stalagmite in the sky, the crow from before was looking at him coldly. Its eyes seemed to have a hint of humanity. Crow! The crow immediately let out a sound. Something that made one's scalp tingle appeared. On top of the stalagmites all around, there was actually a giant crow. Lin Ling already found it difficult to deal with a single mysterious crow, but there was more than one here. Damn it! Lin Ling smiled bitterly and immediately used the Mystic Turtle's 9 steps to run. Crow! Those strange crows obviously wouldn't let Lin Ling go. They all flew down, causing the void to ripple like water. Ancient divine crow! A voice finally sounded in Lin Ling's mind. This kind of ancient divine crow came from the martial god realm. In that place, it was an extremely ordinary existence. However, in this world, it was an extremely terrifying existence. Every one of them was comparable to the peak of the Wu Sheng realm, and when they grew to the limit, they could reach the height of a martial emperor. The world was heartless and treated all living things as dogs. There had never been any so-called fairness in the world. These ancient divine crows had been born in the eggs of laws since they were young. Even the feathers on their bodies carried the power of laws. Yellow Spring's army, come out! Lin Ling shouted in a low voice. He had to use his full strength. However, although the Yellow Spring's army was powerful, they were clearly unable to block the ancient divine crows. They were all sent flying backwards, but the Yellow Springs army was extremely loyal. Those souls were still fearlessly protecting Lin Ling. Bastard, if I, Lin Ling, do not die, my Yellow Springs army will use you as mounts. Lin Ling's pupils were cold. As the ancient divine crows got closer and closer, he had no choice but to use his strongest trump card. Freeze time. A terrifying soul force spread out and time froze. However, what was surprising was that even though those primordial divine crows were frozen, their eyes were still staring at Lin Ling. Clearly, their thoughts were not frozen. Furthermore, there was a time limit to the freezing. The stronger the opponent, the shorter the freezing time. After Lin Ling ran wildly, those primordial divine crows chased after him again. Die! With a sword in his right hand and a flame in his left, Lin Ling went all out. He had never imagined that the second stone sculpture would be so close, but the process of obtaining it would be so difficult. The ancient divine crows also knew that Lin Ling was risking his life to resist, so they did not choose to fight head-on, and instead chose to slowly kill him. Every time an ancient divine crow flew past, blood would appear on Lin Ling's body. Furthermore, those ancient divine crows had the power of mysterious laws, and when their feathers or claws swept past Lin Ling, not only did those wounds heal very slowly, they even kept on growing bigger. If it was anyone else here, they would have died long ago. Lin Ling had the body of a god and devil, so he was barely able to block it. He retreated as he fought, but his injuries were getting worse and worse, and he was about to faint at any time. However, when he stepped into the new area of the stone forest, the ancient divine crows behind him suddenly quieted down. They stopped on top of the stalagmites and remained motionless. It was as if there was a forbidden area in front of him. Even the ancient divine crows are afraid. It seems that I, Lin Ling, am going to die here. Lin Ling smiled bitterly, but his injuries were too severe, and he finally fainted. At this time, a huge shadow appeared in the stone forest in front of him, like a river flowing along the ground. What was surprising was that wherever it passed, it was completely silent. As for the ancient divine crows on the stalagmites, they were all trembling, not daring to approach the forbidden area, not even daring to move. Gradually, the shadow stopped in front of Lin Ling, raised its head high, and stared at Lin Ling with a pair of emotionless eyes. However, in the next moment, the emotions in its eyes changed. It circled around Lin Ling, sometimes approaching, sometimes deep in thought, and then wrapped around Lin Ling, bringing Lin Ling into the depths of the stone forest. At this moment, Lin Ling was still unconscious, but without the pursuit of the ancient divine crows, the injuries on his body slowly recovered. After an unknown amount of time, when Lin Ling opened his eyes, he felt intense pain all over his body, but he sensed that he was still alive. 1 inch what's going on? Lin Ling could not help but be surprised. His gaze wandered, and he discovered that there were even more stone forests here, as if they were walls surrounding him in the distance, and the place he was in was actually an open space. Looking in front of him, a stone sculpture that was hundreds of meters tall sat there. The man in the stone sculpture was extraordinarily handsome. His eyes were indifferently looking at the sky, and he had the aura of supremacy. And this stone sculpture was shockingly Li Xiaoyao. The second stone sculpture. Lin Ling muttered to himself. His heart was extremely excited. Unknowingly, he had found the second stone sculpture. He couldn't help but look behind him. Immediately, he saw a snake as thick as an arm. It spat out its tongue and looked at him excitedly. It looked extremely cute. What is this little black snake? Could it be that it saved me before? Lin Ling blinked slightly, and as if it knew Lin Ling's words, the little black snake continued to spit out its tongue, but it slowly grew, transforming into an ancient black snake that stretched as far as the eye could see. It was like a black torrent, and its aura was so terrifying that it actually caused Lin Ling's heart to rumble violently. This huge black snake was even more terrifying than the ancient divine crow from before. However, while he was surprised, Lin Ling also felt a sense of familiarity. He had seen this snake before, and it was very familiar. You know me? Lin Ling asked tentatively. The huge black snake looked ferocious and terrifying, but it nodded at Lin Ling in an extremely obedient manner, causing Lin Ling to be somewhat astonished. Suddenly he thought, could this snake have been left behind by Li Xiaoyao? It seemed that if he wanted to know everything, he would have to come into contact with the second stone sculpture. Wait for me for a moment. Lin Ling looked at the stone sculpture, his heart beating violently. It felt as if he had returned to his own home. If I find the 3 stone sculptures, I will know everything about the past, and this is the second stone sculpture. When Lin Ling arrived under the stone sculpture, he raised his head to look at the tall stone sculpture. His eyes revealed a hint of vicissitudes. He suddenly wanted to know what had happened to the former number 1 emperor, and what had caused him to finally reincarnate. The answer to everything might be right in front of him. His hand gently touched it. Rumble. At the same time, the tall stone sculpture swayed and began to shatter, turning into a large amount of golden light that enveloped Lin Ling. In the distance, the black snake's eyes were filled with tears. After waiting for thousands of years, it had finally waited for the return of its master. Previously, if it had not sensed the aura of its master, perhaps it would have made a big mistake. A large amount of information lingered in Lin Ling's mind. At this moment, his body was shining with golden light, his long hair fluttering, as if Li Xiaoyao had come back to life. Vaguely, he was even more familiar with the secrets of this world. He could also see the experts of all the eras at a glance. He did not expect that in this world he had left behind so many disciples. The ancient giant of the ancient rhythmic immortal plateau. The dark dragon emperor of the human realm. The azure heaven sword immortal of the demon realm. Everything began to return. Chapter 1981. Li Xiaoyao's return. Lin Ling's eyes kept moving. Everything in the past floated into his mind like smoke, including Li Xiaoyao's birth, origin, martial arts, and so on. The huge amount of memories caused Lin Ling's mind to ache, but he gritted his teeth and endured it. After an unknown period of time, Lin Ling finally opened his eyes. His eyes were clear, but deep. They were calm with an aura that could not be shaken by the world. He stretched out his right hand, and there was still a golden light floating in his palm. Then he smiled, stretched out his left hand, and slowly drew on his right palm. Sky Extreme Flame Seal. Lin Ling shouted. A mysterious barrier appeared on his palm and merged with it. At this moment, Lin Ling seemed to have seen through the netherworld flame. Boom! In his body, the netherworld flame increased rapidly from the 3rd grade of the divine rank to the 4th grade. Crackle! White flames burned and became even colder, making the surroundings look like hell. Sky Extreme Flame Seal. This was the barrier left behind by Li Xiaoyao. It had the power of flame observation and could further increase the level of the fire element. The foundation of this body is too weak. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. If others heard this, they would be shocked. Lin Ling's potential and talent were recognized as abnormal, but his foundation was still weak? Of course, when he said it was weak, it was from Li Xiaoyao's point of view. Original Source Seal. Lin Ling drew the barrier again. After 2 hours, he sat cross-legged on the ground. A huge mysterious symbol appeared under him. Warm light spread and covered Lin Ling's entire body. The flaws left behind by his cultivation in the past were now fixed. One had to know that martial artists used the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to change their fate. They swallowed and refined a large amount of natural treasures. Although it did not seem to affect them much, in fact, most of them would have chronic problems. Moreover, there would be too much spiritual energy in their body that was difficult to digest. This Original Source Seal could allow all the spiritual energy to be absorbed by the body. This 3rd grade Wusheng, it's a pity. It's a waste. 4th Transformation Seal. Lin Ling struck out the barrier again and unleashed the 3rd grade Real Energy Source to the limit. A smelly smoke floated out. The impurities in Lin Ling's body which could not be seen by the naked eye floated out. The excessive spiritual energy was all digested and those small worlds became more active. Lin had awakened a lot of small worlds. But after too many battles, some small worlds had started to wither and die. But now they had regained their vigor. As for the corporeal strength source in his danton, it began to revolve, emitting a rich power of laws. Boom! Following a glass-shattering sound, the Real Energy Source Seal. Wu Sheng's 8th stage. The terrifying thing was that the advancement this time seemed to have made up for all the flaws from before. The advancement of a single realm had actually increased the energy of 200 laws. Whereas the previous increase was only Fong was the level increased Fong Xian Fong. This was the effect brought about by the 4th Transformation Seal. It fully unleashed the potential of the Real Energy Source Seal. In the entire heaven and earth, other than Lin Ling, no one knew about this mysterious barrier seal. The increase of 200 laws of nature in one realm, and in addition to the laws of nature that were lacking in the previous realms, Lin Ling had gained a total of 600 laws of nature. If he used the Tyrant Song Sword, it would add up to 2,000 laws, which was comparable to Wu Sheng's 10th stage realm. Moreover, it was the powerful Wu Sheng's 10th stage realm, because an ordinary Wu Sheng's 10th stage realm would not have so many laws. After all, an ordinary Wu Sheng's 7th stage realm would only have 300 laws. Only geniuses with strong innate talent would have more laws. The difference between them was like heaven and earth. And this was the benefit of having a strong foundation. As for Lin Ling, he was the king of foundations. Barely satisfied, Lin Ling finally smiled. Based on his current ability, Wu Sheng had few opponents in the 10th stage realm, whereas he was merely Wu Sheng's 8th stage realm. Essence, Qi and Spirit triple cultivation. Above Qi, I've improved again. But above Spirit, I can still improve. Lin Ling muttered to himself as he searched his memories for a suitable cultivation method. Suddenly, his pupils constricted. Evasion Domain. Evasion Domain. This was a soul force martial art which he had obtained from a historical remains. It allowed one to see through the power of laws and break away from the laws of heaven and earth, forming a terrifying evasion ability. In Lin Ling's memories, If one's soul force was strong enough, even the clouds could be avoided. It was extremely terrifying. However, to cultivate this kind of soul force martial art, firstly, it had a high requirement on one's soul force. Secondly, once it was used, it would continue to deplete one's soul force until it was completely depleted. In the past, my soul force was 250 levels. But after merging with the second stone sculpture, it had reached 300 levels. It's enough to cultivate evasion domain. Lin Ling heaved a sigh of relief. This domain was very strong and could even be said to be invincible. Of course, the prerequisite was that his soul force was limitless. Evasion domain is actually using one's eyes to see through the laws of heaven and earth, breaking away from the restrictions of the laws. In actual fact, there were many things in this heaven and earth that had broken away from the laws. For example, zombies didn't enter the 6 paths of reincarnation and didn't enter the 3 realms. But in actual fact, zombies had only broken away from a portion of the laws and not all of them. For example, they were afraid of fire and lightning, which was one of the laws that restrained each other. But even so, zombies were still an extremely difficult existence to deal with. Whereas Lin Ling had seen through the 4 great eras from Spiritual Master came not long ago, and he had faintly shown signs of breaking away from the laws. But unfortunately, he had just touched the doorstep. But this advantage was enough for him to cultivate evasion domain. Although Lin Ling had found all the memories, it didn't mean that he had Li Xiaoyao's strength, because there were many powerful techniques that he couldn't use with his current strength. Moreover, the second stone sculpture had left Lin Ling's memories of this heaven and earth. There weren't many memories of the martial god world. Otherwise, Lin Ling would be even stronger. After a long time, Lin Ling opened his eyes. Then, he looked behind him and saw that the huge ancient snake had already grown to the size of an arm. It was sticking out its tongue and looking at Lin Ling with great excitement. "Little saint." Lin Ling revealed a gentle smile. He was excited. This snake was the black-scaled divine snake. It came from the martial god world and fell into this heaven and earth for some unknown reason. Later, it was rescued by Li Xiaoyao and raised with treasures. Gradually, it became the top existence in this heaven and earth. It was also Li Xiaoyao's mount. The little black snake stuck out its tongue and its eyes were moist. It was even more excited. Like an arrow, it shot into Lin Ling's arms and acted like a spoiled child. It had been guarding this heaven and earth for thousands of years. Now it was finally here. Lin Ling's heart warmed. He knew that if he didn't succeed in reincarnating, little saint would wait for his death here. This loyalty was much better than a person's. Li Xiaoyao embark. From now on, you and I will dominate this heaven and earth again. Lin Ling said lightly. His words were full of confidence. Chi. Chapter 1982. Winged Ghost Soldier, rest well, thank you for your hard work. Lin Ling said gratefully as he took a step forward and left the stone forest. Gradually, he walked out of the forbidden area, and outside, a large number of ancient heavenly crows stood on top of the stalagmites, looking down at Lin Ling. Bastard, I'm coming. Lin Ling stopped in his tracks and looked at the sky indifferently. Crow. All the ancient heavenly crows were surprised. This human was still alive? This was simply a miracle. However, so what if he was alive? He would kill him right now. Crow. Those ancient heavenly crows flew down and shot towards Lin Ling from every corner like arrows, wanting to tear Lin Ling to shreds. The same move can be used once, but it won't work a second time. Lin Ling shook his head and softly spat out a sentence and casually shouted, "Dodge domain." Something strange happened. Lin Ling seemed to be able to see through all the traces of the ancient heavenly crows. He could dodge any law, and with a single step he easily dodged the bites of a large number of ancient heavenly crows. At this moment, it was as if he had disappeared from the world, escaping from the laws of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Crow. Those ancient heavenly crows all had intelligence, and at this moment, they were all shocked. What's going on? That handsome man was clearly in front of them, but they couldn't attack him. Furthermore, it gave them the feeling that the man had disappeared from the world, as if he wasn't bound by the world. "You're addicted to hunting me down." Lin Ling appeared to be calm and collected. When he dodged the ancient heavenly crow's pounce, he also struck out with his palm. Although it could not harm the ancient heavenly crow, it still left a clear mark on the feathered beast's body. Crow. Gradually, the ancient heavenly crows became afraid and planned to leave. Because they could not harm Lin Ling at all. How could they know that Lin Ling had activated the dodging law and had a 100% chance of dodging, but his soul force was also constantly being consumed? Once it was exhausted, the dodging law would also lose its effect, and now that they had chosen to leave, it was clear that they had overestimated Lin Ling. However, was it possible for them to leave right now? Chi knew divine seal. Lin Ling's indifferent voice gently floated out. Boom. All the ancient heavenly crows were frozen in place, their eyes filled with shock. Because they wanted to fly, they wanted to leave, but they couldn't control of their bodies. In fact, they couldn't control of their souls and minds. It was as if they wanted to leave, but in their hearts, they didn't want to leave. Clearly, the mysterious mark that Lin Ling had left on them had taken effect. The Tao, the path, and the heavenly Tao, the Tao, and the Tao, the Tao for the Tao, for the Tao, Tao for the Tao. It had to be known that the path of martial arts was filled with endless resources. There were countless martial artists who knew how to tame beasts, but they could only tame ordinary monster beasts. The stronger the monster beast, the more intense its resistance would be. It could even devour its master. And Lin Ling's Chi Nu divine seal was extremely powerful. He had enslaved these ancient heavenly crows, and the ancient heavenly crows would never be able to resist. I, your father, am not that easy to kill. Moreover, I've said it before, if you chase me sooner or later, you will become the mounts of my Yellow Springs army. Lin Ling heaved a sigh of relief, and those ancient heavenly crows all lowered their heads, their eyes filled with depression. How could this young man be so powerful? Yellow Springs army, return. Woo-woo. Upon receiving his order, a large number of souls flew back from the stone forest, wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves. Great Emperor! All of the Yellow Springs army knelt down and said. Looking carefully, there were headless ghosts, white skeletons, ghosts, and so on. These Yellow Springs army cultivated the path of ghosts, and all of them were extremely powerful. Go, each of you choose an ancient heavenly crow as your mount. These ancient heavenly crows naturally like Een, so it's just right for you. Lin Ling said, Great Emperor, those terrifying feathered beasts will be our mounts? All the ghosts were surprised, because they knew how difficult it was to deal with the ancient heavenly crow. Don't you understand my words? Lin Ling said indifferently. Who told you to doubt the great Emperor's words? The moving mountain eagle was Lin Ling's first Yellow Springs ghost soldier. At this moment, he had already become an elder, and he had even fallen in love with this kind of ghost lifestyle. He had even found the former Xian Di and defeated him, allowing him to let out a huge sigh of relief. Yes, sir. How could the Yellow Springs army dare to question him? They were just too shocked before. They quickly flew towards the ancient heavenly crows, thinking that if the ancient heavenly crows resisted, they would be dead for sure. However, they were clearly thinking too much. When the Yellow Springs ghost soldiers appeared on the ancient heavenly crows, they were all surprised and excited. These ancient heavenly crows all listened to them. Fly! Some of the Yellow Springs ghost soldiers flew up and soared through the stone forest at an extremely fast speed. Gradually, all of the Yellow Springs ghost soldiers flew up, forming a majestic scene of a ghost cavalry. Seeing this, Lin Ling nodded in satisfaction. His Yellow Springs army's strength had finally increased greatly. Moreover, his Yellow Springs Flames talent had increased, and the Yellow Springs army could recover 80% of their strength. Great Emperor, we were scattered earlier, and the Great Emperor disappeared without a trace, so we were like headless flies wandering around. However, we encountered people from the god race, and a few of our brothers were killed. The moving mountain eagle said to Lin Ling with extreme respect. Kill my soldiers? You have guts, but my soldiers are not so easy to kill. Lin Ling was stunned, then frowned. Although most of the Yellow Springs army were his enemies in the past, after their deaths, they had all become his subordinates. How could he, Lin Ling, pretend that he did not see them? All of you come back! Lin Ling shouted. All of the Yellow Springs ghost soldiers turned into ghostly winds and disappeared into Lin Ling's purple mansion. They knew that Lin Ling was the most protective and would definitely seek justice for them. Of course, now that their strength had increased greatly, they could seek justice for themselves. However, without Lin Ling's orders, they would not dare to do so. Lin Ling slowly left the stone forest. Now that Li Xiaoyao had returned, and what he lacked were cultivation resources. It was a good opportunity to go out and plunder some. The Divine Martial Grotto was left behind by the first batch of God race, so there were naturally many treasures. Under the guidance of the moving mountain eagle, Lin Ling spent 2 hours hurrying. Then, a huge palace appeared in front of him. This palace was already in ruins, but one could see its former glory. As for the palace, a large number of experts were gathered there. There were God race, demon race, and even humans. At this moment, they were staring at a 5-meter-tall crystal bone in the main hall of the palace, and their hearts jumped. Although they did not know the origin of the crystal bone, based on the aura they sensed, it was obviously the bone of an expert. This bone has a demonic nature, so I want it. A demon race expert said coldly, his eyes filled with greed. That's a good idea, but don't forget, this is the territory of the God race. The experts of the God race were naturally unwilling. Chapter 1983. Azura Devil Bone. I say, everyone who sees the treasure has a share, we should split it equally among the 3 races. That's right, there are a few people from the spirit race here, we should split it equally among the 4 races. The person from the human race walked out and said, this person was the Buddha envoy of the Xian Di 10 heroes, and there was also Buddhist Ijin. These 2 people were not to be underestimated in the human race. As for the spirit race, it was Tai Yen and a few others. However, although there were many geniuses on their side, the divine race and demon race had more experts, and all of them were experts who had cultivated for more than a few thousand years. You said we should split it equally among the 3 races? The experts from the divine race and demon race stopped talking and looked at the human race with ridicule. Do you think trash like you have the qualifications to speak? A 2-meter-tall demon race expert said coldly. Human race, you are very arrogant. Now that your homeland has been invaded, I don't know where you get the confidence to speak to us. The divine race expert sneered. Then what do you want? The Buddha envoy frowned. Get lost, or we will start a massacre. The experts from the divine race and demon race said at the same time, as if they were talking to ants. The human race and spirit race experts' faces turned ugly. The other party was too arrogant. I remember that your spirit race has a little princess who is not bad. I am different from the demon race. My taste is more human, so that little princess will be pressed on the bed by me sooner or later. On the divine race's side, a golden-haired young man said with a smile. This person was a genius from the Fire Cloud Empire, named Huazi. His strength was below the 4 divine race geniuses. Get lost. The demon race shouted angrily again. The Buddha envoy's side was furious, but they knew the situation was out of their control, so they snorted and left. The human race was not united, causing them to lack a leader, so they could not resist the divine race and demon race. Just as the human race was about to leave, the tall demon race expert suddenly walked out and said, because there are many treasures in the underground city, we don't want to waste time killing you, but it doesn't mean you can leave if you want to. Now, crawl out from under our pants, those who refuse, die. That's a good suggestion, and the spirit race is the same too. The celestial race experts were stunned for a moment before they burst into laughter. In fact, they had always been jealous of the human race because the human race had a wider world and was the center of all the races. However, the experts that dominated that world were very weak and were as lowly as slaves. So, how could they let go of the opportunity to humiliate the human race? Don't go too far. All the humans were enraged. They found a treasure, but it was snatched away by others. They couldn't swallow this anger, but their strength was inferior, so they could only swallow their anger and leave. But now, the devil race actually wanted them to crawl out of their pants. This was an insult to their dignity. My patience is limited. If you don't kneel in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, all of you will die. Also, let me tell you, don't think that just because Lin Ling gave you face, you can fly away. When the God race and devil race's big shots have finished their discussion, even Lin Ling will crawl through my pants. The devil race great senior shouted coldly. This is a good suggestion. The God race genius raised his golden hair and nodded with a smile. However, at this moment, an ear-piercing sound came from the top of the palace, causing the entire palace to sway. Then, under everyone's gaze, a dazzling light appeared in the palace as if it was cut by a sword. Then the entire palace's top fell. Bang, 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 bang. Those huge rocks smashed into the ground, shocking everyone. At the same time, a young man in a blue and white robe, who looked calm and composed, floated down. You want me to kneel too? You're in a good mood. An indifferent voice came out, causing the palace to fall silent. Lin Ling. Lin Ling had actually come. The people of the 4 major races were shocked, while the humans and spirit race were excited. Lin Ling, this has nothing to do with you. Scram. On the God race's side, the golden-haired genius's face was extremely ugly. Obviously, he was afraid of Lin Ling. However, his words made the humans laugh sarcastically. Previously, when Lin Ling was not around, the Celestials were so arrogant. However, when Lin Ling suddenly appeared, each and every one of them became fearful. Their character of bullying the weak and fearing the strong was worse than the humans. Someone wants me to kneel from the crotch of their pants. I've come as promised. Am I not welcome? Lin Ling ignored the crowd and looked at the crystal bone with a burning gaze. TSK, not bad. It's actually the Azura demon bone. It looks like my luck isn't bad. Bang. As soon as these words fell, the God race and demon race's hearts trembled. Lin Ling seemed to have taken a liking to the crystal bone. We found this giant bone first. The demon race's great monarch immediately said. However, his words made the humans look down on them. After all, they were the first to find the crystal bone. Lin Ling continued to stare at the crystal bone. With his experience, he naturally knew that this devil bone came from the martial god world. It was the skeleton of an ancient powerhouse. Most importantly, Lin Ling cultivated essence, energy, and soul, but his godly demon body had already reached its limit. Now, his godly demon body could still be improved, and that was to improve his demon body. Then Lin Ling directly walked over. Seeing this, the god race and demon race clenched their teeth. Lin Ling was ignoring them and directly taking the treasure? Lin Ling, scram, scram. On the demon race's side, a great monarch shouted angrily. However, Lin Ling didn't even look at him. It was as if he didn't care about an ant on the side of the road. He waved his left hand and white flames formed as 6 paths of reincarnation. The laws of heaven and earth erupted and sucked the great monarch into it. His soul turned into the Yellow Springs army. This action was undoubtedly shocking, because the great monarch of the demon race was Wu Sheng, but he was killed in an instant. The process was too simple and violent. For a moment, the god race and demon race fell silent. Hee, Azura demon bone, what's the use of it even if you get it? That kind of treasure isn't something an ordinary person can refine. Of course, if you beg me, I may introduce some methods to you. After all, in terms of knowledge, the human race can't be compared to the god race. Hee. Suddenly, the god race genius said indifferently. As soon as these words fell, the god race experts became arrogant, as if they saw Lin Ling begging them. Hee. Although the Azura demon bone is an inanimate object, the pressure it possesses isn't something an ordinary person can withstand. The god race genius became more complacent and said indifferently. But when he finished speaking, his pupils constricted. Lin Ling came in front of the tall demon bone and punched out, crushing the demon bone into powder. The demon bone's pressure had no effect on Lin Ling. Lin Ling took a deep breath and all the demon bone's powder was sucked in by Lin Ling. Almost at the same time, the illusion of a crystal skeleton appeared on Lin Ling's body. Rumble! The palace shook as if the Azura Demon King had arrived. Lin Ling's physical strength continued to rise, gradually reaching 50 universe force, 60 universe force, and finally stopping at 80 universe force. Boom! The palace's ground exploded, unable to withstand Lin Ling's terrifying power, causing Lin Ling to disappear into the ground. This. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.